Sometimes the mind notices something before you do. A shift in the room, a silence that feels wrong. You tell yourself it's nothing because that's easier. The people in tonight's stories did the same, until they couldn't anymore. I'm LURK. Leave a like, subscribe, and let's begin. It started in a quiet, rural part of Wisconsin, the kind of place where nothing ever seems to happen. Long stretches of road, houses spaced far apart, neighbors who recognize each other's cars rather than faces. The sort of community where people don't lock their doors religiously, and where kids still get on the school bus each morning without a second thought. It was there just last year that a family was found murdered inside their own home. The parents were dead when police arrived. The call had gone out quickly, and officers were on the scene in roughly 4 minutes, which in a rural area is almost unheard of. Even with that rapid response, it was already too late. There were no signs of life. And more unsettling than the crime itself was what wasn't there. Their daughter, a girl around 13 or 14 years old, was gone. At first, no one knew what to think. In the immediate aftermath of something so violent, speculation fills the empty space where facts should be. Some people wondered if she had been kidnapped. Others whispered that maybe she had been involved somehow, that she had run away, or that she was hiding. There were darker theories too, ones no one wanted to say out loud, but still thought about late at night. The truth was that no one knew anything for sure, and the lack of answers made everything worse. Search teams combed the area. Officers went door to door. Volunteers walked fields and forests, calling her name into the cold air. Tips came in, most of them useless. Days passed, then weeks. With every passing hour, the chances of finding her alive felt like they were slipping away. In missing person cases, time is cruel. The longer someone is gone, the quieter the hope becomes. The story spread beyond the local community. People across the state and beyond heard about the girl who vanished after her parents were murdered. Her face appeared on news broadcasts and social media posts. Candlelight vigils were held. Strangers prayed for her, even as many privately accepted the idea that she was probably dead. In cases like this, happy endings are rare, and everyone knows it. Winter set in, hard and unforgiving. Northern Wisconsin winters are brutal, with deep snow, freezing temperatures, and long nights. Any thought that a child could survive outside for long was impossible. If she had been taken, the assumption was that she was either no longer alive or would never be found. As weeks turned into months, the case grew cold in more ways than one. By 88 days passed. Nearly 3 months after her disappearance, on a freezing winter day, something unbelievable happened. In a small town, roughly 40 minutes away from her home, a woman was walking her dog. It was an ordinary moment, the kind that blends into every other day. Then, out of nowhere, a girl ran into the street. She was frantic, thin, exhausted. She didn't look like someone who had simply run away. She looked like someone who had been surviving something. The woman stopped, confused and alarmed, and listened as the girl spoke. It didn't take long to realize who she was. Against every expectation, the missing girl was alive. She had been held captive the entire time. For 88 days, she had been confined in a place she couldn't leave, controlled by someone she didn't know, cut off from the world while the rest of it slowly gave up hope. Somehow she had managed to escape in the dead of winter and run until she found help. The relief was overwhelming. People cried, communities celebrated, news outlets called it a miracle. And for a brief moment, the story felt like it might finally end on a note of hope. But then the details came out. The man who murdered her parents and abducted her was not someone from her past. He was not a family friend, a neighbor, a teacher, or someone who had been lurking in her life. He had never spoken to her. He had never messaged her. He had never followed her online or tried to groom her in any way. She had never met him. One ordinary morning, he was driving to a new job. It was a job he would only keep for a single day, though that detail hardly matters compared to what followed. As he drove, he saw her. She was getting on her school bus, doing nothing unusual, just another kid starting another school day. From a distance of about 100 feet, he noticed her, and in that moment he decided that he was going to take her. There was no long-term planning, no build-up, no warning signs anyone could have noticed. He didn't know her name. He didn't know her family. He didn't know anything about her life. But he decided right then and there that he would murder her parents and abduct her. That single impulsive decision destroyed an entire family. This is the part that lingers, the part that people can't stop thinking about once they hear it. We are taught over and over again that danger comes with signs, that predators groom their victims, that there are red flags, moments where something feels off if you're paying attention. We tell ourselves these things because they give us a sense of control. If there are warning signs, then maybe we can avoid becoming a victim. But in this case, there were none. The girl didn't make a mistake. She didn't trust the wrong person. Her parents didn't fail to protect her. They weren't careless or reckless. They were simply living their lives in a place they believed was safe, raising their child the best they could. And none of it mattered. A stranger saw their daughter for a few seconds and decided to end their lives. The randomness of it is what makes the story truly terrifying. Not just that something horrible happened, but that it happened without reason, without provocation, and without any realistic way to prevent it. There was nothing her family could have done differently that would have guaranteed a different outcome. For many people, that realization is deeply unsettling. It challenges the belief that we can always keep ourselves and our loved ones safe if we are careful enough. It forces us to confront the idea that sometimes safety is an illusion, and bad things can happen simply because someone else decides they will. During her captivity, the girl endured something no child should ever experience. While many details have been kept private to protect her, what is known is enough to understand the weight of what she survived. She was isolated, controlled, and trapped far from everything familiar. The fact that she survived at all, let alone managed to escape, speaks to a level of strength that is hard to comprehend. When she finally ran into the street, she wasn't just escaping a person. She was escaping nearly 3 months of fear, uncertainty, and survival. Every step she took toward help was a step away from a reality that had been forced upon her without warning. Her survival doesn't erase what happened. Her parents are still gone. Her life will never be what it was before. Trauma doesn't disappear just because the worst-case scenario didn't fully come true, but her escape does matter. It matters because it proves that even in situations that seem completely hopeless, survival is sometimes possible. Still, the case leaves behind uncomfortable questions that don't have satisfying answers. How do you protect yourself from someone who has never shown interest in you before? How do you prepare for danger that arrives without warning? So how do you live in a world where a stranger's fleeting thought can change everything? Most people don't want to sit with those questions for too long. It's easier to believe that tragedies like this are rare exceptions, that they happen to other people in other places. But stories like this one have a way of sticking in the mind, resurfacing during quiet moments late at night when the world feels less predictable. The girl's story is often framed as a miracle, and in many ways it is. But it is also a reminder of how fragile normal life can be, how quickly it can be shattered by a decision made in passing, and how little control we sometimes have over the choices of others. In the end, what makes this story so haunting isn't just the violence or the captivity. It's the randomness, the idea that one ordinary day, or in a place that felt safe, A family's life was destroyed, not because of something they did, but because someone else decided it would be. That is the part people can't forget. In 1982, a series of deaths shook the Chicago metropolitan area and quietly changed the way people across the world thought about something as simple as taking medicine. At the time, Tylenol was one of the most common and trusted pain relievers in American homes. People took it for headaches, fevers, muscle pain, and minor aches without a second thought. It was safe, familiar, and ordinary. That sense of safety is exactly what made what happened so terrifying. It began without warning. One by one, people in and around Chicago started dying, suddenly and unexpectedly. At first, the deaths seemed unrelated. Different ages, different neighborhoods, different circumstances. Some victims collapsed at home. Others became violently ill and died within hours. There was no obvious pattern, no shared event, and no immediate explanation. Then investigators noticed something small but chilling. Every victim had taken Tylenol shortly before becoming sick. This detail alone wasn't enough to raise alarms at first. Tylenol was used by millions of people every day. Correlation didn't automatically mean causation, but as more deaths occurred, the connection became harder to ignore. Medical examiners began testing the victims more closely, looking for toxins or substances that shouldn't have been there. What they found was horrifying. The Tylenol capsules taken by the victims had been laced with potassium cyanide, a fast-acting and extremely deadly poison. Ingesting even a small amount could kill someone within minutes. The victims had no chance. They took the medication expecting relief, and instead, they swallowed something lethal. By the time authorities fully understood what was happening, 7 people were dead. The realization sent shockwaves through Chicago. This wasn't an isolated accident or a manufacturing mistake. This was deliberate. Someone had taken Tylenol capsules, added poison to them, and put them back on store shelves for unsuspecting people to buy. The poisonings were random. The victims didn't know each other. They weren't targeted for personal reasons. They were chosen simply because they trusted a product that had always been safe before. Fear spread quickly. People were told to stop taking Tylenol immediately. Bottles were pulled from shelves across the city, then across the country. Pharmacies emptied. Medicine cabinets were checked. Families threw away pills they had used for years without concern. Parents panicked while wondering if they had unknowingly given poisoned medicine to their children. The randomness of the crime made it even worse. There was no way to know which bottle was safe and which wasn't. 2 identical bottles sitting side by side could have completely different outcomes. One could relieve a headache, the other could kill you. As the investigation unfolded, it became clear that the poisoning didn't happen at the factory. Johnson & Johnson, the company that made Tylenol, tested their production facilities and found no contamination. This meant the capsules had been tampered with after they were already in stores. Someone had purchased the medicine, altered it, and returned it to shelves. That detail introduced a terrifying idea. Anyone could do this. The capsules themselves made the situation even more dangerous. At the time, Tylenol was sold in easily opened gelatin capsules. They could be pulled apart, filled with poison, and resealed without leaving obvious signs. Consumers had no way to tell if a capsule had been tampered with just by looking at it. Police launched one of the largest investigations in Chicago's history. They traced where each victim had bought their Tylenol, trying to find overlap. They searched stores, interviewed employees, and followed every lead they could find. Tips poured in from the public. Some were sincere, some were cruel hoaxes, some were simply people terrified and desperate to help. Despite the massive effort, investigators hit a wall. No suspect was ever conclusively identified. No one was charged. No one was convicted. The person responsible for the poisonings vanished into history, leaving behind only questions and fear. As if the original tragedy wasn't enough, the case had another dark effect. Copycat crimes followed. Once the public understood how easily medication could be tampered with, other poisonings occurred in different places. Some were fatal. Others caused injuries. The damage rippled outward, turning a single crime into a nationwide crisis of trust. People no longer felt safe doing something as basic as taking pain relief. For Johnson & Johnson, the situation was catastrophic. Tylenol wasn't just a product. It was one of their flagship brands, a household name. The poisonings threatened not only lives, but the company's existence. How they responded would determine whether people ever trusted them again. Instead of denying responsibility or minimizing the danger, the company took an approach that was almost unheard of at the time. They acted quickly and publicly. Johnson & Johnson immediately warned consumers not to use Tylenol, even before authorities forced them to. They issued nationwide recalls, pulling millions of bottles off shelves. The cost was enormous, but the priority was clear: stop more people from getting hurt. They worked closely with law enforcement and health officials, sharing information openly. They used media outlets to spread warnings, understanding that fear spread faster than official reports ever could. Their message was direct and urgent. Don't take the product until it's safe. This response likely saved lives. The company didn't stop there. They began rethinking how medicine was packaged altogether. What came out of this tragedy reshaped the entire pharmaceutical industry. Tamper-resistant packaging became the standard. Seals were added. In plastic wraps, foil barriers, boxes that had to be opened in ways that made tampering obvious. Capsules were redesigned. Tablets replaced easily opened pills. The goal was simple. If someone tried to alter the product, consumers would know immediately. These changes didn't just apply to Tylenol. They applied to nearly all over-the-counter medications. What had once been optional became mandatory. The federal government stepped in as well. New anti-tampering laws were passed, making it a serious crime to interfere with consumer products. Penalties were increased. Oversight improved. The legal system recognized that product tampering wasn't just vandalism or mischief. It was a form of mass violence. The Chicago Tylenol murders fundamentally changed how society thought about safety. Before 1982, people assumed that items on store shelves were safe by default. Afterward, that assumption was gone. The victims became symbols of that shift. They weren't reckless. They weren't careless. They did exactly what millions of people did every day. They took a trusted medicine as directed. Their deaths weren't the result of personal choices. They were the result of someone exploiting trust. That's why the case still lingers in public memory. The lack of closure makes it even harder to accept. There is no name to attach to the crime, no trial transcript, no confession. The person responsible was never held accountable, and the motive remains unknown. Some believe it was done for attention. Others think it was an experiment in chaos. A few speculate about extortion or resentment toward corporations. None of these theories have ever been proven. What remains certain is the impact. Every time someone breaks a seal on a bottle, this case echoes quietly in the background. Every time a parent checks packaging before giving medicine to a child, they are benefiting from lessons learned through tragedy. Every warning label, every safety seal, every foil-backed blister pack exists because 7 people lost their lives in Chicago. The response by Johnson & Johnson is still studied today in business schools and crisis management courses. It's often described as an example of how transparency and decisive action can preserve public trust, even after something unthinkable happens. But no amount of praise can undo the loss. For the families of the victims, there was no silver lining. No reform could replace a loved one. No packaging innovation could bring someone back. All they were left with were questions and the knowledge that their loss helped prevent others from experiencing the same fate. The story also introduced a new kind of fear into modern life. A fear not of criminals breaking into homes, but of invisible threats hidden in everyday objects. It showed how fragile systems of trust can be, and how easily they can be exploited by a single individual. More than 4 decades later, the Chicago Tylenol murders remain unsolved. The bottles are gone. The capsules are redesigned. The shelves look safer. But the mystery is still there, unresolved. It's a reminder that sometimes the most profound changes come not from answers, but from tragedies that force the world to adapt. 7 people took medicine expecting relief. Instead, they unknowingly became part of a story that changed consumer safety forever. And the person who did it walked away, never identified, leaving behind one of the most chilling and influential crimes in modern history. For a long time, no one even knew how to describe what was happening. It didn't fit neatly into any category people were used to. It wasn't a single violent crime. It wasn't a break-in for money. It wasn't something that left obvious physical evidence behind. It was something quieter, slower, and in some ways more unsettling because of how long it was allowed to continue. It started in a furniture store. This was a small town, the kind where most people knew each other, or at least recognized familiar faces. The furniture store was one of those places people visited when they were settling down, redecorating, or trying to make a house feel more like home. It should have been ordinary, harmless, boring even. That's where he would appear. At first, he didn't do anything that crossed a clear line. See, he would stand nearby while women looked at chairs, couches, or tables. He never touched anyone. He never raised his voice. He just lingered, too close, for too long. His presence felt wrong in a way that was hard to explain. Women noticed him watching them, not casually the way someone glances around a store. He watched intently, studied, followed them from aisle to aisle. If a woman stopped to look at a chair, he would drift over and stand nearby, pretending to browse while keeping his eyes on her. Then he would make comments, not outright threats, not insults, just strange, unsettling remarks that felt personal even though they weren't. Things like, "That chair would look nice in my den," said with a tone that made it clear he wasn't really talking about furniture. Sometimes he would smile when he said it, sometimes he wouldn't. Either way, the effect was the same. Women felt uncomfortable, uneasy, and watched. They would laugh it off at first, or ignore him, or move to another section of the store, and he would follow. Some women complained to employees. The employees shrugged. He hadn't done anything illegal. He was just talking, just shopping, just being odd. People in small towns learn early that being strange isn't the same as being dangerous, and that assumption would prove costly. What no one realized at first was that he wasn't just watching women in the store. He was watching them leave. One night, after a woman finished shopping and went home, something happened that changed everything. She had no idea she was being followed. She drove home like she always did, parked, and went inside. The house was quiet, normal, safe, or so she thought. At some point later that evening, she entered her living room. That's when he jumped out. He had already been inside. He screamed, "I knew you took my chair!" The shock alone was enough to send her into panic. He didn't just scare her and run. He chased her, yelling, screaming, accusing her of stealing something that had never belonged to him. She ran through her own house, terrified, not understanding how a stranger knew where she lived or how he had gotten inside. Eventually, she escaped and got help. When the police were called, the response was underwhelming. He hadn't hurt her physically. He claimed it was a misunderstanding, a joke gone wrong, a prank. No stolen property, no clear evidence, no arrest. People told her she was lucky. Word spread quietly among women in town. Warnings passed in hushed conversations. The people told each other to be careful, to lock doors, to trust their instincts. But there was no official action, no public acknowledgement that something was very wrong. And then it happened again. Another woman, same pattern, furniture store, lingering comments, being watched. Followed home, a break-in, waiting in the living room, jumping out, screaming accusations about a chair, chasing her through her own house, over and over. This wasn't a one-time incident, it wasn't 2 or 3. This went on for 5 years. 5 years of women living in fear, knowing that something could happen to them simply for shopping alone. 5 years of break-ins that were treated as nuisances rather than crimes. 5 years of terror dismissed as exaggeration. The man became a ghost story people told each other, except he was real. So what made it worse was how calculated it all was. He didn't attack randomly. He chose women who were alone. He chose moments when they were vulnerable. He invaded the most private space a person has, their home, and turned it into a place of fear. And he always used the same phrase. "I knew you took my chair." It was absurd on the surface, but deeply disturbing underneath. It wasn't about furniture, it was about control, about ownership, about the idea that he believed these women had taken something that belonged to him, simply by existing and making choices without him. People eventually began to realize something even more disturbing. The police weren't doing nothing because they didn't care. They were doing nothing because of who he was related to. He was the sheriff's brother. That fact spread quietly, like poison through the town. Once people understood it, everything else made horrible sense. Reports went nowhere. Complaints disappeared. Calls were minimized. Victims were subtly discouraged from pushing further. In a small town, power doesn't need to announce itself. It just has to exist. Women who went to the police were met with skepticism. They were asked if they were sure, if they had misunderstood, if maybe they had exaggerated out of fear. They were reminded that the man had never physically harmed anyone, as if terror alone wasn't violence. Meanwhile, he continued. 5 years is a long time to live under that kind of threat. Women changed their routines. Some stopped shopping at the furniture store entirely. Others brought friends, husbands, brothers, or fathers with them just to buy a chair or a table. What should have been an ordinary errand turned into something that required planning and protection. Women couldn't buy furniture by themselves anymore. That's the part that still feels unreal. Not because it happened once, but because it became normalized. People accepted it as a reality of life in that town, like bad weather, like a dangerous road you avoid. Everyone knew. Everyone knew who he was. Everyone knew what he did. Everyone knew why nothing was being done, and yet nothing changed. There's a particular kind of fear that comes from knowing someone is watching you, and that the people meant to protect you won't intervene. It teaches you that safety isn't guaranteed by rules or law, but by proximity to power. And if you don't have that power, you learn to protect yourself however you can. Some women moved away. Some stayed and learned to live with the constant awareness that they were vulnerable. They double-checked locks. They avoided being alone. They stopped trusting that their homes were truly safe. The man never escalated to murder, but that doesn't make what he did less horrifying. If anything, the restraint makes it more chilling. It suggests control, planning, enjoyment drawn not from killing, but from terrorizing. Breaking into someone's house and waiting in the dark requires patience. It requires confidence that you won't be caught. It requires a belief that you are untouchable, and he was. For 5 years, When people look back on it now, the question isn't just why he did it. It's why everyone else let him. Why warnings were ignored. Why women were expected to adapt instead of the system protecting them. Why the burden of safety fell on the victims instead of the person causing harm. The town eventually changed. Leadership changed. Time passed. The man aged. The incident stopped, though no one can say exactly when or why. There was no dramatic arrest, no public reckoning, just an unspoken agreement that it was over. But the damage didn't disappear. Women who lived through that time still remember it. They remember the feeling of being watched in a public place. They remember the way their homes no longer felt safe. They remember being told, directly or indirectly, that their fear wasn't important enough to matter. That kind of experience stays with you. It changes how you move through the world, how you assess danger, how you trust authority. It teaches you that sometimes the most frightening thing isn't the person hiding in your living room, but the knowledge that no one will stop them. This story isn't about one man alone. It's about power protecting itself, about how fear can be allowed to exist openly when it doesn't inconvenience the right people, about how women were forced to bring chaperones to buy furniture, not because the world was inherently unsafe, but because it was made unsafe by inaction. And it's about how easy it is for something deeply wrong to become normal, when people decide it's easier not to look too closely. 5 years. That's how long it lasted. And for the women who lived through it, 5 years was more than enough to change them forever. This is the story my mom almost never tells unless someone asks directly, and even then, she tells it calmly, almost flatly, like she's describing something that happened to someone else. But every time I hear it, I'm left shaken, not just by what happened, but by how close it came to rewriting everything that came after. This is the one that still haunts me, because it's impossible not to think about how different my life would be if she had reacted even slightly differently. It was late. She had just finished closing up after work. The bar was quiet, empty, stripped of the noise and energy it carried during business hours. Chairs were stacked, lights were off or dimmed, doors locked. That familiar feeling of relief mixed with exhaustion had set in. Closing shifts do that to you. You're tired, but you're also ready to go home, or ready to be done. She headed out the back, the same route she had taken countless times before. The alley behind the bar was narrow, poorly lit, and smelled faintly of old beer and damp concrete. It wasn't a place you lingered, but it was familiar enough that it didn't immediately register as dangerous. Routine has a way of dulling your sense of threat. Her car was parked not far away. She walked toward it, keys already in her hand. Mind probably halfway somewhere else. Home, bed, sleep. The normal things you think about at the end of a long shift. She reached her car and was just about to unlock the door when everything changed. A man stepped out and confronted her. There was no warning. No footsteps, she noticed. No sound that gave him away ahead of time. One moment she was alone, the next she wasn't. He had a gun, not a small one, not something that could be mistaken for anything else. It had a long barrel, unmistakable even in the dim light. He pointed it directly at her. There was no confusion about what he wanted or how serious he was. He told her to get into his car. The words were simple, flat, commanding. This wasn't a conversation. It wasn't a threat wrapped in uncertainty. It was a demand, backed by the weight of a weapon that could end her life in a second. Time did something strange in that moment. My mom later said it felt both incredibly fast and impossibly slow. Her heart was pounding so hard she could feel it in her throat. Her mouth went dry, her body flooded with adrenaline. Most people imagine they know how they would react in a situation like that. They imagine bravery or panic, compliance or escape. The truth is, you don't know until it happens, and when it does, your body often decides before your mind catches up. She did not scream, she did not freeze, she did not comply. Instead, she did something that still sounds unreal to me every time I hear it. She grabbed the barrel of the gun, not the handle, not his arm, the barrel itself. She forced it upward, pointing it toward the sky, away from her body, away from her head, away from her chest. And before he could fully process what was happening, she pulled the trigger. The gun went off. Then again, and again. Every shot discharged upward into the night. In seconds, the gun was empty. The sound must have been deafening. The flashes of light sharp and violent, but in that moment there was no room for fear of noise or attention. There was only instinct, only action, only survival. With the gun now useless, she didn't hesitate. She didn't wait to see what he would do next. She threw herself to the ground. Not fell, threw herself. She made herself dead weight, flat against the pavement, knowing that it would be harder for him to drag her, harder for him to force her into a car if she wasn't upright. She started pleading immediately, not screaming, not challenging him, but begging to be left alone. Using whatever words came out, whatever tone she could manage. In that moment, the dynamic shifted. The man hadn't expected this. Criminals who operate like this rely on fear and compliance. They rely on the assumption that the gun gives them complete control. When that control vanished, so did his confidence. Now he was standing there with an empty weapon, faced with a woman who had just turned the situation upside down in a way he couldn't have predicted. He was freaked out. That detail matters. He didn't escalate. He didn't attack her physically. He didn't try to fight her on the ground. He panicked. He got back into his car, and he sped away. Just like that. No final words, no threats, no chase. He was gone. My mom stayed on the ground for a moment longer, her body still buzzing with adrenaline, her hands probably shaking violently now that the immediate danger had passed. Then she got up, got into her car, and drove away. Physically, she was unharmed. No bullet wounds, no bruises, no broken bones. Mentally, though, she was changed. That kind of encounter doesn't fade easily. It embeds itself deep in your nervous system. Long after the danger is gone, your body remembers. Sudden movements, loud noises, dark alleys, being alone at night. All of it takes on a sharper edge. She was brave in a way that most people never have to be. But bravery doesn't cancel trauma. Courage doesn't erase fear after the fact. If anything, it sometimes makes it worse because afterward, you realize just how close you came to dying. When I think about this story, what scares me most isn't just the gun or the threat. It's how narrow the margin was, how thin the line between survival and catastrophe really is. If she had hesitated for half a second, if she had frozen, if she had believed that compliance was safer, if she had tried to run instead of acting, if the gun had been different, if he had reacted differently, if any one of those changes could have ended with her being forced into that car. And if that had happened, there is no version of this story that ends well. There is no reason to believe she would have survived. And if she hadn't survived, I wouldn't be here. That realization hits me hard every time. My existence, my entire life, balanced on a split-second decision made in a dark alley by a woman who refused to give up control, even when a gun was pointed at her. I don't know how I would live with that knowledge if I were her. Knowing how close it came, knowing how random it was, knowing that survival wasn't guaranteed, just seized. She doesn't talk about it often, but when she does, she never frames herself as a hero. She doesn't boast, she doesn't dramatize it. She usually shrugs and says she just did what she felt she had to do. But I see it differently. I see a woman who trusted her instincts completely, who acted decisively under unimaginable pressure, who understood, on some level, that giving up control would likely be the end. I also see the cost. Even though she walked away that night, part of her never really left that alley. Part of her stayed frozen in that moment, hearing the gunshots echo upward, feeling the cold ground beneath her, waiting to see what the man would do next. I think about it sometimes when I'm lying awake at night, when my mind drifts to uncomfortable places. I think about how easily entire family lines can be erased by violence, how many stories never get told because someone didn't make it out, how survival often looks ordinary from the outside but is built on moments of extreme clarity and courage. What also stays with me is how quiet the aftermath was. There was no parade, no news story, no dramatic justice. The man drove away and disappeared into the night. My mom went home and carried on with her life. That's how it often is. The most pivotal moments don't announce themselves. They don't come with witnesses or closure. They just happen, and you're left to live with the knowledge of what almost was. This story haunts me not because it's violent, but because it's fragile, because it reminds me that life is not guaranteed, that safety is not a constant, that sometimes everything you are depends on how someone else responds in a single moment. Had my mom not been so courageous, so decisive, so unwilling to submit, I likely would not be here today. That thought never stops being terrifying, and it never stops making me grateful. This is one of those stories that feels impossible to reconcile with what people expect violence to look like. There is no chaos at the beginning, no visible breakdown, no spiral that others notice in time to intervene. Instead, everything unfolds quietly, methodically, and with a level of control that makes it even more disturbing the longer you sit with it. He was an American diplomat, a man who by every external measure had succeeded. He was highly educated, fluent in 5 different languages, and trusted to represent the United States abroad. His career had taken him all over the world. He navigated foreign cultures, delicate negotiations, and complex political environments with apparent ease. He was intelligent, articulate, and respected in professional circles. He had married his high school sweetheart. Together, they built what appeared to be a stable and accomplished life. They had 3 sons, boys who were still young enough to believe their home was safe and predictable. To outsiders, this was a family that seemed firmly rooted in achievement and normalcy. There were no public signs of violence, no criminal record, no obvious warning labels. Eventually, he accepted a posting in Washington, D.C. For someone in his position, Washington was not just another assignment. It was a proving ground. Promotions mattered. Reputation mattered. Advancement was closely tied to identity. For many career diplomats, success was not just professional, it was personal. On a particular day, he learned that he had not been promoted. This detail matters because of how unremarkable the immediate response was. There was no outburst, no argument, no dramatic confrontation. He did not yell or storm out. He calmly left the office as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. Co-workers later recalled nothing that stood out about his demeanor. He did not appear angry or distressed. He simply walked away. From there, he began a sequence of actions that were deliberate, purposeful, and terrifying in hindsight. He drove to a bank and withdrew money. Then he drove to a hardware store. Inside that store, he purchased a shovel, a pitchfork, and a hammer. These were not items chosen at random. Each one had a function. Each one would later play a role. At the time, no one noticed. A man buying tools does not raise suspicion. Nothing about the transaction triggered alarms. The cashier did not know they were witnessing the logistical planning of a massacre. He then drove home. What happened next defies easy explanation, not because it is unclear, but because it is so starkly at odds with the life he had lived up until that moment. He entered his house and went to his mother. Using the hammer, he beat her to death. Then he went to his wife. She was asleep. He killed her next. Then he moved through the house to the bedrooms of his sons. They were 5, 10, and 14 years old. They were asleep. One by one, he murdered all 3 of them. There is no evidence of hesitation, no indication that he stopped or reconsidered. The sequence suggests determination rather than frenzy. This was not an explosion of rage that burned itself out. It was a task carried out to completion. Afterward, he did not collapse. He did not call for help. He did not turn himself in. He loaded the bodies of his mother, his wife, and his 3 sons into a station wagon. Then he drove. He traveled roughly 275 miles, leaving behind everything familiar, heading toward a densely wooded area. This was not a random destination. He chose a place where isolation would work in his favor, where the landscape itself would conceal what he intended to do. Once there, he removed the bodies from the vehicle and set them on fire. Fire is a deliberate choice. It destroys evidence. It complicates identification. It creates confusion. It suggests foresight rather than panic. When authorities began to investigate, they found the burned remains and traced them back to him. The scope of what had happened became clear quickly. This was not a disappearance. This was a family annihilation. Law enforcement began searching for him immediately. They tracked his movements across the United States, following financial records, witness sightings, and physical clues. Eventually, they located his car, abandoned in the Great Smoky Mountains. The area is vast, rugged, and heavily forested. It is the kind of terrain where a person can vanish easily, especially if they are determined to do so. From that point on, the trail went cold. Search teams were unable to locate him. There were no confirmed sightings. No body was found. No definitive evidence of suicide. Nothing that would allow authorities to close the case. He simply disappeared. Over the years, investigators considered multiple possibilities: that he died in the wilderness, that he assumed a new identity, that he fled the country using his knowledge of languages and international systems, that he blended into a place where no one would question his presence. What makes this case particularly unsettling is that none of those possibilities can be ruled out. He was intelligent. He understood bureaucracy. He understood how systems work and where they fail. He knew how borders functioned and how identities could be obscured. If anyone had the skill set to disappear intentionally, it was him. Because of that, he remains one of the most infamous fugitives in American history. He has been featured on the FBI's 10 Most Wanted list for decades. If he is still alive today, he would be around 81 years old. That detail alone is chilling. The idea that someone capable of this level of violence could still be alive somewhere, aging quietly, living an ordinary life, is deeply unsettling. But the true horror of this story does not lie only in the murders themselves. It lies in the absence of a clear motive that feels proportionate to the crime. He was not facing criminal charges. He was not exposed in a scandal. He was not about to lose his family. He had suffered a professional disappointment, yes, but one that countless people experience without resorting to violence. And yet, in his mind, that moment was enough to justify erasing his entire family. This raises questions that have no satisfying answers. What was happening inside his head long before that day? Were there signs that went unnoticed? Did he carry resentments, fantasies, or rigid beliefs about success and failure that no one else could see? Or was this a sudden psychological collapse triggered by something that struck at the core of his identity? Some experts suggest that cases like this involve a fragile self-image, where professional success is tied so tightly to self-worth that failure becomes intolerable. In those situations, family members can be viewed not as individuals, but as extensions of the self. When the self collapses, everything attached to it is destroyed as well. Others argue that this explanation still falls short, that even extreme narcissism does not fully account for the brutality or the planning, that something deeper and darker must have been present long before the promotion decision. The children especially haunt people who learn about this case. They had no role in his career, no understanding of what had happened that day. They went to sleep in a house where their father was supposed to be their protector. They never woke up. The wife, who had been with him since high school, likely believed she knew him better than anyone else in the world. Whatever internal world he was living in, she was not allowed access to it. She was killed without warning, without explanation. His mother, too, was murdered, suggesting that the violence was not limited to a single relationship, but to the family unit as a whole. When people talk about this case, they often fixate on the mystery of where he went. Did he survive? Did he die? Is he still out there? But focusing only on that question risks missing the deeper, more uncomfortable truth. This was not a crime committed by someone on the margins of society. This was not someone who was visibly unstable or disconnected. This was a man who functioned at a high level in one of the most demanding professional environments in the world. And that is what makes it so frightening. It suggests that there are forms of inner collapse that are invisible until they are catastrophic, that intelligence and success do not immunize someone against violent ideation, that outward composure can coexist with unimaginable brutality. The fact that he was never caught compounds the unease. There was no trial, no confession, no explanation in his own words. The families of the victims never received closure. The public never received answers. Instead, the case exists in a kind of permanent suspension, frozen between what happened and what might still be possible. Every few years, age-progressed images are released. Investigators follow up on tips. People report sightings that ultimately go nowhere. Time passes, but the case remains open. And somewhere in all of this is the unsettling realization that if he is alive, he has lived decades beyond the lives he took. Decades of mornings, meals, conversations, and ordinary experiences that his wife and children were never allowed to have. This story lingers not because it is sensational, but because it destabilizes assumptions. It forces people to confront the idea that violence does not always come from chaos or desperation. Sometimes it comes from control, from calculation, from a person who appears calm enough to buy tools, go home, and methodically destroy everything they once claimed to love. It also leaves behind an uncomfortable silence, no manifesto, no suicide note, no final explanation, just absence. And that absence is what makes the story feel unfinished even decades later. He did not just murder his family. He erased the possibility of understanding why, and as long as he remains unaccounted for, that erasure continues. I don't talk about this night very often, but it's one of those memories that never really leaves you. It doesn't fade the way other bad memories do. It sits there, quiet most of the time, and then something small will bring it rushing back. A certain tone of voice, a sudden loud knock, the sound of metal striking wood. Even now, years later, my body still reacts before my mind catches up. At the time, I was in my early 20s. I had recently moved into a new rental house with a friend. The place was up in the hills, on almost an acre of land, set back from the road and surrounded by trees. It felt secluded in a peaceful way during the day, the kind of place you choose because you want distance from noise and people. At night, though, that same isolation could turn unsettling very quickly. I had an ex-girlfriend who was unstable and abusive. When we were together, she had been verbally cruel and physically violent more than once. Getting out of that relationship hadn't been easy, and even after it ended, I carried a constant low-level fear that she might show up one day, I tried to tell myself that was paranoia, that she'd eventually move on, that I was safe now. I was wrong. One night she showed up unannounced at the new house. My friend and I were inside, winding down. We had just smoked a little weed, nothing heavy, but enough that we weren't thinking as clearly as we should have been. We were relaxed, distracted, and not in the best position to make smart decisions. Looking back, that detail matters, not as an excuse, but as context for why we did what we did next. Suddenly, we heard shouting. At first, it didn't even register that it was her. The sound carried strangely up there, echoing off the hills. Then I recognized her voice. She was standing in the driveway, yelling, taunting, calling out insults. She was saying vicious, personal things she knew would hurt. My stomach dropped. My heart started racing so hard, it felt like it was slamming against my ribs. We were terrified. This wasn't just an awkward confrontation with an angry ex. This was someone who had already hurt me before. Someone who didn't respect boundaries, someone who fed off chaos and fear. And she had shown up at our secluded house late at night, clearly unhinged. We should have called the cops immediately. We didn't. Part of it was fear, part of it was denial, part of it was the weed, which had us second-guessing ourselves and downplaying the seriousness of the situation. We convinced ourselves that if we just waited it out, she would get bored and leave. That was our first bad decision. The doors were locked, and after a few minutes of listening to her rant outside, we decided to go upstairs to my room and hide out. We thought being out of sight would make her leave faster. We didn't want to engage. We didn't want to escalate things. That was our second bad decision. This was before cell phones were common. We had a cordless phone, but we left it downstairs in the living area when we went up. At the time, that didn't feel like a big deal. We didn't fully grasp how fast things could spiral. The house had an attached tool shed on one side. At some point, she went in there. We heard the noise first. Metal clinking. The scrape of tools being moved. Then silence. A kind of silence that's worse than shouting because you know something is happening, but you don't know what. Then we heard her outside again. She had found a claw hammer. The first thing she did was go after my car. I heard the hood pop. I heard metal being struck. Later, I found that she had trashed my distributor cap and wire leads. At the time, I didn't even care about the car. That damage was almost comforting because it meant her anger was focused on something that wasn't us, at least for the moment. That relief didn't last. Next, she went to the back of the house. There was a sliding glass door that led into the kitchen. I don't know how long it took her, but she managed to jimmy it open. The sound of glass shifting and the frame giving way is something I can still hear in my head. She was inside. The moment we realized that, fear took on a different shape. This wasn't someone yelling from the driveway anymore. This was an intruder, someone with a weapon, someone who had already demonstrated she was willing to destroy property and ignore boundaries. We heard her banging around downstairs, cabinets, furniture, footsteps. It felt like an eternity, but it was probably only a minute or two. Every sound made my heart jump. I remember holding my breath, listening, trying to pinpoint where she was. Then the footsteps started toward the stairs. The upstairs of the house had been added on later. It used to be a garage converted into living space with 2 bedrooms added above it. The interior doors up there were solid oak. See, heavy, sturdy. At the time, I was grateful for that. In a way, I'd never been grateful for a door before. She reached my bedroom door. What followed was one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. She started cycling through emotions rapidly. One moment she was crying, pleading, begging me to come out and talk to her. Her voice sounded broken, desperate. The next moment she was screaming insults, hurling homophobic slurs, saying things designed to humiliate and provoke. It was like listening to multiple people take turns speaking through the same mouth. Then she started hitting the door with the hammer. The sound of metal striking solid wood echoed through the hallway. Each hit sent a shock through my body. I didn't know if the door would hold. I didn't know how long it would take for it to give way. I imagined the wood splintering, the lock failing, her bursting through with that hammer raised. I remember thinking, very clearly, that this felt like a horror movie, the kind where you yell at the screen because the characters made bad choices. Only now I was one of those characters. My friend and I had to do something. My friend was a cyclist. He had his bike downstairs in the main room. We came up with a plan that felt desperate and insane, but it was the only option we could see. I would stay in the room and keep her attention focused on me, responding just enough to keep her at the door. Meanwhile, my friend would climb out of the bedroom window onto a small overhang, drop to the ground, sneak back into the house through the already breached sliding glass door, grab his bike, and ride as fast as he could to the police station downtown, about 2 miles away. We didn't know if she would hear him. We didn't know if the bike was damaged. We didn't know if she would catch him before he got away. But we knew we couldn't both leave, and we couldn't stay there forever. He went out the window. I stayed behind the door, my heart pounding, my mouth dry. I tried to keep my voice steady when I spoke to her, responding just enough to keep her engaged. She alternated between sobbing and rage, between begging me to open the door and smashing it with the hammer. At some point, she heard something. I heard it too. The faint sound of movement downstairs. She paused, then ran back down the stairs. A moment later, I heard her scream in frustration. My friend had gotten the bike and was already flying down the driveway. She chased him as far as the driveway, yelling, stomping around like an enraged animal that had just watched its prey slip away. That image has never left me. The raw fury, the sense that she was barely contained. Then, suddenly, she stopped. For reasons I still don't fully understand, she got into her car and drove off. But instead of turning right toward the main road, she turned left into a dead-end cul-de-sac a couple 100 yards away. I watched from an upstairs window, trying to keep track of her headlights, terrified she would circle back. It felt like hours, but eventually a police officer arrived with my friend. Relief washed over me so fast it made me dizzy. I came out of the room shaking, my legs weak, my whole body buzzing with adrenaline. The officer interviewed us and surveyed the damage. The broken sliding door, the destroyed car parts, the splintered oak door upstairs, deeply gouged where the hammer had struck again and again. He told us we had every right to press charges. For reasons I still don't fully understand, I didn't. I was young. I was overwhelmed. I just wanted it to be over. I wanted her gone, escorted away, out of my life. I wasn't thinking long term. I wasn't thinking about consequences. I was thinking about surviving the night. He didn't ask about the weed, or if he did, he didn't say anything. I've always imagined he smelled it and chose not to make it an issue, focusing instead on the far more serious situation at hand. He found her in the cul-de-sac. It took a long time. I watched from the window, my stomach knotted, as he spoke to her. Eventually, he followed her out to the main street and away from the neighborhood, where after that night, I got a restraining order. The physical damage was manageable. I paid a couple $100 for a new oak door. The owner of the house was kind about it and even stained it for me. The damage to my car's ignition system was relatively minor. None of that mattered much in the long run. The mental damage was harder. The sound of her voice that night, the hysterical screaming, the pleading that turned into venomous taunting, the relentless pounding of that hammer against the door, all of it stuck with me. It still does. Trauma has a way of embedding itself in your nervous system long after the danger is gone. Years later, I found myself thinking about her again. Not with longing, but with curiosity, with a need to understand what happened, what became of her. Whether she ever found peace or just kept spiraling. I started Googling. I found out she had died about 20 years after that night. Hodgkin's lymphoma. When I learned that, my reaction surprised me. I felt relieved, deeply relieved. Knowing she could never show up again, never hurt me again, never become a threat to anyone else I cared about, brought a strange sense of closure. But I also felt sad. Not for what she did, but for who she was. For the pain that clearly consumed her. For the fact that someone so volatile, so destructive, was also someone who had once been part of my life. The two feelings existed side by side, and they still do. That night changed me. It taught me how quickly things can turn dangerous, how denial and hesitation can make things worse, how important it is to take threats seriously, especially from people who have already shown you who they are. It also taught me something uncomfortable about empathy. My dad used to say that understanding someone doesn't mean excusing them. I understand now. I can recognize that she was deeply troubled and still acknowledge that what she did was terrifying and unacceptable. The house is long gone from my life. The door was replaced. The car was fixed. My friend and I moved on, but the memory remains. That night lives in the sound of a hammer striking wood, in the echo of screaming in a quiet, wooded place, in the realization that sometimes the most frightening monsters aren't strangers, but people who once knew you intimately, and that's the part that still haunts me the most. It started as one of those completely ordinary Friday nights that don't feel important while you're living them. Nothing dramatic, nothing unusual, just me and a couple of friends hanging out, killing time the way people do at the end of a long week. We were laughing, talking about nothing in particular, just enjoying the fact that we were together and had nowhere else we needed to be. I was driving. At that point in my life, driving was just another routine thing. I didn't think twice about it. I'd driven countless times before. There was no warning, no sense that something was about to go wrong. The road ahead of us was familiar. The night felt calm, normal, and then, without any lead-up that I can remember, my body betrayed me. I began having a seizure while driving. There's a strange blankness when I try to recall the exact moment it started. It's not like a movie where everything slows down or alarms go off in your head. There was no internal voice saying something was wrong. One second I was driving, the next second I wasn't really there anymore, even though my body was still moving. The car veered off course. I drove directly onto the light rail tracks. From what I was told later, the shift was sudden, no braking, no attempt to correct the wheel. Just a hard, terrifying move off the road and onto the tracks where a train could come through at any moment. The kind of place you are never, ever supposed to be in a car. Person one, who was sitting in the back seat, started screaming, not yelling, not shouting, screaming, pure, uncontrolled fear. The kind of sound that comes from someone who believes they're about to die. I didn't register it the way a normal, conscious person would. I heard noise, but it didn't connect to meaning. It didn't trigger panic in me the way it should have. Person two, sitting in the front seat, reacted immediately. They tried to take control of the situation. They reached for the steering wheel, trying to pull us off the tracks. They were shouting at me, telling me to stop, to let go, to do anything that would give them control of the car. From their perspective, they were watching disaster unfold in real time, knowing that a train could appear at any second. But I wasn't present in the way they were. In my seizure state, I didn't understand what was happening. I didn't understand why someone was grabbing the wheel. I didn't understand why there was screaming. My brain wasn't processing danger. It was misfiring, scrambling signals, disconnecting cause from effect. Instead of cooperating, I became angry. That's one of the hardest parts for me to think about now. I wasn't scared. I wasn't trying to help. I was confused and agitated, reacting emotionally without any grasp of reality. From inside my own head, it felt like someone was attacking me or trying to take something from me. The anger wasn't rational, but it was real. And because I was the one behind the wheel, that made everything even more dangerous. Person 2 kept fighting for control. They didn't freeze. They didn't give up. They did everything they could to wrestle the car away from me without fully understanding what was happening to me medically, only knowing that if they didn't act, we might all die. The back seat was chaos, screaming, crying, panic so thick it must have felt suffocating. And then, just as suddenly as it started, the seizure ended. I came out of it. There's no dramatic awakening, no clear moment where everything snaps back into place. It's more like surfacing from deep water. Sounds rush in first, sensations follow. Awareness creeps back slowly, and with it comes confusion. I remember realizing I was on the tracks. I remember the look on person 2's face. I remember the fear in the car, heavy and sharp and undeniable. Person 2 had managed to get us off the tracks. Later, we figured out it was about 30 seconds. 30 seconds between us clearing the tracks and the train passing through. 30 seconds between survival and something unthinkable. When the train went by, the sound was overwhelming, loud, violent, impossible to ignore. The ground shook, the air vibrated. Watching it rush past the place where our car had been moments earlier made everything feel unreal, like we had slipped through a crack in time. If we had been even slightly slower, if person 2 hadn't acted as fast as they did, if I hadn't come out of the seizure when I did, there is no doubt in my mind that the outcome would have been catastrophic. People would have died. I think about that a lot. In the immediate aftermath, everything felt distant. My body was there, but my mind felt detached, like it was trying to protect itself by keeping the full weight of what happened at arm's length. My friends were shaken. Person 1 was crying uncontrollably. Person 2 was trying to steady themselves, their hands still trembling from adrenaline. I kept apologizing over and over again, but apologies felt meaningless. What do you say when you almost killed yourself and the people you care about without even knowing it was happening? How do you take responsibility for something that happened while you weren't truly conscious? The days that followed were worse in some ways. Once the shock wore off, the reality set in. I replayed the night again and again in my head. I imagined what it must have looked like from the outside. A car swerving onto train tracks, a driver not responding, friends screaming, someone desperately trying to wrestle control away. I imagined the headlines that could have existed, the phone calls that would have been made, the families who would have been left behind. I also had to confront something terrifying about myself. I had no warning, no aura, no sense that a seizure was coming, no physical signal that would have told me to pull over or ask someone else to drive. It just happened, and that meant it could happen again. That realization changed everything. I could no longer trust myself behind the wheel. Driving isn't just about you, it's about every other person on the road. Pedestrians, cyclists, passengers. A seizure while driving isn't just a medical event. It's a weaponized accident waiting to happen. And I couldn't live with the idea that I might put someone else in danger again. So I stopped driving. That decision wasn't easy. Driving represents freedom in a lot of cultures, independence, adulthood, the ability to go where you want, when you want, without relying on anyone else. Giving that up felt like losing a piece of myself. It meant reorganizing my life around transportation, asking for rides, using public transit, planning everything more carefully, but none of that compares to the alternative. Every time I think about driving again, my mind goes back to the tracks, to the screaming, to the anger I didn't understand at the time, to the train roaring past seconds later, to the knowledge that survival wasn't because of skill or luck on my part, but because someone else acted quickly enough to save us. I live with a strange mix of gratitude and guilt. Gratitude that my friends survived. Gratitude that no one was hurt. Gratitude that the train was just far enough away. Gratitude that person two didn't hesitate. And guilt, because my body put them in that position in the first place. I've talked to doctors since then. I've learned more about seizures, about how unpredictable they can be, about how the brain can shut down logic and awareness without warning. Understanding the science helps, but it doesn't erase the emotional impact. There's also a kind of fear that lingers quietly in the background. Not panic, not constant dread. Just an awareness that something inside you can fail without notice. That your sense of control is, in some ways, an illusion. That the body you rely on to carry you through the world has its own rules, and sometimes it doesn't warn you before breaking them. That night changed how I see myself. It changed how I see responsibility. It changed how I see luck. I don't drive anymore, and I don't regret that decision, even though it's inconvenient and sometimes frustrating. Every inconvenience is a reminder that we lived, that my friends went home that night, that no families got phone calls they shouldn't have had to receive. Sometimes people don't understand when I explain why I don't drive. They assume it's anxiety or fear or an overreaction. They don't see the tracks. They don't hear the screaming. They don't feel the moment when reality snapped back into place and revealed just how close we came. But I do, and that's enough. That Friday night started like nothing at all. Just friends, a car, a drive, and it ended with a decision that permanently reshaped my life. Not because I wanted it to, but because it had to. I don't drive anymore because I was given a second chance, and I'm not willing to gamble that away. I don't remember most of my early childhood with much clarity, but there is one night that never fully faded. Even now, years later, when I think about it, the memory still feels sharp in places, like it never finished settling into the past. I was very young, maybe 4 or 5 years old, and at the time I didn't understand how close I came to something that could have changed my entire life. That night, my godparents took me to the mall. It was supposed to be a simple outing, nothing special, just one of those normal evenings where adults run errands and kids tag along. I remember the mall feeling huge, full of lights, sounds, and movement. To a child that age, it felt like a small world of its own. I felt safe there, surrounded by people, noise, and familiarity. Near the entrance of the mall, there were those little coin-operated rides they sometimes put outside or near food courts. The kind shaped like animals or cars, where you put in a coin and the ride rocks back and forth for a few minutes. I loved those things. To me, they were magical. You sat down, held on, and for a few moments the world was simple and fun. My godparents let me ride one of those machines while they went to an ATM nearby to withdraw some money. They were always very protective of me. They watched me closely in most situations. But that night, just for a short moment, their attention was elsewhere. They were only a few steps away, but they weren't looking directly at me. At the time, that didn't feel strange. I was used to being allowed small freedoms like that. I was focused on the ride, on the movement, on the sound it made. I wasn't worried about anything. I didn't feel unsafe. I didn't think there was any reason to be afraid. Then a man approached me. I remember him standing close enough that he filled my view when I looked up. He was an adult, and at that age, adults automatically felt like authority figures. You don't question them. You assume they belong wherever they are. You assume they know what they're doing. He spoke to me in a rough voice, not angry, but firm, serious. He said, "Son, so this is where you've been. I've been looking for you everywhere." Those words confused me immediately. I didn't recognize him. I didn't know who he was. but I was very young and my brain didn't have the tools to process that confusion properly. I remember feeling puzzled, trying to make sense of what he was saying. Adults didn't usually lie to me, and the way he spoke sounded confident, like he knew exactly what he was doing. Before I could fully react or think about it, he grabbed me. He lifted me off the ride and started carrying me away. Everything happened very fast. One moment I was sitting on the little machine, and the next moment I was being held by a stranger, moving through the mall toward the parking lot. That was when I started to panic. I began yelling and crying as loudly as I could. I screamed, I kicked, I struggled. I remember my voice feeling raw, like I was using everything in my body to make noise. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew something was wrong. I knew I didn't want to go with him. I knew I wanted my godparents. What's horrifying to think about now is that people saw us. We passed by other adults, other shoppers, other families, and no one stopped him. No one asked a question. No one intervened. To them, it probably looked like a normal situation. A child being carried by a parent or relative. A child throwing a tantrum because they didn't want to leave the mall. Children cry all the time. Children scream. Children resist adults they know. That's what makes situations like this so dangerous. A predator doesn't have to be quiet or sneaky. They just have to look confident enough that people assume everything is normal. As he carried me toward the parking lot, I kept screaming. My body was tense. My heart was racing. I remember the lights changing as we moved farther from the mall entrance, the noise fading slightly, the air feeling different. I don't know how long it took, but it felt like forever. Then suddenly, I heard a familiar voice. My godmother. She came running into the parking lot, yelling. Her voice was loud, sharp, full of panic. She was shouting at the man who was carrying me. In that moment, everything shifted. The control he had over the situation cracked instantly. He stopped. He turned to her and started explaining. He told her that he had made a mistake, that he thought I was his son, that he had been looking for his child and got confused. He apologized. He handed me back to her. He kept talking, calmly, confidently, spinning the story just enough to sound reasonable. And my godmother believed him. That's one of the hardest parts of this story for me to sit with. My godmother is an extremely kind person, but she has always been naive. She believes people easily. She trusts explanations if they sound sincere. She assumes good intentions unless something is obviously wrong. The man didn't look nervous. He didn't run. He didn't act guilty. He spoke calmly, as if this were all a simple misunderstanding. He even stayed for a bit, continuing to explain himself, as if he wanted to make sure everything felt resolved. Then he walked away. He went to his car and left. What makes that moment especially disturbing is that he didn't even pretend to look for the alleged son he claimed to have lost in the mall. He didn't ask for help. He didn't scan the area. He didn't seem concerned at all about finding a missing child. He just left. At the time, I was too young to understand what that meant. I was crying, shaken, clinging to my godmother. She was upset too, but not in the way you might expect. She didn't fully grasp what had almost happened. To her, it was a strange but harmless misunderstanding. A man made a mistake. A child was returned. End of story. In my family, we talked about it once. Just once. Then we let it die. We buried it. No police report, no follow-up, no long conversations about what could have happened. It became one of those things people quietly agree not to bring up again. Maybe because it was uncomfortable. Maybe because admitting how close it came would have been too frightening. As a child, I didn't question that. Kids accept what adults decide is normal. But as I got older, the story didn't disappear. It came back in pieces, in thoughts, in moments when I imagined alternate versions of my life. Sometimes out of nowhere, I would wonder where I would be now if my godmother hadn't run into that parking lot when she did. If she had been a minute later, if the man had walked faster, If my screaming hadn't drawn attention quickly enough? Those questions don't have answers. And that's what makes them so unsettling. I think about how easily he convinced everyone around us that what was happening was normal. How no one intervened while I was being carried away. How close I came to disappearing without anyone realizing what was happening until it was too late. The scariest part isn't just the man himself. It's how ordinary everything was around him. A mall, a ride, people shopping, life going on. Evil didn't show up in a dramatic way. It showed up disguised as a concerned parent, using words that sounded familiar and safe. As an adult, I understand now that this was almost certainly an attempted kidnapping. The confidence, the lie, the immediate attempt to remove me from a public space. The lack of concern for the imaginary missing child afterward. All of it points in one direction. But knowing that doesn't bring comfort. Instead, it brings a strange sense of vulnerability that never fully goes away. The realization that sometimes safety depends on timing, on chance, on someone looking up at the right moment. I don't blame my godmother. She truly believed what he said. She couldn't imagine that someone would lie so casually about something like that. And back then, people didn't talk about these dangers the way they do now. Stranger danger wasn't a constant conversation. Trust was more freely given. Still, it's hard not to feel unsettled when I think about how easily it could have ended differently. I sometimes wonder what his plan was, where he would have taken me, what would have happened if no one had stopped him. Those thoughts don't lead anywhere good, so I try not to dwell on them too long, but they surface anyway, especially when I hear stories of missing children or see cases where someone wasn't as lucky as I was. What stays with me the most is how powerless I felt in that moment. Being so small, being lifted up and carried away, screaming and not being heard in the way that mattered. It's a feeling that doesn't fully leave you, even as you grow older. That night taught me something I didn't consciously understand until much later. That danger doesn't always look dangerous. That bad intentions can wear a calm face and a believable story. That crowds don't always protect you, and that sometimes survival comes down to a single moment. A person turning around, a voice raised at the right time, a coincidence that interrupts a plan. We never talked about it again in my family. Life moved on. I grew up. The mall became just another place. The memory faded into the background of everything else. But it never fully disappeared. Sometimes when I'm alone with my thoughts, I picture that parking lot, the man walking away, the moment just before my godmother arrived, and I feel a quiet chill run through me, even now, because I know how close I came to vanishing, and I know that if things had gone just a little differently, I might not be here wondering about it at all. I grew up in Brisbane, Australia, and I went to school during the 1970s, a time that now feels very far away, but also strangely vivid in my memory. Society felt different then. There was more freedom for kids in some ways, but also a growing awareness that the world wasn't as safe as people once believed. One of the clearest memories from my childhood isn't a single event, but a constant presence that seemed to surround us everywhere we went. It was the Stranger Danger campaign. It was everywhere, on television, between programs, on billboards you'd pass in the car, on posters at bus stops and in shopping centers. I'm fairly sure it was on the radio too, because I remember hearing the same voice over and over again. Even in print media, newspapers and pamphlets, the message was repeated constantly. The idea was simple and drilled into us relentlessly. Children should never trust strangers. Never go with someone you don't know. Never accept gifts, rides, or help from unfamiliar adults. At the center of all of it was one man. His name was Constable Dave Moore. At the time, he was presented as the perfect face of safety. He was a police officer and he was everywhere. He had a friendly smile, a reassuring tone, and a way of speaking that made adults feel comfortable and made kids feel like they were being looked after. He didn't come across as strict or intimidating. He came across as warm, approachable, and trustworthy, the kind of person you'd expect to protect children. He wasn't just a figure on a screen or a poster. He came into our schools. Like many primary schools across southeast Queensland, ours received visits from him. I still remember the day he came to my classroom. We were young, sitting at our desks, half excited because a police officer was visiting, and half restless because it meant a break from normal lessons. When he walked in, he didn't feel scary or authoritative. He felt friendly, animated, almost like a children's TV personality. He talked to us about strangers, about how some adults might pretend to be nice, or pretend they needed help, or pretend they knew your parents. He told us stories designed to stick in our minds. He made eye contact, he smiled. He used simple language so kids could understand. He made jokes here and there, just enough to keep our attention, and the message was always clear. Do not trust strangers. Do not go with anyone you don't know. Do not believe adults who ask you to keep secrets. At the same time, there was another message woven just as firmly into everything he said, one that felt natural and unquestionable at the time. You can trust police officers. You can trust teachers. You can trust authority figures. That was the framework we were given as children. The world was divided into safe and unsafe, good and bad, stranger and trusted adult. And the police, especially someone like Constable Dave Moore, sat firmly on the safe side of that line. Looking back, it's hard to explain how deeply that message sank in. When you're a child, especially in a school environment, you're conditioned to believe what you're told by adults. When those adults are backed by uniforms, institutions, and constant media reinforcement, you don't question it at all. Why would you? This man was endorsed by the government, by the police force, by schools, by parents. He wasn't just one voice. He was the voice. For years, he remained part of the background of childhood in Brisbane, a symbol of safety, a reminder that danger came from out there, from unknown faces, from people who didn't belong in your life. He was the person teaching us how to protect ourselves. Then, in the early 1980s, everything collapsed. It came out that Constable Dave Moore was not who he claimed to be, not who we were told he was, not who we had been trained to trust. It was discovered that he was a violent pedophile and a rapist of children. Even now, decades later, typing that feels surreal. The man whose entire public role was built around protecting children from predators turned out to be one himself. And not in a minor or ambiguous way. The accusations weren't rumors or misunderstandings. They were real. They were serious, and they were devastating. When the news broke, it sent shockwaves through the community. Parents were horrified. Schools were shaken. People who had grown up seeing his face on posters and television suddenly had to reconcile two completely opposite realities. The trusted policeman, the violent abuser. For those of us who were children during the height of his campaign, the betrayal was profound, even if we didn't fully understand it at the time. As kids, we didn't grasp the full scope of what he had done, but we felt something crack. Something didn't line up anymore. As adults, the horror of it becomes even clearer. This wasn't just a criminal who happened to be a police officer. This was someone placed deliberately and systematically in positions of trust and access to children. Someone who used authority as camouflage. Someone who understood exactly how trust worked and exploited it. The psychological damage of that kind of betrayal runs deep. The stranger danger campaigns taught us to fear the unknown man in the shadows, the mysterious figure offering candy or a ride. They didn't teach us to question the smiling adult in uniform, the man invited into classrooms, the person endorsed by institutions. In fact, they taught the opposite. They taught obedience. They taught trust in authority. And that's what makes this story so disturbing, because it reveals how simplistic those messages were, how dangerous it is to teach children that trust is based on labels instead of behavior, how easily predators can hide in plain sight when they wear the right uniform and say the right words. I know that he was arrested. I know he was convicted. I know he went to prison. The details of his sentencing and incarceration were never something people talked about openly, at least not in the circles I moved in. His name seemed to vanish almost overnight. One moment he was everywhere. The next he was nowhere. That disappearance is telling in itself. There was no long public reckoning, no constant revisiting of the case in the media, at least not decades later. No documentaries replayed endlessly on television. His name faded, almost as if everyone wanted to forget that such a massive failure of trust had ever happened. Of course, people whispered, people speculated, and yes, everyone had the same dark thought about how a pedophile cop would be treated in maximum security prison. It was said quietly, with a kind of grim satisfaction, as if imagining his suffering made the betrayal easier to swallow. But beyond that, silence settled in. It's been close to 40 years now, and I rarely, if ever, hear his name mentioned. New generations grow up with no idea who he was or what role he played. Stranger danger campaigns evolved. The language changed. Awareness became more nuanced. But the damage done by that particular lie can't be undone. For me, what lingers most isn't just anger, it's confusion. How many kids trusted him completely? How many parents encouraged that trust? How many warning signs were ignored because he was one of the good ones? It forces you to confront an uncomfortable truth about how society works. Institutions are made of people. Uniforms don't guarantee morality. Titles don't equal safety. And when someone with power chooses to abuse it, the harm multiplies because of how many people believed in them. As a child, I remember feeling reassured when he spoke. I remember thinking that the world made sense. Strangers were dangerous, police were safe, teachers were safe. Adults who spoke kindly and confidently were safe. That framework didn't survive adulthood. Learning the truth about Constable Dave Moore didn't just change how I viewed him. It changed how I viewed authority itself. It planted a seed of skepticism that never fully went away. Not an unhealthy paranoia, but a quiet awareness that trust should never be automatic. I think about how many children were taught lessons by him, sitting cross-legged on classroom floors, listening intently, believing every word. I think about how many of those same children, years later, learned what he really was. That kind of revelation doesn't just shock you, it rearranges your understanding of safety. What makes this story especially haunting is how effective he was. He wasn't awkward, he wasn't suspicious, he wasn't visibly dangerous. He was personable, likable, and convincing, which is exactly why he was chosen as the face of the campaign. And that's the lesson that sticks. Predators don't always look like threats. They don't always lurk in dark alleys. Sometimes they stand at the front of classrooms wearing uniforms, smiling for cameras. The Stranger Danger campaign wasn't entirely wrong. Children do need to be cautious, but it was incomplete in a way that proved catastrophic. It taught kids who not to trust, without teaching them how to recognize danger when it wears a familiar face. Even now, so many years later, thinking about it gives me a strange, unsettled feeling. Not fear exactly, but a kind of cold awareness. A reminder that safety messages, no matter how well-intentioned, can become dangerous if they simplify the world too much. I don't hear his name anymore. It's like it was erased from public memory. But for those of us who grew up seeing his face everywhere, who sat in classrooms listening to him speak, the knowledge never fully disappears. It sits there quietly, a reminder that trust should always be earned. never assumed. That authority should always be questioned gently but firmly, and that sometimes the people telling you how to stay safe are the very ones you should be most careful around. That realization didn't come when I was a child. It came later, slowly, painfully, as the truth surfaced. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. I didn't hear this story directly from the man it happened to. I heard it from my ex-girlfriend, who told it the way family stories usually get told, carefully with certain details repeated and others left vague, like everyone involved still felt uneasy, even talking about it. It was about her uncle, and even though it wasn't something she experienced herself, the fear in her voice when she talked about it made it feel real in a way that stuck with me. Her uncle lived in West Virginia, deep in the mountains in a part of the state where towns are small, roads are narrow, and darkness feels heavier than it does anywhere else. If you've never been there, it's hard to explain just how isolated some of those areas are. Long stretches of road without houses, no cell service, thick forest pressing in from both sides. At night, the mountains swallow sound and light, and you can drive for miles without seeing another car. People who grow up there learn certain instincts early. You don't stop for just anything. You pay attention to the road, you trust your gut, and you listen when stories circulate, because in places like that, stories often come from something real. According to my ex, there was a period of time when people in that area were on edge because of rumors about a serial killer operating in the mountains. This wasn't something plastered all over national news, at least not at first. It was more local. Whispers, warnings passed from neighbor to neighbor. Be careful on that road. Don't stop if you see something strange. Lock your doors. What made it worse was how this killer supposedly worked. The story went that he targeted lone drivers, especially at night on secluded mountain roads, places where help was far away and visibility was poor. One bridge, in particular, became infamous. It was an old bridge, narrow, crossing over a deep drop surrounded by trees, the kind of bridge where you slow down automatically, where your headlights only show a small stretch of road ahead, and where stopping feels natural if something is blocking the way. That's where the killer set his trap. According to the story, he would use the body of a previous victim. He would place it on the bridge in such a way that a driver coming along would see it and instinctively stop. A body lying in the road is not something you can ignore easily. Most people would assume there had been an accident, someone hurt, someone who needed help. And that's what he counted on. The passerby would stop, get out of their car, maybe call out, maybe step closer to see if the person was alive. And that's when the killer would strike, emerging from the darkness while the driver's attention was focused on the body. In a place like that, with no witnesses and nowhere to run, it wouldn't take long. Whether every detail of that story was confirmed or not almost doesn't matter. What matters is that people believed it enough to change their behavior, enough to keep driving when they saw something that would normally force them to stop, enough to tell each other over and over, "Don't get out of your car." My ex's uncle knew about these stories. He wasn't someone who brushed off local warnings. He spent his life in those mountains. He understood that danger out there didn't always announce itself loudly. Sometimes it waited quietly. One night, he was driving alone. It was late, well past the time most people were off the roads. The kind of night where the sky is pitch black and the trees form a tunnel around you. His headlights cut through the darkness, but only just enough to show what was immediately in front of him. He approached that bridge. As he got closer, his headlights caught something lying across the road. A body. Not debris, not an animal. A human body sprawled on the bridge. Every instinct a normal person has would tell them to stop, to help, to check if the person was alive, to do something. That reaction is hardwired into us. Ignoring a body in the road goes against everything we're taught about being human. But in that split second, the stories flooded his mind. The rumors, the warnings, the repeated advice not to stop. The image of someone waiting just out of sight, hidden by darkness and trees, watching to see if he would take the bait. He didn't slow down. He didn't get out. He didn't even stop the car. He drove straight through the bridge, past the body, heart pounding, adrenaline surging, every muscle in his body tense. According to my ex, he said that moment felt unreal, like his body was acting on instinct while his mind lagged behind, screaming at him to do something else. He didn't look back. He kept driving until he reached a place where he felt safe enough to pull over. Then he called the police and reported exactly what he had seen. A body on the bridge, the location, the direction he was coming from. Everything he could remember. The police responded. I don't know all the details of what they found or what followed. My ex didn't either, or at least she didn't share them. In family stories like this, the ending is often less important than the moment itself. The moment where a decision is made, where stopping or not stopping could mean the difference between life and death. What stuck with me wasn't just the idea of a serial killer. Horrifying as that is, it's something we've all heard about before. What stuck with me was the method. Using a body as bait, turning basic human decency into a weapon, forcing people to choose between compassion and survival. That kind of cruelty gets under your skin because it corrupts something fundamental. It takes advantage of the instinct to help, the reflex to stop when someone is hurt, and turns it into a death sentence. I keep thinking about what it must have felt like to see that body on the bridge, knowing exactly what it might mean. By knowing that stopping could get you killed, knowing that not stopping meant driving past someone who might still be alive, even if logically you suspected they weren't. That's not a choice anyone should have to make. And yet, in that moment, my ex's uncle made the right one. If the stories were true, if the killer really was nearby, waiting, then driving on, likely saved his life. The fact that he still called the police afterwards says a lot about him. He didn't just ignore it and forget. He did what he could without putting himself directly in danger. It's scary to think about how close he came to disaster. If he hadn't heard the rumors, if he hadn't believed them, if he had been a little more tired, if his instincts had leaned toward stopping instead of fleeing, the outcome could have been very different. Now, what makes the story even more unsettling is how plausible it feels in a place like that. Remote mountains, narrow roads, long response times, darkness that hides movement. It's the kind of environment where someone with bad intentions could operate for longer than they ever could in a city. It also makes you question how many other people might have stopped before the warnings spread, how many victims came before the pattern was recognized, how many times someone did the right thing and paid for it with their life. Even now, just thinking about it gives me chills. It's one thing to imagine danger jumping out at you. It's another to imagine danger waiting patiently, using empathy as a lure. That kind of threat rewires how you see the world. It teaches you that sometimes survival means doing something that feels wrong in the moment. Yeah, driving past a body on a bridge goes against every moral instinct we're raised with. But in that situation, it may have been the only way to live. I've never driven through those mountains myself, but whenever I hear stories like this, I think about how differently people in isolated places have to think. City instincts don't always work in rural areas. Trusting that help is nearby can be a fatal mistake, and what haunts me most is how quiet it all sounds. No screaming, no chase. Just a dark road, a body in the headlights, and a decision made in seconds. My ex's uncle never saw the killer. He never saw anyone step out of the shadows. All he saw was the bait. And sometimes that's worse, because it means the danger stayed hidden, close enough to strike, but never revealed. Scary to think about, doesn't even begin to cover it. It's the kind of story that makes you sit a little longer in your car at night, doors locked, engine running, wondering what you would do if your headlights suddenly picked out something lying in the road ahead, and hoping you never have to find out. If tonight's story stayed with you, leave a like. Subscribe if you're drawn to the quiet kind of horror, the kind that doesn't need to shout. Some things don't chase you, they just wait. This is LURK. I'll see you next time. When I first read about this story, it stayed with me in a way that very few news stories ever have. It wasn't because of shock value or graphic details. It was because of how quietly horrifying it was, and how easy it was to imagine every step of what those children must have gone through. Even now, thinking about it makes my chest feel heavy. This happened in Greece, in an abandoned building that was already marked for demolition. The kind of place no one pays attention to anymore. Windows broken or boarded up, doors hanging loose, dust everywhere. A place adults walk past without a second glance. But to kids, especially boys, places like that can feel like adventure. Mystery, somewhere forbidden and exciting. Somewhere that feels like a secret world. The two boys were brothers. One was 8 years old, the other was 6. Still very young, barely old enough to fully understand danger, but old enough to be curious and brave in that careless way children often are. They didn't go there with bad intentions. They weren't trying to hurt anyone or cause serious trouble. They were just kids exploring a place they shouldn't have been, doing what kids do when there's no adult around to stop them. At some point, they entered the elevator. That alone is terrifying to think about. An elevator in an abandoned building is already unsafe. No maintenance, no inspections, no guarantee that anything works the way it should. But children don't think like that. To them, an elevator is just a box that moves, something familiar, something they've ridden countless times before in malls or apartments. While inside the elevator, they decided to cut the power to the building. No one knows exactly why. Maybe it felt like a game. Maybe they wanted to see what would happen. Maybe they had seen adults flip switches or pull breakers before. Kids experiment. They don't understand consequences the way adults do. They don't imagine worst-case scenarios. When the power went out, the elevator stopped. Just like that. The doors didn't open. The lights likely went dark or dim. The elevator froze between floors, sealed shut inside a building no one was using, no one checking, no one listening. The boys were trapped. At first, they probably didn't panic. Or maybe they did, but in a confused, scattered way. Kids often don't immediately understand that a situation is truly dangerous. They might have laughed nervously, pressed buttons, tried to pry the doors open. They might have called out, assuming someone would hear them. But no one did. This building was abandoned, scheduled for demolition. That means no workers, no guards, no cleaners, no residents. Just empty space and silence. Imagine being that small, inside a metal box, with no way out, no idea how long you'll be there, and no adult to help you. The fear wouldn't come all at once. It would build slowly, turning from confusion into panic. They would have screamed, they would have cried, they would have banged on the walls and the doors until their hands hurt, until their throats were raw, until exhaustion forced them to stop. But even then, they wouldn't understand why no one was coming. For a while, they might have believed help was on the way. Children often do. They trust that adults will fix things, that someone will notice they're missing, that someone will hear them, eventually. But hours would pass, then more hours. The elevator wouldn't move, the doors wouldn't open, the darkness would feel thicker, the air would feel stale. Hunger would begin as a dull ache, then grow sharper. Thirst would become unbearable, and still no one came. At some point, they would have realized this wasn't a short delay. This wasn't a broken ride that would restart. This was something else, something worse. It's almost impossible to imagine the fear they must have felt at that realization. Two children alone, trapped, completely powerless. They would have cried for their parents, called each other's names, held on to each other. The younger one likely clung to the older one, trusting him to know what to do. The older one, only 8 years old, forced into a role he was never meant to have. Protector, comforter, decision-maker, all while being just as scared. Time would have lost meaning. Inside an elevator, there's no sense of day or night, no windows, no sunlight, no way to mark hours passing. Hunger and thirst would be the only clocks. Fatigue would blur their thoughts. Panic would come in waves. Eventually, their bodies would start to weaken. Without food and water, children deteriorate quickly, much faster than adults. Their energy would drain. Their voices would grow quieter. Screaming would turn into sobbing, then into silence broken only by occasional whimpers. The details that were reported later make the story even harder to bear. They were found dead, starved, and covered in their own feces and urine. That isn't meant to be sensational. It's the brutal reality of what happens when the body shuts down in a confined space. When fear and weakness strip away dignity, when survival becomes impossible. That detail alone tells you how long they were trapped. This wasn't a few hours. This wasn't even a single day. This was long enough for their bodies to completely fail. Long enough for them to be too weak to move properly, too weak to cry, too weak to help each other. One of them died first. That thought is unbearable. One brother watching the other fade, watching him stop responding, not understanding why, not knowing what death really is, only knowing that something is terribly wrong. The older one might have tried to shake the younger, called his name, promised him they would be rescued, promised him their parents were coming, and then realizing he was alone. Imagine being 8 years old and experiencing that. He's sitting in a dark elevator with the body of your younger brother, hungry, thirsty, exhausted, terrified, grieving, and knowing, on some level, that no one is coming. How long did he live after that? Hours? A day? We don't know. But we know he lived long enough to understand loss before he died himself. That detail is what wrecked me when I read about this story. It's not just that 2 children died. It's the way they died. Slowly, quietly, hidden from the world, with no one to comfort them, no one to tell them it would be okay, no one to hold them and take away their fear. This wasn't an accident that happened in a second. It wasn't instant, it was drawn out. And every moment of it must have felt endless to them. What makes this even worse is how preventable it was. If the building had been properly secured, if the power controls had been inaccessible, if the elevator doors had been locked, if someone had checked the building regularly, if someone had heard them, if someone had noticed they were missing sooner. So many small failures stacked on top of each other, all leading to this outcome. It also raises painful questions about how long it took for anyone to realize what had happened. How long were those boys missing before anyone started searching? Did people assume they were playing somewhere else? Did time slip by before the alarm was raised? By the time they were found, it was far too late. I try not to imagine the moment they were discovered, but it's hard not to. The silence inside that elevator, the smell, the realization of what had happened. The shock of knowing that 2 children had been suffering in that space while the world moved on above them. Stories like this force you to confront how fragile life really is, especially for children, how quickly curiosity can turn into tragedy, how a single bad decision made without understanding can trap someone in a situation they cannot escape from. It also highlights how dangerous abandoned places really are. Adults romanticize them sometimes. Urban exploration, forgotten buildings, empty spaces. But those places are full of hidden hazards, unstable structures, broken systems, locked spaces with no safety measures. To a child, An abandoned building doesn't look dangerous. It looks like a playground, a castle, a mystery to be solved. And that's what makes this so heartbreaking. These boys weren't doing anything unusual for their age. They weren't reckless in a way that feels malicious. They were just kids being kids in a world that failed to protect them. I keep thinking about their parents. The moment they realized something was wrong. The moment they learned where their children were found. There is no language strong enough to describe that kind of pain. No way to make sense of it. No closure that could ever exist. And I think about how quiet this story was. It wasn't a massive international headline for long. It didn't dominate the news cycle for weeks. Like many tragedies involving children, it appeared, horrified people briefly, and then faded. But it shouldn't fade, because stories like this matter, not as horror, but as warning, as reminder, as proof that safety isn't automatic and that negligence, or even unintentional, can kill. This story destroyed me because it made me imagine something no one should ever have to imagine. Two brothers alone in the dark, facing hunger, fear, and death together, holding on to each other until one couldn't anymore. The thought of them crying hysterically at first, then becoming too weak to cry at all, is unbearable. The thought of silence replacing screams is worse. The thought of one brother dying and the other having to live with that reality, even briefly before dying himself, feels like a cruelty beyond words. There was no monster in this story, no villain in the traditional sense, no malicious person actively harming them. Just neglect, abandonment, broken systems, locked doors, and that almost makes it worse, because it means this could happen again, somewhere in some forgotten place. There are still abandoned buildings, broken elevators, unsafe spaces, curious children, gaps in supervision, assumptions that nothing will happen. This story reminds us that something always can happen, that safety measures exist for a reason, that abandoned doesn't mean harmless, that silence doesn't mean peace, and that children rely completely on the adults and systems around them to keep them alive. Every time I think about those boys, I feel a mix of sadness, anger, and helplessness. Sadness for their suffering, anger at how easily it could have been prevented, helplessness because nothing can undo what they went through. That story didn't scare me in a traditional way. It didn't make me jump or feel adrenaline. It wrecked me slowly, the way grief does, the way imagining someone else's pain can leave a permanent mark. And even now, long after reading about it, I still find myself thinking about them in quiet moments, wondering what they were saying to each other, wondering if they held hands, wondering if the older one tried to be brave until the very end. Some stories don't need monsters, ghosts, or violence to be terrifying. Sometimes all it takes is two kids, a broken elevator, and a world that never heard them screaming. An older friend of mine was a U.S. Marine. He doesn't talk about his service often, and when he does, he never sounds proud or dramatic. There's no excitement in his voice, no sense that he's telling a war story. It always feels more like he's opening a door to something he normally keeps locked, letting a little of it spill out before quietly closing it again. He was medically discharged, and even that phrase feels too clean and simple for what he actually carried home with him. The story he shared with me once is the scariest thing I've ever heard come from someone I know personally. Not because it sounded like a movie, but because it didn't. It sounded disjointed, heavy, and unfinished, like a memory that still lives inside him instead of something that happened a long time ago. He was on patrol somewhere in Afghanistan. See, he never said exactly where, and I never asked. The way he talked about it made it clear that the location itself didn't matter. What mattered was the moment. He was part of a small team, 6 Marines moving through an area that had already been damaged by fighting. Buildings were partially collapsed, streets torn up, debris everywhere. Places like that mess with your head, he said, because nothing looks stable and anything can hide something lethal. They were alert, but it wasn't chaos. Patrols like that often settled into a strange rhythm. You're tense, but you're also moving, scanning, listening, watching for changes. He said that sometimes the most dangerous moments don't feel dangerous at first. They feel almost boring, and that's what makes them deadly. At some point, a truck pulled out from a wrecked building ahead of them. That alone was enough to make everyone lock in. A vehicle coming out of a destroyed structure isn't normal. It's not someone going about their day. It's a question mark. And in that environment, question marks are treated like threats until proven otherwise. The truck started driving toward them, not fast, but not hesitant either. Just moving, closing distance. My friend and the rest of his team raised their weapons and aimed at the truck while it was still moving. They were trained for this exact situation. Commands would have been shouted, hands tight on triggers, eyes fixed, every second stretched thin. The truck stopped about 40 feet away. That's close, closer than most people realize when they picture combat. 40 feet isn't a distant speck. It's across a small room, across a short street. You can see faces at that distance. You can see body language. You can see intent. Then the doors opened. 8 men got out. 4 of them were carrying AK-style rifles. The other 4 were wearing vests. Not armor, suicide vests. The moment confirmed what everyone already feared. They didn't hesitate. They didn't shout. They didn't try to talk. They rushed the squad. Everything that happened next happened fast, but not fast enough to blur together in my friend's memory. He remembered details in a way that haunted him. Who was where, how close they were, the sound of boots on broken ground, the way adrenaline sharpens everything instead of softening it. The squad opened fire. Rounds hit bodies, people fell. One of the attackers, the one holding a dead man's switch, kept coming. A dead man's switch is designed so that if the person holding it releases pressure, the device detonates. It's a final guarantee. There's no bargaining with someone holding one, no disarming them safely. The only way to stop it is to stop the person. That man got close, too close. He was killed just before he reached the squad, but killing him wasn't enough. The moment he died, the device detonated. My friend didn't describe it in cinematic terms. He didn't talk about fireballs or shockwaves the way movies do. He said it was like the world punched him, like everything turned white and loud at the same time, like being slammed by something you never saw coming, even though you knew it was coming. It wasn't a normal explosion, it was a dirty bomb. A dirty bomb isn't about a massive blast. It's about shrapnel and radiation, metal fragments packed into an explosive. Combined with radioactive material designed to contaminate everything and everyone nearby. The goal isn't just to kill in the moment, it's to poison whoever survives. All 6 of them were hit almost point blank. Dozens of metal fragments tore through their bodies, tiny pieces, jagged and fast, ripping into flesh, embedding themselves in muscle, bone, organs. At the same time, they were exposed to radiation at extremely close range. Not enough to kill instantly, but enough to leave a mark that would follow them for the rest of their lives. My friend said it didn't hurt right away the way you'd expect. Pain came later. At first, there was confusion, ringing ears, a sense that something was wrong, but no clear picture of what. He remembered trying to move and realizing his leg didn't feel right. He remembered looking at the others and seeing blood, smoke, dust, and expressions he still can't fully describe. 4 of them died, not all at once, not cleanly. They died from injuries, complications, and the aftermath. Some died there, some later. My friend doesn't like to separate it into timelines. To him, they're just gone. 3 of the survivors developed cancer. Radiation doesn't announce itself immediately. It waits. It damages cells quietly, invisibly, until months or years later, something grows where it shouldn't. My friend watched men he served with survive the explosion, survive surgeries, survive recovery, only to be told later that their bodies were failing them from the inside out. As for him, he still has more than 15 metal fragments embedded in his hip. They couldn't remove all of them, as some were too close to nerves, some were too deep, some were safer to leave than to try to take out. So he carries them. Every step, every movement, every cold day when his hip aches and reminds him of where they came from. That's what medically discharged means in his case. It means shrapnel that never leaves. It means radiation exposure that will always be a question mark hanging over his future. It means memories that don't fade because they're tied to physical sensations. Pain, stiffness, fatigue, doctor visits, scans, tests, waiting rooms. It also means living with the knowledge that 4 men died next to you and you didn't. He doesn't talk much about survivor's guilt, but you can hear it in the pauses, in the way his voice changes when he mentions numbers instead of names, in the way he downplays his own injuries while casually mentioning cancer like it's just another side effect. What struck me most when he told this story wasn't just the violence, it was how matter-of-fact he was about it. Not because it didn't affect him, but because it affected him so deeply that there was no room left for dramatics. He said something once that stuck with me. He said the worst part wasn't the explosion. It wasn't even the injuries. It was realizing how close they were. 40 feet. That's it. He said that when people imagine war, they imagine distance. Snipers, drones, bombs falling from the sky. But sometimes it's just a handful of people standing close enough to see each other breathe, and one moment decides who goes home and who doesn't. He also talked about how unfair it felt afterward. The attackers were dead. Their part was over, but the damage they caused kept going, kept spreading through hospital rooms, through funerals, through long-term illnesses, through families trying to understand why someone came back different or didn't come back at all. He never talks about politics. He never talks about whether the war was right or wrong. He talks about bodies, about consequences, about how violence doesn't stop when the noise does. Even years later, he still goes in for checkups, still gets scans, still wonders if something new will show up. Cancer is a shadow that never fully leaves once you've been exposed like that. Every ache becomes suspicious. Every test result feels loaded. He walks with a slight limp some days. Other days he looks fine. That's another thing people don't understand. You don't always see the damage. Sometimes it's hidden under clothes, under skin, under silence. When he told me this story, there was a long pause afterward. Neither of us spoke. There wasn't anything to say that wouldn't feel small or wrong. Saying "I'm sorry" felt useless. Saying "thank you for your service" felt even worse. What do you thank someone for when their service cost them their friends, their health, and their peace? The story scared me in a way no horror movie ever could. Because this wasn't a story meant to scare, it was just something that happened. Something real, something that could happen again to someone else, somewhere else, right now. It made me think about how close ordinary life sits next to unimaginable violence, how people go from standing in a street with their friends to being blown apart in seconds, how the aftermath stretches on quietly, long after the news stops caring. My friend survived, but survival came with a price. Metal in his body, radiation in his past, cancer around the corner for others. Memories that don't soften with time. When people talk about war in abstract terms, it feels distant, strategic, historical. But when someone you know looks at you and tells you that 4 people died 40 feet away from him, and that he still carries pieces of that moment inside his body, it stops being abstract. It becomes personal. And the scariest part is knowing that for him, this isn't a story he heard or read. It's something he lived, something that still lives with him, and something that will never really be over, no matter how many years pass. This is one of those stories that feels unreal the first time you hear it, like something pulled from a gothic novel rather than real life. But the most disturbing part is that it actually happened, and not in some distant ancient time either. It happened in a world with neighbors, laws, letters, and people who could have helped if they had known. That's what makes it so hard to sit with. The cruelty wasn't sudden, it wasn't impulsive. It was slow, deliberate, and sustained for decades. Blanche Monnier was born into a wealthy, respected family in France. From the outside, they appeared proper, refined, and well-connected. Her mother was socially prominent and deeply concerned with reputation, class, and appearances. Blanche herself was known as a beautiful young woman, as someone who was expected to make a suitable marriage that would further the family's standing. But Blanche fell in love with a man her mother did not approve of. That single fact sealed her fate. The man Blanche wanted to marry did not meet her mother's standards. Whether it was his social status, his finances, his politics, or simply the fact that Blanche had chosen him for herself, rather than submitting to her mother's wishes, we'll never fully know. What is clear is that her mother saw the relationship as unacceptable and intolerable, and rather than allowing her daughter to make her own choices, she decided to erase the problem entirely. Blanche was locked away, not for days, not for weeks, but for 25 years. She was confined to a small, dark room in the family home. The windows were shuttered. Light barely entered. The air was stale. She was placed on a straw mattress, not a bed, and left there like an object that had been put into storage rather than a living person. The door was kept locked. She was isolated from the world completely. At first, Blanche resisted. She begged. She cried. She pleaded to be let out, to see people, to live her life. But time has a way of crushing resistance when there is no hope and no escape. Days turned into months. Months into years. Eventually, her protests faded, not because she accepted her fate, but because her body and mind could no longer sustain the effort. Food was provided sporadically and cruelly, scraps, leftovers, sometimes food that had already gone bad. There was no care taken to ensure nutrition, cleanliness, or dignity. She was almost starved, kept alive but barely. Over time, her weight dropped to a horrifying level. When she was finally found, she weighed around 25 kilograms, roughly 55 pounds. That is the weight of a small child, not an adult woman. There was no proper sanitation. She was not allowed to bathe. She had no toilet. Waste accumulated in the room. Old food was left to rot. Insects crawled freely around her mattress, the floor, the walls. Bugs lived in the space with her, feeding on the same scraps and filth that surrounded her. Over time, layers of grime, decay, and bodily waste built up around her. People later described a crust-like buildup formed from food scraps, excrement, and neglect that had never been cleaned away. It's difficult to even imagine what that environment would do to a human being. Human beings are not meant to live without light, without touch, without movement, without clean air, without social contact. Blanche was deprived of all of it. Her senses were dulled and distorted. Her sense of time disappeared. Her understanding of reality fractured. And all of this happened while life went on normally in the rest of the house. Her mother continued to live her life. She attended social events, maintained her reputation, spoke with neighbors, presented herself as respectable and proper. Blanche's brother also lived in the house. He knew Blanche was there. He knew she was locked away. He did nothing to stop it. That fact is almost as horrifying as the imprisonment itself. Blanche was not hidden in some remote location. She was locked in a room in a house where people lived their daily lives. Meals were eaten, conversations were held, guests may have visited, and all the while just beyond a locked door, a woman was being slowly destroyed. The only reason Blanche was eventually found was because of an anonymous letter. Someone, we still don't know who, sent a letter to the authorities describing the situation. The letter claimed that a woman had been imprisoned in her mother's home for decades, living in appalling conditions. At first, the claim seemed unbelievable. It sounded too extreme, too cruel to be true. But authorities decided to investigate. When police entered the house and forced their way into the locked room, they were confronted with a scene that shocked even seasoned officials. The smell alone was overwhelming. The room was dark, filthy, and crawling with insects. Blanche was found lying on her straw mattress, barely recognizable as a human being. She was emaciated to the point of looking skeletal. Her skin was in terrible condition. Her hair was matted. She was covered in filth. She had not seen sunlight in years. She had been reduced to something her captors no longer seemed to view as a person. When they removed her from the room, she reacted in ways that revealed just how deeply damaged she was. Light hurt her eyes, sounds overwhelmed her. Human contact frightened her. The world outside the room was no longer familiar or safe. She had been conditioned to darkness, silence, and isolation. Her mother was arrested. Shortly after, she died. Some people see this as a form of cosmic justice. Others see it as deeply unsatisfying. She never truly faced the consequences of what she had done. She never had to live with the same suffering she inflicted. She never had to endure even a fraction of what Blanche endured. The brother, who had lived in the house and allowed this to happen, was put on trial. He was acquitted. The reasoning was that he had not physically imprisoned Blanche himself, and that the legal responsibility fell on the mother. This legal outcome is one of the most infuriating parts of the story, because while he may not have locked the door with his own hands, he lived with the knowledge of what was happening and chose silence over action for decades. Blanche survived her rescue, but survival is not the same as recovery. The damage done to her body and mind was profound and permanent. After 25 years of deprivation, her ability to eat normally was severely impaired. She developed serious eating disorders. Her relationship with food had been completely warped by starvation and neglect. She also developed behaviors that reflected the extreme conditions she had been forced to live in. One of the most disturbing was coprophilia, the act of eating feces. This is not a moral failing or a choice in such cases. It is a trauma response. When a person is deprived of food and dignity for long enough, survival instincts override all normal boundaries. What once was unthinkable becomes normalized. Her mental health suffered enormously. She developed schizophrenia and other severe psychiatric conditions. Her grasp on reality was fragile. Years of sensory deprivation, isolation, and abuse had reshaped her brain. She struggled with paranoia, delusions, and emotional instability. Social interaction was difficult, sometimes impossible. She spent the rest of her life institutionalized, receiving care but never truly free of the consequences of her imprisonment. The world she returned to was not the world she had left. It had changed beyond recognition, and she herself had been changed beyond repair. There are photographs of Blanche after her rescue. Those images are difficult to forget once you've seen them. They don't feel like historical artifacts. They feel invasive, like glimpses into suffering that no one should ever have had to endure. The images show a person who looks more like a ghost than a woman. Eyes hollow, body ravaged, presence fragile. People often say the photos haunt them forever, and it's not an exaggeration. What makes this story especially horrifying is not just the abuse itself, but the motivation behind it. This wasn't done out of desperation. It wasn't done because of poverty or war or chaos. It was done because a mother wanted control, because she valued social standing and obedience more than her daughter's humanity, because she believed she had the right to decide her daughter's entire existence. Blanche's only crime was wanting to marry someone she loved. That's it. No violence, no rebellion, no scandal, just love and autonomy, and for that, she lost 25 years of her life. This story forces you to confront uncomfortable truths about abuse that doesn't look like what people expect. Abuse doesn't always involve shouting or bruises or visible chaos. Sometimes it wears the mask of respectability. Sometimes it hides behind closed doors in beautiful homes. Sometimes it's enforced quietly through control, isolation, and silence. It also shows how powerful family dynamics can be, especially when combined with social pressure and unquestioned authority. Blanche's mother was able to do what she did because no one challenged her, because her position in society protected her, because people assumed that a respectable woman could not possibly be doing something so monstrous, and because the people closest to Blanche failed her, again and again. When people ask why stories like this still matter, the answer is simple. Because they show how easily cruelty can be normalized when it happens slowly. Because they remind us that not all prisons have bars. And because they force us to examine how often society looks away when something makes it uncomfortable. Blanche Monnier didn't disappear overnight. She vanished gradually behind a locked door while life went on around her. Birthdays were celebrated, meals were eaten, conversations were had, all while she lay in darkness, wasting away. That's what makes the story unbearable. Not just the suffering itself, but the indifference that allowed it to continue for a quarter of a century. When Blanche was finally freed, people spoke of rescue and justice. But rescue came too late. Justice barely came at all. What she lost could never be returned. Youth, love, choice. A normal life. She lived the rest of her years carrying the consequences of a decision she never made. This story stays with people because it strips away comforting illusions. It shows that the worst horrors don't always come from strangers or monsters. Sometimes they come from family, from respectability, from love twisted into ownership. And once you understand that, once you really sit with it, it becomes impossible to forget. Blanche Monnier survived, but she was never truly free. And that might be the most haunting part of all. This is one of those stories that doesn't sound real when you first hear it, but the more you think about it, the worse it gets. It isn't frightening because of violence or mystery. It's frightening because of how quiet it was, how unnoticed it was, and how easily it could happen to almost anyone. My girlfriend's parents live near a very busy motorway. It's one of those roads that never really sleeps. Day or night, there's always traffic. Cars, trucks, buses, headlights streaming past non-stop. People who live nearby get used to the noise. It becomes background sound, something you barely notice after a while. One Friday night, a man was riding his motorbike home after a long shift at work. From what was later pieced together, he was exhausted. He wasn't speeding. If anything, he was riding slowly, carefully, just trying to get home safely after a long day. He wasn't drunk. He wasn't reckless. He was doing what millions of people do every week, commuting home and expecting to sleep in their own bed. Somewhere along that motorway, another driver came up behind him. For reasons no one will ever fully know, the driver of the car became impatient. Maybe they thought the bike was going too slowly. Maybe they were tired, angry, distracted, or just didn't care. What is known is that the car hit the motorbike, knocking the rider off. And then the driver didn't stop. They didn't pull over. They didn't call for help. They didn't check if the man was alive. They just drove away, disappearing into the flow of traffic like nothing had happened. The motorbike ended up damaged and abandoned on the motorway, but the rider himself didn't die immediately. That's the part that's hardest to accept. Somehow, after being knocked off the bike, he ended up in the central reservation of the motorway, the narrow strip between lanes often lined with barriers, grass, or concrete. A place designed to separate traffic, not protect people. From the road, it's not a place you expect to see someone standing or lying, especially at night, especially when cars are moving fast. He was injured, badly injured, but he was alive. And then, nothing happened. No one stopped. No one noticed. Hundreds of cars passed by. Thousands, probably. Headlights flashing past, engines roaring, people focused on their own destinations. Some drivers may have seen something out of the corner of their eye and assumed it was debris, a shadow, a reflection, something that didn't register as a human being. The man was hidden just enough from view that he wasn't obvious, not clearly visible from the lanes, not in a place where drivers expect to see a person. The motorway kept moving, indifferent, relentless. He lay there, injured, alone, and dying. From what authorities later determined, he didn't die quickly. It was a slow, painful death, the kind that stretches on, where shock fades and pain sets in, where confusion mixes with fear, where you realize help isn't coming, even though you can hear people all around you. That's the part that haunts me the most. He could hear cars, he could hear life continuing, he could hear the world moving on without him, all while he lay there, unable to get up, unable to signal for help, unable to make himself seen. Imagine that kind of terror. You're injured, possibly bleeding internally, and maybe unable to move your legs properly. Your phone might be broken or out of reach. Even if you had it, would it work? Would you be conscious enough to use it? Would anyone know where you are? Every passing minute, your strength drains away. Your body grows colder. Pain pulses through you. You try to shout, but the sound of traffic drowns everything out. Even if you scream, no one hears you. Or if they do, they don't understand what they're hearing. He was right there, and no one knew. The truly disturbing part is how long it took before anyone even realized something was wrong. The man didn't make it home that night, but people miss a night sometimes. Phones die. People crash at a friend's place. Sometimes you're just exhausted and sleep through alarms. There was no immediate reason for panic. Saturday passed. Sunday passed. It wasn't until Monday, when he didn't show up for work, that concern really set in. Co-workers noticed. They tried to reach him. Calls went unanswered. Messages weren't read. That's when the situation shifted from maybe he's just unavailable to something is wrong. Search efforts began. Authorities started looking for him. They retraced possible routes. Eventually, they found his motorbike, damaged, abandoned. That confirmed everyone's worst fear. He'd been in an accident, but even then, they didn't find him. Think about how terrifying that must have been for his family, knowing he'd crashed, but not knowing where he was, not knowing if he was alive or dead, not knowing if he was hurt somewhere, waiting for help, or already gone. Days went by, and then, finally, someone saw him. His body was found in the central reservation of the motorway, the same motorway where traffic had been flowing nonstop, the same place hundreds of people had driven past every hour. He had been there the whole time, dead. When investigators put everything together, they realized the truth was far worse than a fatal crash. He hadn't died on impact. He had survived the initial collision, which means that after being hit, after being thrown from his bike, after being left behind by the driver who caused it, he had been alive for some time, long enough to suffer, long enough to feel fear, long enough to hope, at least at first, that someone would notice him. But no one did. That realization changes everything. This wasn't just a hit and run. It was abandonment. It was negligence. It was a man being left to die in one of the busiest places imaginable, completely invisible. When people talk about dying alone, they usually imagine isolation, a remote place, a forest, a desert, somewhere far from civilization. This man died alone, in the middle of it, surrounded by people, surrounded by movement, surrounded by noise, and still invisible. I can't stop thinking about what those hours must have been like. Lying there, injured, listening to cars rush past, wondering why no one was stopping, wondering if anyone even saw him, wondering how long he could hold on. Did he think help was coming at first? Most people would. After an accident on a motorway, you expect emergency services, you expect traffic to stop, you expect chaos. Instead, there was nothing. Did he try to move and realize he couldn't? Did he feel his strength fading? Did he understand at some point that he wasn't going to be rescued? Those thoughts are unbearable. What makes this story even harder to process is how random it was. This wasn't a dangerous lifestyle. This wasn't someone taking extreme risks. This was a tired man riding home from work, someone's co-worker, someone's friend, someone's family member. One impatient driver made a decision. One person chose not to stop. And that decision didn't just cause an accident. It caused a slow death. The motorway didn't care. The cars didn't stop. The systems designed to detect incidents failed. Human attention failed. Assumptions took over. If something were wrong, someone else would handle it. That's a terrifying thought. How many times do we pass by something slightly out of place and assume it's nothing? How many times do we think someone else has already reported it? How many times do we keep going because stopping feels inconvenient or uncertain? This story forces you to confront the fact that sometimes no one else is paying attention. The central reservation is meant to be a buffer, a safety feature, but in this case, it became a hiding place, a place where a human being could disappear in plain sight. It also highlights how vulnerable motorcyclists are. One impact can send them flying. One careless driver can end their life. And if no one takes responsibility, the consequences multiply. I think about his final moments more than I want to. The pain, the fear, the confusion, the loneliness, and above all, the sound of traffic continuing like nothing had happened. That sound must have been unbearable. Every car that passed without stopping was another reminder that help wasn't coming. Another reminder that he was unseen. This story isn't dramatic in the way people expect horror to be. There's no monster, no chase, no sudden shock. Just neglect and indifference stretching out over hours and days. And that's why it's so disturbing. It makes you realize how fragile safety really is, how dependent we are on strangers doing the right thing, how quickly a normal night can turn into a nightmare without witnesses. It also makes you wonder how many other stories like this exist, how many people have been injured and left behind in places where everyone assumed someone else would act. How many times systems failed silently. Whenever I drive on that motorway now, I think about him, about how close he was to help and how far away it actually was. Say, about how many people passed within feet of him without knowing he was there. It changes how you see roads, how you see traffic, how you see the idea of busy places being safe by default. Busy doesn't mean protected. Busy doesn't mean watched. Sometimes, busy just means people moving too fast to notice what matters. This story sticks with me because it could happen anywhere. Any motorway, any tired worker, any impatient driver, any night. And the idea that someone can suffer and die slowly, hidden in plain sight while the world rushes past, is one of the most unsettling things I can imagine. Not because it's rare, but because it's possible. This is one of those stories that sits in a very uncomfortable place because it doesn't feel sensational or exaggerated. It feels bleak, quiet and painfully plausible. The kind of story that doesn't shock you all at once, but slowly sinks in as you realize how easily it could happen, especially in a different time, with fewer safeguards and in complete isolation. The story is set back in the 1980s or early 1990s, a time when medical access worked very differently than it does now. Emergency dental care wasn't treated with the same urgency it is today, especially in rural areas. If you came in with an abscessed tooth, you might be given antibiotics and painkillers and told to come back later, sometimes much later. Dentistry was overloaded, understaffed, and often dismissive of how severe dental pain could actually become. This guy came in with an abscessed tooth. Anyone who has ever had one knows that this isn't just a toothache. An abscess is an infection, and it can cause constant, throbbing, relentless pain. The kind of pain that radiates into your jaw, your ear, your temple. The kind that doesn't let you sleep, doesn't let you think, doesn't let you eat properly. It's not sharp and quick. It's deep, pulsing, and unending. At the time, they couldn't get him in right away. He was told he'd have to wait until a later date for proper treatment. Again, that wasn't unusual back then, especially if you weren't actively dying in front of them. Dental pain was often minimized. People were expected to tough it out. And he did, at least at first. What makes this story take such a dark turn is what he decided to do next. Despite the pain, or maybe because he thought he could push through it, he went ahead with a planned solo hunting trip. A one-man trip deep into the middle of nowhere. This wasn't a casual weekend getaway. This was the kind of trip where you deliberately cut yourself off from the outside world. No phones, no radios, no way to call for help. Just you, your gear, and nature. Before he left, he gave very specific instructions. He told people not to come looking for him, not to pick him up, not to check in. He said he'd be gone for 2 weeks and would return on his own. That detail alone is unsettling in hindsight. At the time, it probably didn't raise alarms. People went off-grid more easily back then. A solo hunting trip wasn't seen as strange or dangerous. It was normal, especially for someone experienced and comfortable outdoors. See, the instructions not to come looking for him likely sounded practical, not ominous. But once you know how the story ends, that detail takes on a much heavier meaning. Out there, alone, the pain didn't get better. It got worse. Dental abscesses don't just hurt. They can spread infection. They can cause fever, chills, swelling, and a sense of pressure that feels like your head might split open. The pain is constant. There's no relief. You can't distract yourself from it when you're alone in silence. Sleep becomes impossible. And that's where things begin to spiral. A couple of days without sleep can completely alter a person's mental state. Add constant, severe pain to that, and it becomes a perfect storm. Judgment deteriorates, thoughts loop endlessly, small problems feel insurmountable. Despair sets in quietly but firmly. Though in the middle of nowhere, there was no dentist, no doctor, no emergency room, no antibiotics refill, no stronger pain relief, no reassurance that the pain would end soon. Just him, the pain, and the realization that it might continue like this for days or weeks. People underestimate how much pain can break a person down psychologically. Chronic, unrelenting pain doesn't just hurt the body, it erodes hope. It strips away the ability to think clearly. It convinces you that the pain will never stop, even when intellectually you might know that it eventually could. But pain doesn't speak to logic, it speaks to desperation. At some point during that trip, something inside him snapped. When the retrieval crew eventually went to find him, they didn't find a man waiting to be picked up. They found his body. He had taken his own life. The phrase often used in the retelling is blunt and uncomfortable, but the reality behind it is even more disturbing. He had reached a point where the pain, the isolation, the lack of sleep, and the absence of help made death feel like the only way out. What truly seals the credibility of this story for many people is the suicide note. It didn't talk about depression or a desire to die or hopelessness in the abstract. It talked about pain, about unbearable pain, about how what he was going through made this feel like his only option, and it ended with instructions to tell his family that he loved them. That kind of note doesn't sound theatrical. It sounds exhausted. It sounds like someone who didn't want to die, but couldn't see a way to keep living in that moment. People sometimes dismiss stories like this as exaggerated or made up, especially when they come from places like Reddit. Grain of salt is the usual response. But if you talk to people who work in dentistry, emergency medicine, or pain management, you start to hear a very different perspective. Dental infections can be brutal. They can spread to the brain. They can cause sepsis. They can cause delirium. They can trigger extreme psychological distress, especially when untreated. Pain of that magnitude, combined with fever and sleep deprivation, can push otherwise stable people into crisis very quickly. Now add isolation to that equation. No one to talk to, no reassurance, no countdown clock saying just 3 more days, no way to check in, no way to hear a human voice, just silence and pain reinforcing each other. It's not hard to imagine how someone could lose their grip on reality in that situation. People often talk about suicide as if it always comes from long-term mental illness or deep pre-existing despair. Sometimes it does, but sometimes it comes from acute, overwhelming circumstances, a convergence of factors that crush a person's ability to cope. Constant pain is one of the most dangerous of those factors. Lack of sleep is another. Isolation amplifies both. Anyone who has gone even 2 or 3 days without proper sleep knows how strange the mind starts to feel. Thoughts become intrusive, emotions flatten or explode. Decision-making becomes irrational. Pain feels magnified. Time stretches and warps. People have done things they never thought possible, under far less pressure than this. That's why this story doesn't feel far-fetched. It feels grimly realistic. It also reflects how little respect dental pain used to receive. Even now, people joke about toothaches, but anyone who has experienced a severe abscess knows there's nothing funny about it. It's not just discomfort, it's torture that doesn't stop. Back then, the idea that dental pain could become a life-threatening or mentally devastating condition wasn't widely acknowledged. People were expected to endure it, to wait, to manage. This man tried to manage it. He probably thought he could handle it for a couple of weeks, that he'd push through the trip and deal with the tooth later. He likely had no idea how bad it would become, or how quickly his mental state would deteriorate once the pain and sleeplessness took hold. And once he realized he was in trouble, he had no way to get help, no signal, no road, no one coming. That realization alone can break a person. I think about the moment he wrote that note. Where was he sitting? What did he look like? Was he shaking, exhausted, feverish? Had he slept at all in days? Was his face swollen? Was the pain pulsing with every heartbeat? Did he hesitate? Did he cry? Did he try to tell himself to hold on 1 more hour, 1 more day? We'll never know. But the note suggests love, not anger, pain, not hatred, desperation, not malice. That's what makes it so sad. He didn't leave because he wanted to abandon his family. He left because he couldn't endure what his body and mind were putting him through, and he couldn't see another way out. Stories like this force us to confront uncomfortable truths. That pain is not just physical. That access to timely care matters more than people realize. That isolation can turn survivable problems into fatal ones. And that mental breaking points don't always come from weakness, but from overload. It also makes you think about how many people in the past suffered silently because they didn't have options, because they lived too far from care, because they were told to wait, because they believed they had to tough it out. Even now, with modern medicine, people underestimate how quickly things can go downhill when pain isn't controlled and sleep is lost. Add isolation and the risk multiplies. That's why I find this story hard not to believe. Not because it's dramatic, but because it's quiet. Because it doesn't rely on unlikely coincidences. Because everything in it lines up with what we know about pain, sleep deprivation, and human psychology. And because people who work in dentistry will tell you without hesitation that untreated dental infections can ruin lives, physically and mentally. This story isn't about a man who wanted to die. It's about a man who wanted the pain to stop. And that distinction matters. It's a reminder that when we dismiss pain, minimize it, or delay care, the consequences aren't always visible right away. Sometimes they unfold far from view, in silence, in places where no one can intervene in time. And sometimes, by the time we realize how serious it was, all that's left is a note saying goodbye, and a family left wondering how something so small could end in something so final. Sorry to interrupt. This is the kind of story that changes the way you look at people, workplaces, and even your own sense of safety. Not because it's shocking in a loud, dramatic way, but because of how quietly it unfolds, how normal everything seems right up until it isn't. And once you've lived through something like this, even as a bystander, it never really leaves you. The first time it happened, it felt unreal from the very beginning. There was a woman who worked at my company, not in my department, but close enough that we collaborated on a project together. We exchanged emails, attended meetings, shared deadlines. She was one of those people everyone described the same way. Kind, patient, reliable. The kind of coworker who made work feel a little easier, just by being there. Then one day, she didn't come in. At first, no one thought much of it. But people miss days, people get sick, people take personal time. It wasn't unusual. But then a mutual coworker messaged me directly. The message was short and strange and immediately made my stomach drop. "I'm so sorry." That was it. No context, no explanation, just those 3 words. When I asked what they meant, the response came quickly, and it was like the ground shifted under me. She had been murdered in her home. I remember reading that sentence over and over, like my brain couldn't process it. Murdered, not passed away. Not died unexpectedly, murdered. It felt too extreme to be connected to someone I'd just been working with, someone who had been alive and normal and professional the week before. Work stopped feeling real after that. Emails felt pointless. Meetings felt surreal. People whispered in hallways. Everyone was trying to make sense of something that didn't make sense. I went to her funeral. A lot of us from work did. Her boss, several co-workers, people who knew her only in a professional setting but still felt the loss deeply. The service was heavy, filled with grief that felt almost physical. Her family sat in the front, shattered. Friends cried openly. People talked about how kind she was, how generous, how she always showed up for others. Her ex-husband was there. He sat with her family, he hugged them, he cried with them. He gave a eulogy that was so touching, it made people cry harder. He spoke about her warmth, her strength, how she loved being a mother. He sounded like a man who had lost someone he deeply cared about. No one questioned it. They had been divorced for years. It wasn't a fresh breakup. They lived nearby, yes, but nothing about his presence seemed inappropriate at the time. If anything, people seemed to find comfort in the fact that he was there, supporting the family. Then her son spoke. He was in his late teens, maybe older, but still young enough that his grief felt raw and unfiltered. When he stood up, the room went completely silent. He said something that struck everyone as incredibly mature and compassionate. "Whoever did this," he said, "I just want them to know that I forgive them." People cried even harder after that. It felt like an extraordinary act of grace. Forgiveness in the face of such violence. People whispered about how strong he was, how remarkable that was for someone so young. At the time, it felt like one of the most heartbreaking but somehow hopeful moments I'd ever witnessed. 2 weeks later, everything fell apart. The news broke quietly at first. Then it spread. Her ex-husband had been arrested. He was the one who killed her. The same man who sat with her family. The same man who hugged them. The same man who gave that beautiful eulogy. The same man everyone assumed was grieving alongside them. Her son knew. That detail is what truly breaks me when I think about it. Her son knew who had killed his mother when he stood up and spoke about forgiveness. He knew who he was forgiving. He knew the truth while the rest of his family sat there, unaware, mourning alongside the person responsible. I cannot imagine what was going through his mind in that moment, standing there, looking at his mother's family, knowing the man sitting among them had murdered her, choosing to speak about forgiveness anyway, carrying that knowledge alone, at least in that room. At that time, I can't imagine what the rest of the family felt when the truth came out. The shock, the betrayal, the horror of realizing they had embraced her killer, that they had let him sit with them, comfort them, speak over her coffin. It adds a layer of cruelty to an already unbearable loss. She had been the nicest lady. That wasn't just something people said because she was gone. It was genuinely how she moved through the world. She didn't cause conflict. She didn't have enemies. She wasn't someone you would ever associate with violence. They had been divorced for years. There was no ongoing drama that anyone knew about. No public warning signs. And yet, one day, completely out of the blue, he showed up at her front door and decided to kill her. No argument anyone witnessed. No escalation anyone could point to. Just a decision. That's the part that keeps you up at night. The idea that someone can live their life for years, appear normal, attend work functions, share custody, exist peacefully, and then one day decide to end another person's life. The randomness of it is terrifying. Not long after that, it happened again. Another co-worker didn't come into work. This time the reason was different, but the result was the same. He had gone to a Super Bowl party the night before. A normal thing. Something people do all the time. Friends, food, football. No reason to think anything bad would happen. Then the news broke about a shooting at a Super Bowl party. We started connecting the dots almost immediately. He had been there, and then the confirmation came. He had died. As more details came out, the story became painfully familiar. He was friends with the host. The host's ex-boyfriend showed up. Something escalated. He killed her. And then he killed anyone who tried to stop him from getting to her. People who were just there to watch a game. People who had no part in the conflict. People who made the mistake of trying to protect someone else. Gone. Just like that. Again, it was an ex. Again, it was someone who couldn't accept separation. Again, it was violence rooted in control, entitlement, and rage. It was too much. 2 murders connected to my workplace. 2 completely separate incidents. Different people, different settings, same underlying pattern. And it forces you to confront something deeply uncomfortable. This kind of violence isn't rare. It doesn't always look dramatic ahead of time. It doesn't always come with obvious warning signs that outsiders can see. Sometimes it hides behind normalcy, behind time passing, behind the assumption that if it were really dangerous, we would know. As someone who had been in an abusive relationship myself, these stories hit differently. Abuse doesn't always end when a relationship ends. Sometimes that's when it becomes most dangerous, and even when years pass, even when life appears to move on, the fear never fully goes away. You start asking questions you never used to ask. Will this person show up at my door in 10 years? Will they decide one day that they deserve access to me again? Will time make them calmer, or will it just give their anger more space to ferment? When you've lived through abuse, stories like these don't feel abstract. They feel personal. They feel like warnings. They confirm fears you've tried to push down, fears people sometimes dismiss as paranoia. And then there's the reality of where I live, Texas, a place where guns are everywhere, where access is easy, where dangerous people don't have to work very hard to turn violent thoughts into lethal actions. I'm not naive. I know violence exists everywhere, but living in a place where firearms are so readily available adds another layer of anxiety to these stories. It means that moments of rage don't just end in shouting or threats. They can end in death very quickly. It also changes how you see everyday life. Coworkers stop being just coworkers. You start wondering what their home lives are like, what they're dealing with behind closed doors, what invisible risks exist in spaces that feel safe. Funerals stop feeling like closure. They start feeling like incomplete stories, especially when the truth doesn't come out right away. Forgiveness speeches stop feeling purely noble. They become layered with pain you may never fully understand. And kindness starts to feel fragile. What stays with me the most isn't just the violence itself. It's the deception. The way the ex-husband was able to move through that funeral, speaking lovingly about the woman he killed, while her family and co-workers believed him. The way he blended in so completely that no one questioned his presence. It makes you realize how little we truly know about the people around us. It also makes you think about how many warning signs might be missed because we want to believe the best in people. Because it's uncomfortable to imagine that someone we know, someone who seems normal, could be capable of something so monstrous. And then there's the son. I keep coming back to him. That moment where he stood up and spoke about forgiveness, knowing exactly who he was forgiving, knowing the truth while everyone else was in the dark. That kind of emotional burden is unimaginable. That kind of strength or survival instinct or numbness is something no teenager should ever have to develop. His words were taken as a sign of grace. In reality, they were a glimpse into something far heavier. These stories changed how I think about safety, relationships, and time. They destroyed the illusion that distance from an abusive partner always equals safety. They reinforced the idea that some people never truly let go of control, even when years pass. They also made me deeply aware of how sudden and final violence can be, how quickly a normal day can turn into a headline. See how easily life can be erased for reasons that make no sense to anyone but the person committing the act. There's so much loss in these stories, loss that ripples outward, affecting families, workplaces, communities, loss that leaves unanswered questions and permanent scars. And there's a particular kind of grief that comes with knowing the people who died were just living their lives, going to work, attending parties, being kind, trusting that the past was behind them. They didn't do anything wrong, they just existed. And that's what makes it so hard to sit with, because it means the danger wasn't in some obvious bad decision. It wasn't in risky behavior. It was in someone else's unresolved violence, someone else's inability to let go. These stories don't just make you sad. They make you vigilant. They make you think twice. They make you hold your loved ones a little closer and trust your instincts a little more. They also make you angry. Angry that abusive people so often have access to weapons. Angry that warning signs are dismissed. Angry that survivors are told to move on without acknowledgement of how long fear can last. Mostly, though, they leave you with a heavy awareness that sometimes, no matter how kind someone is, no matter how much time has passed, no matter how normal things seem, violence can still erupt. And when it does, it leaves behind confusion, betrayal, and grief that no amount of time can fully erase. Just so much loss of life for no reason at all. When I think back to this story, What stays with me the most isn't just what happened, but how people reacted afterward. The crime itself was horrific, but the behavior of everyone around it revealed something just as disturbing. It showed how quickly people can switch from cruelty to performative grief, how easily sympathy can be turned on and off, and how little understanding there often is for the long shadow a tragedy casts. I was young when this happened, still in school. There was a boy in our class who came from a family that struggled financially. Everyone knew it, even if no one ever said it directly. His clothes were older, sometimes worn thin. He didn't have the newest gadgets or the nicest shoes. He wasn't the kid who showed up with brand-name backpacks or talked about expensive vacations. In a school environment, especially among kids, that kind of thing doesn't go unnoticed. Kids can be cruel without even realizing how cruel they're being. They don't always bully openly, but they make jokes, roll their eyes, whisper, exclude. They decide who matters and who doesn't, based on shallow things they barely understand themselves. This boy and his family existed on the lower rung of that invisible ladder, and people treated him accordingly. He had a younger brother. Like many kids at the time, his brother had an Xbox 360. It was a big deal back then. Online gaming was becoming more common, downloadable content was new, and buying things digitally felt almost unreal. Somehow the younger brother got access to their mother's credit card and started using it to buy things on the console. Skins, games, add-ons, whatever caught his attention. He was a kid. And kids don't understand money the way adults do. To him, it probably didn't feel real, just numbers on a screen, buttons you press. But for that family, money was very real. When the mother found out, she was furious, not in a dramatic or abusive way, from what I understand, but in a way that came from stress and fear. For families living paycheck to paycheck, unexpected charges aren't just annoying, they're terrifying. They can mean bills not getting paid, food getting rationed, late fees piling up. The punishment was simple and, to most people, reasonable. She took the Xbox away. For the younger brother, that punishment felt unbearable. To an adult, losing a game console is nothing. To a child, especially one who doesn't have much else, it can feel like the end of the world. It can feel like everything that brings comfort, distraction, and control has been ripped away. That doesn't excuse what happened next, but it helps explain how warped his thinking must have become. That night, while the family slept, the younger brother left his room. No one knows exactly what he was thinking. Anger, resentment, humiliation, desperation. Probably all of it mixed together in a way only a child's mind can manage. He somehow set the house on fire. It's still difficult to even write that sentence. The fire spread quickly. Houses aren't meant to burn, but when they do, they become traps. Smoke fills rooms faster than flames. People get disoriented. They don't wake up in time. They don't realize what's happening until it's already too late. 2 members of his family died that night. One of them was his older brother, the boy I went to school with. But I can't imagine the terror of those final moments. Being woken by smoke, the heat, the confusion, the realization that the place you think of as safe has turned into something lethal. And I can't imagine dying because of something your own sibling did, whether intentionally or not. The younger brother survived. The older brother didn't. The next day at school was surreal. News like that moves fast, especially in a school. Whispers spread through hallways. Teachers pull students aside. Classes are disrupted. Assemblies are held. Counselors appear where they normally aren't. Everything feels slightly unreal, like the building itself is holding its breath. People cried. A lot of people cried. What struck me immediately, even as a kid, was how many of those tears felt fake, or at least sudden in a way that didn't sit right. The same kids who had mocked him, ignored him, treated him like he didn't matter. Suddenly they were devastated. Suddenly they cared deeply. Suddenly they spoke about him like he had been their closest friend. It was like watching a switch flip. The day before, he was just that kid. The poor kid. The one people didn't invite to things. The one who got laughed at. The one people barely noticed unless it was to judge him. Now he was a tragedy. People talked about how sweet he was, how quiet, how sad it was that someone like him had died. They posted messages. They hugged each other. They looked for comfort in shared grief they hadn't earned. I remember sitting there and feeling angry, even though I didn't fully understand why at the time. It felt wrong. It felt dishonest. It felt like people were using his death to feel something about themselves, rather than actually caring about who he was when he was alive. No one talked about how he had been treated before. No one acknowledged how invisible he had been. No one apologized for the way they'd laughed at him or excluded him. It was easier to mourn a version of him that existed only after he was gone. And then there was the younger brother, the kid who had set the fire. People talked about him in whispers too, but very differently. Fear, anger, disgust, confusion. He was a child, but he was also the cause. That contradiction made people uncomfortable. They didn't know how to process it. Some people immediately labeled him a monster. Others avoided talking about him at all. And no one wanted to sit with the reality that a child could do something so devastating, not out of pure evil, but out of a mix of immaturity, rage, and desperation. What does punishment even mean in a situation like that? How do you reconcile the fact that he lost family members too? That he would have to live the rest of his life knowing he caused their deaths? That no amount of punishment could ever match the weight of that knowledge? Those questions didn't have easy answers, and most people didn't want to ask them anyway. School eventually went back to normal in the way it always does after tragedy. Desks stayed in the same place. Bells rang. Homework was assigned. The world moved on with an unsettling efficiency. But something had shifted. I started noticing how performative grief can be. How people sometimes care more about being seen as caring than actually caring. How sympathy can be conditional, shallow, and temporary. How quickly people forget once the initial shock fades. The older brother's desk was empty. For a while, people mentioned it. Then they stopped. A new student filled the seat. Life continued, but that family was gone. Not just emotionally, but physically. Their house, their routine, their sense of safety. Everything burned away in a single night. The surviving members would never be the same, and yet the world around them expected them to adapt quietly. What haunted me most as I got older was realizing how preventable parts of this tragedy might have been. Not the initial mistake with the credit card, but everything surrounding it. The stress of poverty, the lack of support. The way small problems can snowball into catastrophic ones when there are no safety nets. And the way children absorb that stress without having the tools to process it. The younger brother didn't understand the consequences of fire the way adults do. He didn't understand how fast it spreads, how deadly smoke is, how impossible it can be to escape once it starts. He likely didn't intend to kill anyone. He wanted to punish back, to express anger, to regain control in the only way his child's mind could imagine. That doesn't make it less tragic. It makes it more so, because it means no one won. Not the family, not the community, not the kids at school who cried and then forgot. Not the younger brother who will carry that night with him forever. And certainly not the older brother whose life ended before he ever got the chance to escape the circumstances he was born into. When I think about that day at school, I think about how many people cried who hadn't cared the day before. How grief became a performance, a social obligation, a way to fit in. How easy it is to be kind once someone is gone, and how much harder it is to be kind when it actually matters. This story doesn't scare me in the way ghost stories do. It scares me because it's real. because it shows how thin the line is between normal life and irreversible tragedy, how a single moment fueled by emotion and misunderstanding can destroy an entire family. It also scares me because of what it says about us, about how we treat people when they're alive, about how we decide who deserves empathy, about how quickly we rewrite history once it's too late to change it. I still remember that boy. Not the version people talked about after he died, but the quiet kid who sat in class, trying not to draw attention to himself. The kid who deserved more kindness than he got. The kid whose life ended because of a chain of failures far bigger than one bad decision. And I remember the way everyone cried the next day, not because they lost him, but because losing him gave them permission to feel something without having to change anything about themselves. A few years back, my whole family went on a big vacation to Disney World. There were about 13 of us in total, spread across different ages, different personalities, different energy levels. It was one of those rare trips where everyone managed to be together at the same place at the same time, which already made it feel special before we even left home. We stayed at one of the Disney resorts, the kind that's designed to feel calm and magical, even after you've been overwhelmed all day by crowds, noise, rides, and heat. Every day followed a similar rhythm. We'd wake up early, pile onto buses or boats, spend hours walking through the parks, standing in lines, laughing, getting tired, getting cranky, then slowly make our way back to the resort as the sun went down. By the time night came, most of the adults were exhausted, feet hurt, backs hurt. Everyone wanted showers, air conditioning, and sleep. But kids don't run on the same fuel. My daughter especially still had energy left at the end of the day, and honestly, I did too, just not the kind that wanted more rides or crowds. So almost every night after dinner, and after most people turned in, my daughter and I would go outside. We'd play catch. We'd throw a frisbee. Sometimes we'd just walk around the resort grounds together, talking about the day, replaying our favorite moments, laughing about silly things that happened. It became our quiet routine, just the two of us. A little pocket of calm after the chaos of Disney. One of our favorite spots was a small beach area on the resort property. It wasn't a big beach, not like an ocean beach. It was more like a carefully designed stretch of sand along the water, meant to look peaceful and inviting. There were lounge chairs nearby, soft lighting, palm trees. The water was calm, dark, and still, reflecting the lights from the resort buildings. At night, it felt almost unreal, like a postcard. We spent a lot of time there. We'd throw the frisbee back and forth, our feet sinking slightly into the sand. Sometimes we'd sit and talk. Sometimes we'd just enjoy the quiet. It felt safe, controlled, like everything at Disney is supposed to feel. You don't go there expecting danger. You go there expecting rules, boundaries, and protection, especially at a place that markets itself as family-friendly above all else. Looking back, that sense of safety was probably the most powerful part of the experience. Disney doesn't feel like the real world. It feels managed, curated, watched. Like nothing truly bad could happen there. That illusion is strong, especially when you're there with your child, watching them laugh and run around without fear. The trip itself was wonderful, truly. One of those vacations you look back on and smile. We made memories, took photos, had inside jokes that still come up sometimes. When we finally packed up and flew home, it felt bittersweet, like all good trips do. Life went back to normal, work, school, routine. About a week later, I saw the news. At first, I didn't fully register it. It was just another headline scrolling past. Something about a child, a resort, an accident. Then I read it again more carefully. A small child had been dragged into the water and killed by an alligator at a Disney resort, on a beach. For a moment, my brain refused to connect the dots. It felt like those words couldn't possibly belong together. Disney, child, alligator, death. It didn't make sense. It felt wrong in a way that's hard to describe, like hearing about a murder in a place you associate with birthdays and fireworks. Then the details came into focus. It was the same resort, the same little beach, the same place where my daughter and I had played almost every night. That realization hit me like a punch to the chest. I remember sitting there, staring at the screen, feeling this cold wave wash over me. My stomach dropped. My hands actually started to shake. I kept rereading the article, hoping I'd misunderstood something, hoping it was a different location, a different beach, a different body of water, but it wasn't. It was the Grand Floridian, the exact place, the exact stretch of sand. The water that had looked so calm and harmless, while we stood there laughing and throwing a frisbee. The child had been near the water's edge when an alligator grabbed him and pulled him in. It happened quickly, shockingly quickly. There was no time to react in any meaningful way. By the time anyone understood what was happening, it was already too late. I can't even begin to imagine what those parents went through in that moment. The sound, the confusion, the disbelief, the horror of realizing that something so violent was happening in a place that felt so safe. As a parent, your mind doesn't want to go there. It actively resists imagining that kind of pain. But once you know, once you've read it, once you've stood in that exact place with your own child, it's impossible not to think about it. What if we had been there one more week? What if my daughter had wandered closer to the water? What if we had been sitting right at the edge instead of a little farther back? What if I had looked away for just a moment? Those questions don't have answers, and that's what makes them so disturbing. There's no lesson that neatly ties it up. No simple rule that would have guaranteed safety. We weren't doing anything reckless. We weren't ignoring warning signs. There were no visible barriers screaming danger. At the time, there weren't even clear signs warning about alligators. That's another part that's hard to wrap your head around. Florida is alligator country. Anyone who lives there knows that. But when you're a tourist, especially at Disney, that reality fades into the background. The water looks decorative, controlled, like part of the scenery. It doesn't register as wild. But it was wild. Alligators don't care about branding or property lines. They don't care that a place is meant to be magical. Water is water to them. And that beach, no matter how carefully designed, was still connected to a natural ecosystem. The news coverage was intense for a while. People were shocked, angry, confused. Questions were asked about signage, safety measures, responsibility. Disney eventually put up warning signs and changed policies around water access. But none of that brings a child back. And none of it erases the image from your mind once you realize how close you were to the same outcome. For days after I read that story, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Every memory of that vacation replayed in a different light. Moments that had felt peaceful now felt fragile. The beach at night, the still water, the sense of calm. All of it felt like a thin layer over something dangerous. I kept seeing my daughter running across the sand, laughing, asking me to throw the frisbee higher, sitting beside me while we talked about nothing important. And then I'd picture that same place, empty, cordoned off, filled with police and emergency responders. The contrast was unbearable. What messed with me the most was how random it felt. This wasn't a case of someone ignoring obvious danger signs or taking a known risk. It wasn't someone swimming where they shouldn't have been. It was a child standing near water at a resort specifically designed for families. That randomness is terrifying. It means safety isn't always about making the right choices. Sometimes it's about timing, about luck, about being in the wrong place at the wrong moment. Even if that place is supposed to be safe. I also couldn't stop thinking about how unaware we were at the time. We walked that beach without a second thought. We let our guard down completely, not because we were careless parents, but because the environment encouraged it. Disney trains you to relax, to trust, to believe that everything has been thought through, and usually that trust is rewarded. But nature doesn't follow plans. Alligators don't care about lighting design or guest experiences. They don't read brochures. They don't know they're not supposed to be there. The idea that something so ancient and primal could intersect so violently with such a modern, controlled environment is deeply unsettling. It's like two realities colliding, one built on fantasy and safety, the other on instinct and survival. Even now, years later, I still get a strange feeling when I think about that trip. It doesn't erase the good memories. I don't regret going. I don't regret those nights with my daughter. If anything, they feel even more precious now. But there's an edge to them. A quiet awareness of how close things can get without you ever realizing it. Sometimes I think about how many families were probably on that same beach after we left. How many parents stood where we stood, watching their kids play, feeling relaxed and happy, unaware of what would happen later. It makes you realize how often danger hides behind normal moments. Not in obvious ways, not with warning sirens or flashing lights, but in the background, waiting for a perfect, terrible intersection of circumstances. I've heard people say things like, well, that's Florida, or people should know better, or Disney should have done more. And maybe all of that is true in different ways, but none of it really addresses the core horror of the situation, which is this. A family went on vacation. They trusted a place built on trust, and their child never came home. That's the part that doesn't fade. Every time someone mentions the Grand Floridian now, there's a tiny flicker in my brain. A brief, involuntary moment where the memory surfaces, the image of that beach, the sound of water, the knowledge of what happened there. And yes, sometimes it gives me a tiny freak out. Not because I think it's going to happen again to me personally, but because it shattered an illusion I didn't even realize I had. The illusion that certain places are exempt from tragedy, that if a place is polished enough, famous enough, loved enough, nothing truly awful can happen there. That illusion died on that beach. The world is messy. Nature doesn't pause for vacations, and safety is never as absolute as we want it to be. I still think about that child sometimes, about how quickly everything changed for him and his family, about how unfair it all was, and about how close my own family came to sharing that same space at a different moment in time. It's a sobering thought, one that stays with you long after the fireworks fade and the vacation photos are put away. Because sometimes the scariest stories aren't about things that happened to you, they're about things that almost did. When my auntie tells this story, she always laughs a little, like it's something absurd rather than terrifying. But every time I hear it, I feel my stomach tighten, because I know exactly how differently it could have ended. It's one of those moments that sounds almost unreal now, especially when you think about how much the world has changed. But it happened, and it says a lot about who she is. This was a long time ago, back in what people often call more innocent days. Doors weren't always locked the way they are now. Neighborhoods felt quieter. People assumed that if something bad happened, it would happen somewhere else, to someone else. My auntie lived alone at the time, in a modest house, nothing fancy. She was independent, strong-willed, and practical. She had always been the kind of person who didn't panic easily, still isn't. That night started like any other. She went to bed at her usual time, locked up as she normally did, and settled in. There was nothing unusual. No strange noises, no sense of unease. Just a normal night, the kind you don't think twice about. At some point in the night, she woke up. She didn't wake up screaming or gasping. She woke up because something felt off. She described it as a shift in the air, like when you suddenly realize you're not alone, even though you can't immediately explain why. Her room was dark, quiet. Nothing obvious had changed. She lay there for a moment, listening. That's when she noticed movement. Very slow, very careful. At the foot of her bed. Someone was under it. Most people, myself included, would have frozen instantly, or screamed, or pulled the covers over their head and pretended it wasn't happening. But my auntie didn't do any of those things. She said her brain clicked into a strange kind of calm, the kind you don't know you're capable of until you're forced into it. The man under her bed had been hiding there. How long he had been there, she didn't know. That thought alone is horrifying. The idea that someone could be in your bedroom, under your bed, while you're asleep, breathing quietly, waiting. It's the kind of thing that crawls into your mind later and refuses to leave. She could see part of him as he started to emerge, not his face, just his legs. That's when she acted. She didn't think about what she was doing. She didn't stop to weigh the risks. She moved on instinct. She swung her legs out of bed and sat down hard, right on top of his legs, pinning them in place. Just like that, she sat on him. The man under the bed froze. He struggled for a moment, but there was nowhere for him to go. His upper body was still trapped under the bed frame, and his legs were now firmly pinned beneath my auntie's weight. She's not a small woman, never has been. Strong, solid, and absolutely not someone you want sitting on you when you're trying to escape. Only then did she start yelling. She screamed for the police. She screamed for help. She screamed loud enough that neighbors could hear. She didn't let up for a second. She stayed right where she was, keeping her weight down, not giving him an inch. The man panicked. According to her, he didn't try to fight her. He didn't try to attack. He didn't even yell back. He just started begging her to let him go. His voice was shaking. He sounded terrified. That detail always sticks with me. A burglar, and I'm hiding under a woman's bed in the middle of the night, and he was the one who ended up scared. She kept screaming until she heard sirens. Only then did she feel the adrenaline start to shake through her body. Only then did her hands begin to tremble. She said that up until that moment it was like she was running on pure instinct, like her body had taken over and decided what needed to be done. The police arrived quickly. They rushed in, guns drawn, expecting chaos. What they found instead was my auntie sitting on the legs of a burglar, yelling at him to stay still. They pulled him out from under the bed and cuffed him. One of the officers actually laughed in disbelief, not because it was funny, but because it was so unexpected. Another officer told her later that the man had looked visibly relieved when they arrived. Relieved. That part is almost surreal. The person who broke into her home, who hid under her bed, was relieved to see the police because it meant he didn't have to deal with her anymore. That says everything you need to know about how firmly she had the situation under control. The police told her afterward that she was incredibly lucky, that things could have gone very differently, that she could have been hurt. She listened politely, nodded, thanked them, and then went about her life. To her, it was just something that happened. To me, it's one of the most unbelievable acts of courage I can imagine. I think about that moment often, about the presence of mind it took to do something so decisive, about how most people freeze when they're confronted with fear, and how she didn't. She didn't hesitate. She didn't give herself time to panic. I know for a fact I would not have done what she did. I try to imagine myself waking up, realizing someone is under my bed, and reacting with that level of calm and control. I can't. I know myself well enough to admit that. I would have screamed, bolted, or locked up completely. Sitting on a burglar's legs until police arrived would not even register as an option in my brain. That's what makes her such a badass. Not in a flashy, dramatic way, not in a way that looks impressive on a screen, but in a very real, grounded human way. She took control of a terrifying situation and refused to give it power over her. It also makes me think about how different times were back then. People didn't talk as openly about home invasions, about trauma, about how deeply those moments can affect you long after they're over. She never went to therapy for it, never called it traumatic, never framed herself as a victim, but even so, you can tell it left its mark. She always checks under her bed now, always has. She laughs about that too, but she does it every single time. Habit born from experience. There's also something unsettling about how close danger can be without you knowing. That man didn't break in while she was awake. He didn't make noise. He didn't confront her directly. He hid. He waited. He was there while she slept. That's the part that gives me chills. Not the confrontation, not the sitting on him, but the time before that. The unknown stretch of minutes or hours when he was already inside her home, already in her bedroom, already under her bed. It makes you realize how thin the line between safety and danger can be. How quickly a normal night can turn into something out of a nightmare. And yet, instead of being paralyzed by that thought, my auntie embodies the opposite. She reminds me that sometimes people surprise even themselves with what they're capable of. That courage doesn't always look like bravery in the movies. Sometimes it looks like sitting down hard and refusing to move. The police told her she was lucky, and she was. There's no denying that. But luck wasn't the only factor. Her reaction mattered. Her refusal to panic mattered. Her willingness to act mattered. Whenever I think about that story, I feel a strange mix of fear and admiration. Fear because of how close she came to something truly awful. Admiration because of how she handled it. She's still like that now. Older, wiser, still not skinny, still strong. But still someone you don't mess with. She doesn't see herself as brave. She doesn't tell the story to impress anyone. To her, it's just one of those things that happened. But to me, it's a reminder that sometimes the people we underestimate, or the people who don't fit the usual image of a hero, are the ones who keep their heads when it matters most. A reminder that presence of mind can be more powerful than strength. And a reminder that real-life courage often shows up quietly, unexpectedly, and without asking for applause. I don't know what went through that burglar's mind while he was trapped under the bed. I don't know how long he had been there or what he planned to do next. I don't even know what happened to him afterward. Those details don't matter much to me. What matters is that my auntie walked away unharmed. That she took control of a moment that could have defined her life in a very different way. That she proved, without even meaning to, just how formidable she really is. And every time I hear the story, I think the same thing. If that had been me, I don't think I would have had the presence of mind to do what she did. But I'm glad someone did. I remember this so clearly that even now, years later, it feels less like a memory and more like a scene frozen in time. Not because anything dramatic happened in that moment, but because of how quietly close something terrible came to happening and how long it took for the truth to surface. I was 7 years old. At that age, the world still felt small and safe. Nighttime was something you were aware of, but not something you truly feared yet. Darkness was more about bedtime rules than danger. If something scared you, you expected an adult to explain it away, and most of the time, that explanation was enough. That night, it was around 10 p.m., which felt very late to me back then. I had gone to bed earlier, but I remember waking up hungry. It wasn't unusual. I was a kid who always seemed to want a snack before sleep really settled in. I remember padding quietly down the hallway, careful not to wake anyone, the house dim and quiet, the kind of quiet that only exists late at night when everyone else is already asleep. The kitchen was at the back of the house and also served as the back entrance. There was a door with a glass panel in it, that looked out into the yard. During the day, it was just a normal door. At night, especially with the lights off outside, it became something else entirely, a dark window into the unknown. I remember flipping on a small light in the kitchen, not the overhead one, just enough to see where I was going. I opened the cupboard, grabbed something quick, and turned toward the door without really thinking. That's when I saw it. Through the glass of the back door, there was a man standing outside. At first, my brain didn't even process it as a person. It was just movement. A beam of light, a flashlight cutting through the darkness and sweeping slowly back and forth as if whoever was holding it was searching for something. Then I realized someone was holding it. I could see the shape of him. Not clearly enough to make out a face, but clearly enough to know there was an adult man standing right outside our house, in the dark, shining a flashlight around. My body reacted before my mind did. I screamed. It wasn't a polite or controlled scream. It was raw, high-pitched, full panic, the kind of scream that comes from a place deep in your chest when something inside you recognizes danger before you understand it. I dropped whatever was in my hands and ran. I don't even remember touching the floor properly. I just remember bolting down the hallway as fast as my legs could carry me, screaming and crying at the same time. I burst into my parents' room, completely hysterical, trying to get the words out through sobs and fear. "There's a man outside," I remember yelling. "There's a man at the door." My parents shot up immediately. Lights came on, voices overlapped, questions were asked all at once. My dad got up and went to look. My mom grabbed me and held me tight, telling me everything was okay, telling me to breathe, telling me I was safe. Within minutes, the situation was explained. They told me it was a maintenance man, someone checking something outside, someone who belonged there, someone doing his job late at night, nothing to be scared of. They said it calmly, reassuringly, confidently, and because I was 7, I believed them. That's what kids do. They trust adults, especially their parents. If your parents tell you there's nothing to worry about, your brain adjusts itself around that information. The fear doesn't disappear instantly, but it softens. It becomes embarrassment. You feel silly for being so scared. You feel relieved that it wasn't something worse. I remember my parents walking me back to bed. I remember my mom sitting with me for a few minutes until I calmed down. I remember feeling shaky but safe. I remember thinking maybe I had imagined how scary it was. Eventually, I fell asleep, and life went on. For years, that memory existed in a strange, muted way. It was just a childhood scare, a story that occasionally popped into my head but didn't carry much weight. Sometimes I'd remember the flashlight. Sometimes I'd remember how fast my heart had been beating, but it was always followed by the explanation. Maintenance man. Nothing happened. End of story. Or so I thought. Fast forward 9 years. I was 16. By then, my understanding of the world had changed completely. I was old enough to know that danger was real, that bad things happen to ordinary people, and that parents sometimes lie to protect their children. I was also old enough to revisit old memories with a more critical eye. I don't remember exactly why the topic came up. It might have been a conversation about break-ins or childhood fears or something we were watching on TV. But somehow that night came up. The night I screamed about the man outside the kitchen door. I laughed a little when I mentioned it. The way people do when they talk about something that scared them as a kid, but doesn't anymore. "Remember when I thought there was a man outside?" I said. "And it was just a maintenance guy?" The room went quiet. Not dramatically, not in a movie way, just a subtle shift. A pause that lasted a little too long. A look exchanged between my parents that I noticed immediately. That's when my stomach dropped. My mom looked at my dad. My dad looked away. Then he sighed. And that's when they told me the truth. It wasn't a maintenance man. There was no scheduled maintenance, no one who was supposed to be there, no harmless explanation. It was an armed robber. Someone had been outside our house that night, shining a flashlight around, trying to see inside, trying to find a way in, trying to determine if anyone was awake. The reason my parents had told me it was a maintenance man was simple. They didn't want to terrify a 7-year-old. They didn't want me lying awake at night for years, imagining armed strangers outside our home. They didn't want me to grow up afraid of my own kitchen, my own door, my own house. So they lied. They called the police that night after calming me down. They locked everything. They stayed awake. They watched. They listened. The man never came inside. Either he left on his own, or he was scared off by the noise, or he realized someone was awake, but he was real, and he was dangerous. Hearing that at 16 hit me harder than the original event ever had. Suddenly the memory rewrote itself. The flashlight wasn't neutral anymore. It wasn't a worker checking something. It was someone scanning our home, looking for an opportunity. The glass door wasn't just a door. It was a barrier between my family and someone who might have hurt us. And the worst part, if I hadn't gone for that snack, I might never have seen him. If I hadn't screamed, he might have tried the door or a window or waited longer. That thought still makes my chest tighten. I keep thinking about how close that moment was to turning into something else entirely. How a small, ordinary decision made by a hungry kid at 10 p.m. could have changed everything. I also think about my parents. At the time, I had seen them as calm, reassuring, in control. Now I realize how terrified they must have been, hearing their child scream in the middle of the night, realizing there was an armed stranger outside, making the split-second decision to protect me emotionally as well as physically. They carried that truth alone for 9 years. They lived with the knowledge of how close someone came to breaking into our home, how close their child came to being face-to-face with something truly dangerous. And they chose to shield me from it until I was old enough to understand. That kind of realization changes how you see your parents. It also changes how you see your own memories. That night stopped being just a childhood scare. It became something much darker, something unfinished. A moment where danger brushed past our lives and kept moving, leaving only a shadow behind. Even now, as an adult, I think about it when I'm in a kitchen at night, when I see a reflection in glass, when I notice an unexpected light outside. My brain goes right back there, to that moment of instinctive fear that turned out to be completely justified. What scares me the most isn't the robber himself. It's how quiet it was. No breaking glass, no forced door, no confrontation. Just a man with a flashlight standing in the dark, watching, assessing. That's the kind of danger you don't hear until it's too late. And it makes you realize something important. Sometimes children sense things. Adults try to explain away. Sometimes fear isn't imagination. Sometimes it's perception. 7-year-old me didn't know what an armed robber was. I didn't understand intent or crime or risk. But my body knew something was wrong. My instincts were right. And that might be the most unsettling part of all. That the fear I felt wasn't childish or irrational. It was accurate. It just took 9 years for the truth to catch up with it. This happened in 1989, in a small town in Wyoming. I was young then, still in school, still living in a world that felt predictable and contained. It was the kind of town where nothing much ever happened, where people recognized each other at grocery stores, where the same landmarks passed by your window every day until they barely registered anymore. One of those landmarks was a trailer park. I saw it every morning on my way to school. It wasn't remarkable, just rows of trailers, gravel roads, chain link fences, a few trees that never seemed to grow very tall. It blended into the background of daily life so completely that I never thought about it. It was just there, like the stop sign at the corner or the gas station down the road. Then one day, it wasn't just there anymore. The story broke quickly, and once it did, well, it spread everywhere. Local news first, then state, then national. People talked about it in hushed tones. Parents talked about it after dropping kids off at school. Teachers were quieter than usual. Adults looked distracted, unsettled. Even if they tried to shield us from the details, we could tell something was wrong. A woman had killed her 2 children. They were preschool age, still so young that they were barely separate from the idea of childhood itself. The kind of kids who should have been worrying about toys, cartoons, snacks, naps. The kind of kids who trust their parents completely because they don't know any other way to exist. She didn't just kill them. She dismembered them. That detail alone was enough to make people feel sick. But what made the story harder to understand, harder to process, was the explanation that followed. The woman had a severe psychiatric condition known as Capgras syndrome. It's a disorder where a person becomes convinced that people close to them have been replaced by imposters, by identical copies that look the same but are not truly the same inside. In her mind, her children were no longer her children. She believed they were something else, something evil, something dangerous. She believed she was protecting herself. That idea shook people deeply. It's one thing to hear about someone committing violence out of rage, cruelty, or greed. It's horrifying, but it fits into a framework people already understand. Evil choices, bad intentions, monsters hiding behind human faces. This was different. This was a mother who, in her own broken perception of reality, believed her children were not her children anymore, that the faces she had once loved were now masks worn by something else, something threatening. Trying to imagine that mindset is almost impossible if you've never experienced severe mental illness. Your brain rebels against it. It wants to reject the idea entirely, because if a mother can look at her own children and see something other than her children, then the world suddenly feels much less stable. What made it worse was the setting. This didn't happen in some distant city I'd never been to. It didn't happen in a place I'd only ever see on television. It happened in that trailer park. The one I passed every single day. The one that had always been part of the scenery. After the news broke, I couldn't look at it the same way. Every time the bus went by, then every time my parents drove me past it, I would stare. I would imagine which trailer it was. I would wonder what the inside looked like. I would picture normal, everyday things inside that space. A couch, a table, toys on the floor. And then my mind would fill in the rest, even when I didn't want it to. That's the part people don't always talk about with stories like this. How they change places forever. How a location becomes infected with meaning. That trailer park stopped being neutral. It became a symbol, a reminder that something unspeakable had happened in a place that looked just like anywhere else. The story became national news, and with that came explanations. Psychiatrists were interviewed. Terms were introduced to the public. People tried to understand Capgras syndrome, tried to wrap their heads around how someone could believe their loved ones had been replaced by clones or imposters. Some people reacted with sympathy, others reacted with anger, many reacted with confusion. For me, there was a strange, uncomfortable thought that kept returning. It would have been easier to understand if she had been on drugs. If someone had said she was high on PCP or something similar, my brain could have filed it away under a category I already knew. Drugs make people do terrible things. Drugs distort reality. Drugs wear off. There's a cause that feels external, but this wasn't that. This was her mind. That's what made it harder to live with, the idea that a human brain can betray itself so completely, so thoroughly, that it rewrites the identities of the people closest to you. That love, recognition, and attachment can be replaced with fear and certainty that you're surrounded by enemies. There's something especially disturbing about Capgras syndrome because it doesn't remove faces, it keeps them intact. The person looks exactly the same, sounds the same, moves the same. The only thing that changes is the meaning your brain assigns to them. You recognize the face, but you no longer believe it belongs to who it should belong to. That creates a kind of horror that's difficult to articulate. It's not hallucination in the way people imagine, seeing things that aren't there. It's misinterpretation, a fatal one. The woman believed she was surrounded by imposters, and her children paid the price. I remember adults saying things like, she was sick and she needed help. Those statements were true, but they didn't bring comfort. They didn't soften the reality of what had happened. 2 children were dead. No diagnosis could change that. At the same time, calling her evil didn't feel right either. That word didn't fit neatly. Evil implies intent, awareness, choice made with understanding. This felt more like a total collapse of reality inside one person's mind. That gray area is terrifying because it suggests that the line between safety and catastrophe isn't always guarded by obvious warning signs. It suggests that someone can be walking around, living a life that looks normal on the outside, while their internal world is quietly unraveling. People asked questions afterward. Were there signs? Could this have been prevented? Did anyone know how bad her condition was? Did she ask for help? Did she receive treatment? Those questions never seemed to lead anywhere satisfying. Mental health care in the late 1980s wasn't what it is now, and even today, severe psychotic disorders can be incredibly difficult to manage. As a kid, I didn't have the language to explain why this story stayed with me so strongly. I just knew it felt wrong in a way that went deeper than fear. It wasn't just that children had been killed. It was that the person who killed them was their mother, and she believed she was doing the right thing. That idea lodged itself somewhere deep in my mind. Even years later, long after the headlines faded and people stopped talking about it, the memory didn't go away. Every time discussions about mental illness came up, that story surfaced in my thoughts. Every time someone talked about how the mind can lie to itself, I thought about that trailer park. I thought about how ordinary the day must have started. Breakfast, maybe cartoons on TV, maybe toys scattered around. Nothing signaling the horror that would follow. That's another part that's difficult to accept. These events don't start with ominous music or warning labels. They start like any other day. The danger isn't visible, it's internal. The reason I say it would have been easier if she were just on PCP isn't because drugs are less serious. It's because drugs are something people can point to and say, that's not her, that's the substance. It creates distance. It allows you to believe that without that external influence, the person would never have done such a thing. With severe mental illness, that separation doesn't exist so cleanly. The illness is part of the person's experience of reality. There's no switch to flip, no moment where you can say, now she's herself again and understands what she did. In cases like this, even if the person later regains some clarity, the damage is already done. There's no undoing it. The story also changed how I thought about safety in general. It made me realize that danger doesn't always come from strangers or obvious threats. Sometimes it comes from within families, sometimes it comes from illness, sometimes it comes from places you pass every day without a second thought. It made the world feel less predictable. I think about those children sometimes, about how short their lives were, about how they never had the chance to grow up, to form memories of their own beyond that space. They became part of a story defined entirely by how they died, rather than who they were. And I think about how many people, including myself, still struggle to place that story somewhere comfortable in their minds. It resists neat explanations. It doesn't resolve into a lesson that feels reassuring. It just sits there, heavy and unresolved. Even now, decades later, when I think back to that time, I can still picture the trailer park as it looked before everything changed. And then I picture it after, when it carried a weight it never had before. That's what this story did. It didn't just shock people in the moment. It altered how a place felt. It altered how people thought about mental illness. It altered the quiet assumption that home is always safe. And once that assumption breaks, it's very hard to fully rebuild it. There have been many discussions about serial killers over the years, so people sometimes feel tired of the topic, like everything that can be said has already been said. But every once in a while there is a case that refuses to fade away, not because it is flashy or famous, but because it feels unfinished. Larry Murphy is one of those cases. Even now, long after his release from prison, his name still carries a quiet weight in Ireland, not because of what was proven in court, but because of what so many people believe he got away with. He was not some unknown drifter or shadowy figure passing through town. He lived an ordinary life on the surface. He had a home, a job, routines, the kind of man you might see on the road and never remember 5 minutes later. That normality is part of what makes the story so disturbing. When people talk about monsters, they imagine something obvious. Larry Murphy was not obvious. He blended in, and that blending in may have cost people their lives. He was eventually caught, but not in the way you would expect. It wasn't through a long police investigation or a lucky forensic breakthrough. It was almost accidental. A couple of hunters were out in the mountains, a remote area where you don't expect to come across anyone at all. These places feel empty, wide, and indifferent. The kind of landscape where sound travels strangely and where help is far away. They came across him there, and what they saw didn't sit right. He was with a woman. She was injured, terrified, and clearly not there by choice. It quickly became obvious that she had been raped repeatedly. He had brought her out to that isolated place with the clear intention of killing her. There is no softer way to say it. She survived only because those hunters happened to be there at exactly the wrong moment for him and the right moment for her. That single interruption likely saved her life. Murphy was arrested and later convicted of rape and attempted murder. Those charges alone were horrific, but they were only part of what made people uneasy. The deeper fear came from the bigger picture, the pattern that became impossible to ignore once people started connecting the dots. The area where he lived had already earned a chilling reputation. Locals referred to it as the Irish Bermuda Triangle. Several young women had disappeared over the years, vanishing without explanation. No bodies found, no clear suspects, just absences. These disappearances all happened within driving distance of Murphy's home and along routes he regularly took to and from work. It's important to understand how deeply unsettling that is in a small country. Ireland is not vast. Distances are short. Communities overlap. Patterns stand out more clearly. When multiple young women disappear in a similar geographic area, people notice. And when those disappearances stop the moment one specific man is locked up, people notice even more. While Murphy was in prison, the disappearances stopped. That fact alone has haunted people for years. There was no official declaration that he was responsible for those missing women. There was never enough evidence to bring murder charges, but the silence that followed his incarceration spoke louder than any press conference ever could. For many people, it felt like an answer without words. His own family believed he had killed others. That detail matters. Families often defend their own, sometimes fiercely. Denial can be easier than facing a horrible truth. But in Murphy's case, his family disowned him. They publicly stated that they believed he was responsible for more crimes than the ones he was convicted of. That kind of rejection doesn't come lightly. It suggests that the people who knew him best had seen enough to be convinced that the worst rumors were true. He served his sentence. That sentence, for many people, felt far too short for what he had done and for what he was suspected of doing. When word spread that he was going to be released, the reaction in Ireland was intense. Fear spread quickly, especially in rural communities and small towns. Old wounds reopened. Families of missing women were forced to relive their worst nightmares. The media coverage was relentless. Every movement, every rumor, every possible sighting became a story. If someone thought they saw him in a town, people reacted immediately. Vigils were held in places where rumors suggested he might be nearby. Communities gathered not in celebration, but in fear and solidarity. People watched out for each other. Parents warned daughters. Friends checked in more often. There was a collective sense that something dangerous had been reintroduced into the world. It wasn't just paranoia. This was a man who had proven he was capable of extreme violence. A man who had taken someone into a remote place with the clear intent to kill her. A man linked by geography, timing, and circumstance to multiple disappearances. The idea that he could simply walk free again felt like a failure of the system to many people. There is something uniquely disturbing about killers who are never fully accounted for. When someone is convicted of murder, there is a grim sense of closure, horrible but defined. In Murphy's case, the story remains open-ended. Questions hang in the air. Where are the missing women? What really happened to them? Did he act alone? Did he stop because he was caught, or because he chose to? After his release, reports surfaced that he had moved to Amsterdam. That alone made people uneasy. Big cities provide anonymity. They swallow individuals whole. For someone who thrives on blending in, it's an ideal place to disappear in plain sight. There were also reports that he had made connections while in prison, the links to international gangs and criminal networks. Whether all of that is true or partly exaggerated, the fact that such rumors exist speaks volumes about the fear surrounding him. Irish police have not forgotten him. They are known to keep an eye on him and have warned other law enforcement agencies about his background. That kind of ongoing attention is not given lightly. It suggests that even without new convictions, authorities recognize the potential danger he poses. They may not be able to act publicly, but they are watching. Still, watching is not the same as stopping. For many people, the most unbelievable part of the story is that he is not locked up for life. That a man so widely suspected, so deeply feared, so closely tied to multiple unresolved disappearances is legally free. It exposes an uncomfortable truth about justice systems everywhere. They can only punish what they can prove. Suspicion, even when shared by entire communities, is not enough. This gap between legal truth and lived truth is where fear thrives. People don't need official confirmation to feel unsafe. They trust patterns. They trust their instincts. They trust the way things stopped happening when one man was removed from the picture. And when that man returned to freedom, the fear returned with him. What makes the case linger is not just the violence, but the sense of unfinished business. Somewhere, families are still waiting for answers. Somewhere, mothers, fathers, siblings, and friends live with uncertainty instead of grief. There are no graves to visit, no final words, just questions. So cases like this remind us that not all horror is loud. Sometimes it's quiet, procedural, wrapped in legal language and release dates. Sometimes it wears ordinary clothes and lives in ordinary houses. Sometimes it walks free because the system demands proof that no longer exists. Larry Murphy is not a household name around the world, but in Ireland, his shadow is long. His story is told in hushed tones, resurfacing whenever another disappearance makes the news, whenever people talk about unsolved cases, whenever the topic of justice comes up. He represents the fear that some people escape consequences, not because they are innocent, but because they were careful. And perhaps the most chilling part of all is this: the world may never know the full truth. The missing women may never be found. The evidence may never surface. The story may remain incomplete forever. All that remains is a man who should not exist in the margins of society, yet does, and a collective unease that refuses to fade, because deep down many people believe the worst already happened, long before anyone was watching. This happened about 8 years ago in a tiny town in southern Oregon, the kind of place people usually describe as quiet until something reminds you how thin that calm really is. Small-town drama was already common back then, but as technology and social media crept into every corner of life, it felt like everything got louder, faster, and more explosive. Everyone knew everyone, and when something went wrong, it went wrong in full view. At the time, I was working in an insurance office. It was a family business, and on most days it was just me handling policies and clients, while the office lady sat up front, greeting people and answering phones. The building itself was old but solid, made of thick cinder block, the kind of place that felt sturdy and safe simply because of how it was built. Most days were boring in the best possible way. But that day wasn't. It was dreary outside, gray and heavy, the kind of weather that makes everything feel a little slower and more tense without you realizing why. Business was quiet. Then we started hearing popping noises. At first, they were distant and irregular. Pop. Pause. Pop again. They sounded like gunshots. But my brain didn't want to accept that. We were inside city limits. Firing a gun there would mean serious fines, maybe jail time. People didn't just do that. Not in broad daylight, not in town. I tried to rationalize it away. Fireworks, a car backfiring, construction noise. Anything but what it sounded like. Still, the sound kept coming. Something in my gut told me I needed to look. I walked to the front door, opened it just enough to stick my head out, and immediately wished I hadn't. Right there, in plain view, was a man waving what looked like a six-shooter in one hand and a bottle in the other. He wasn't hiding. He wasn't running. He was standing there openly, drunk, erratic, and armed. My stomach dropped. I didn't hesitate. I quietly shut the door, locked it, and turned to the front desk lady. I told her as calmly as I could manage that she needed to get to the back of the building right now. The back walls were thick cinder block. A bullet would have a hard time getting through them, and the only other exit was back there if we needed to get out. She didn't listen. Instead of moving, she kept trying to go to the window to see what was happening. That moment still makes my blood boil when I think about it. Curiosity mixed with disbelief can make people do incredibly stupid things. I was trying to explain that there was a man with a gun outside, and she was trying to get a better look. Before I could physically drag her away, I heard sirens. A line of police cars came screaming around the corner and stopped hard, doors flying open as officers took cover behind their vehicles. The sound of authority entering the scene. was immediate and overwhelming. Guns drawn, shouting, commands echoing down the street. I could hear the officers trying to talk him down. Their voices carried through the walls, tense but controlled. The man was yelling back, slurred and angry. I was still trying to get my coworker to move when everything escalated in an instant. Multiple shots rang out. The sound was sharp and violent, nothing like the pops we'd heard earlier. This was unmistakable. This was real. That's when she finally stopped arguing and let me drag her away from the window and toward the back of the building. My hands were shaking, adrenaline flooding my system, but there wasn't time to process it. All I could think was getting us out of sight. We stayed there, pressed against the back wall, listening. Silence followed, thick and heavy. Eventually, there was movement again. Officers shouting orders, radios crackling, footsteps. Then nothing. The office I worked in belonged to my family, and my mom, who ran the business, had no idea any of this had happened. She wasn't there that day. She only found out when police arrived to secure the area and block things off. Not long after, both my parents showed up. They took one look at us and decided the office was closing for the day. They sent my coworker home immediately. Apparently, I was more shaken than I realized. They later told me I looked pale, distant, like I wasn't fully there anymore. I barely spoke. I remember feeling numb, like my emotions had shut off after burning too hot all at once. My body had already reacted and my mind was lagging behind, trying to catch up. When we finally left the office, the street looked completely different than it had that morning. Police tape, squad cars, officers everywhere. And there, on the ground, was a body covered up. The six-shooter had been taken away. Seeing that did something to me. It wasn't dramatic grief, it was anger. A deep, simmering anger that sat in my chest and didn't move. Anger at the chaos. Anger at how fast everything had spiraled. Anger at how close it all was to us just doing our jobs like any other day. Later, we learned what had happened. The man had caught his wife cheating with the local real estate guy. The betrayal broke something inside him. He got drunk. He grabbed his gun. He tried to shoot his wife, but he missed. Then he went after her lover. He shot him too, but it was a minor injury, not fatal. The only person who died was the man himself. The cops in our little town don't play around with armed standoffs. When things cross a certain line, they end fast. That day, it ended with a body on the street. What stuck with me wasn't just the fear, it was the complexity of it all. On one level, what he did was absolutely wrong. He endangered innocent people. He brought violence into a public space. He forced police to make a decision that ended his life. None of that is excusable, but on another level, I couldn't stop thinking about the betrayal that set it off. Now, he had a right to be angry, a right to feel destroyed by what was done to him. His entire life probably felt like it collapsed in one moment. He just didn't have the right reaction, and because of that, multiple lives were altered forever. What made everything worse in my mind was how quickly the media showed up. Reporters circling like vultures, cameras out, looking for sound bites and reactions. I wanted to get out of there before they tried to talk to me. I knew myself well enough to know that if someone shoved a microphone in my face, I might lose my temper completely. I was grieving the loss of life, furious at the situation, and not in any condition to perform composure for the news. People later referred to it as a minor shooting. Some even said it had a happy ending because no bystanders were hurt and the injured man survived. I never agreed with that. There was nothing happy about it. A man died. A family was shattered. A town was reminded that violence can erupt anywhere, even on an ordinary gray workday. I learned how quickly denial can turn into danger, how easily curiosity can override survival instincts, and how thin the wall really is between routine and catastrophe. Even now, years later, I can still hear those shots, if I think about it too long. I can still feel the tension in my shoulders, the frustration of trying to protect someone who didn't want to be protected, and the anger that came afterward. From the outside, it was just another small-town incident. From the inside, it was the day I realized how close normal life can sit to irreversible tragedy, and how no one walks away from that kind of moment unchanged. A close friend of mine was living in California when she met a guy, and they went on a date. At the time, it didn't seem like a big deal. It was just a normal date, the kind people go on all the time without expecting anything bad to come from it. She didn't feel a connection with him, and after that first meeting, she made it clear that she wasn't interested in continuing anything romantic. She thought that would be the end of it. It wasn't. Almost immediately, his behavior began to change. At first, it was small things that were easy to brush off. He followed her on social media and started texting her more than was normal. She tried to be polite but firm, responding less and less, hoping he would take the hint and move on. Instead, the messages became more frequent. He reacted badly to being ignored. Every time she tried to put distance between them, he seemed to push closer. Before she fully understood what was happening, the situation had already escalated into stalking. He watched her social media constantly. He commented on things she hadn't posted publicly. He referenced places she had been without her ever telling him. Then it moved beyond the phone and into real life. She started noticing him around the city. At first, she thought it was a coincidence. Big cities are full of people, and you sometimes run into the same faces by accident. But it kept happening. She would see him near her school, then on her way home, then near places she visited regularly. Slowly, she realized it wasn't random. He was following her. What made it even more disturbing was that he went so far as to transfer schools and classes just to be closer to her. He reshaped his entire daily life around staying near her, watching her, inserting himself into her routine. The most terrifying part was discovering that he would follow her home and then wait outside for her to wake up in the morning. Knowing that someone had been standing outside her home while she slept changed everything. That was the moment when fear replaced confusion. This wasn't unwanted attention anymore. This was obsession. She did what people are always told to do. She contacted the police. She explained everything. The messages, the following, the school transfers, the waiting outside her home. She expected to be taken seriously. Instead, she was told that her word alone wasn't enough evidence to support an investigation. According to the first officer she spoke with, there wasn't enough proof. She was dismissed and sent away. Already shaken and afraid, she tried another route. She went to a teacher, someone she trusted, hoping that an adult in authority would listen and help. She explained what was happening and how scared she was. But just like the police, the teacher refused to take her seriously. She wasn't believed. She wasn't protected. She was left alone with the problem. By that point, she felt trapped. Out of fear and desperation, she made a decision that still breaks my heart to think about. As a last attempt to stop it, she decided to talk to him herself. She believed that if she confronted him directly, if she made herself absolutely clear one final time, he might leave her alone. That decision changed her life forever. This isn't my story, so I won't go into graphic detail about what happened next. But in short, he raped her. The person she had been trying to escape from took control in the most violent and irreversible way possible. Afterwards, she went to her parents. She told them everything. Together, they went back to the police, believing that now, finally, something would be done. Once again, the police refused to investigate, even after the assault. Even after everything that had happened, they still didn't act. The only thing they were able to do was file a restraining order. The restraining order was approved, but it didn't bring peace. It didn't make her feel safe. His behavior never truly stopped. There was always the fear that he would ignore it completely, that a piece of paper wouldn't protect her from someone who had already crossed every possible line. As a family, they realized that staying meant living in constant fear. They made a painful decision. They packed up their entire lives and moved to another country. They left behind their home, their routines, and everything familiar just to get away from him. They settled in my city, believing that distance would finally end the nightmare. For a while, it worked. Life slowly started to feel normal again. She went to school, she made friends, she laughed. She slept without constantly checking windows and doors. It seemed like the worst was behind her. Then one day she went to class and saw him. Just like that, everything collapsed again. He had somehow found out what country they moved to. He found the city. He found her exact school. She still doesn't know how he did it. No one does. All she knows is that the person she had fled across borders to escape was suddenly standing there, close enough to touch. The stalking started all over again. He followed her through the school halls. He waited for her at the front door. He watched her movements the same way he had before. She lived in constant fear, knowing what he was capable of and how far he was willing to go. At the time, none of us knew what was happening. We only noticed that she always asked us to walk her to the bus stop. She insisted on it every day. We didn't question it much. We thought she just felt safer in a group. She never told us the real reason, not for a long time. The real reason was him. Eventually, she found the strength to speak up again. This time, she went to the school police officer. She told the whole story: the stalking, the assault, the restraining order, the move to another country, and the fact that he had followed her anyway. This time, she was finally believed. Action was taken quickly. Evidence of his stalking and of him violating the restraining order was easy to prove. He was arrested for everything he had done. For the first time since the nightmare began, she wasn't the one being forced to run or stay silent. It was only after all of this was over that she told us everything. She told us about California, about the date, about the obsession, about the rape, about the move, about seeing him again at school. She cried as she spoke, finally letting out years of fear, pain, and exhaustion that she had carried alone for far too long. The worst part for me is that even now, some people don't believe her. Even after everything. Even after the arrest. Even after she showed proof of the case. Even after she broke down in front of us, just trying to release what she had been holding inside. Some people still choose doubt over compassion. I think that's what hurts the most. Not just what he did to her, but how many times the system failed her, and how many people looked away when she needed help the most. She did everything she was told to do. She reported it. She asked for help. She followed the rules. And still, she paid the price. The only comfort, the only small saving grace, is that it's finally over. She survived. She was believed in the end. And he can no longer hurt her. But the damage didn't disappear just because the danger stopped. She still carries it, and so do the people who care about her. This story isn't just about a stalker. It's about how easily someone can be ignored when they speak up, and how much courage it takes to keep going anyway. And that's why I'll always believe her. A few years ago, something happened in a small Danish town that still makes people uncomfortable to talk about, even now. It wasn't the kind of place where you expect something like this. It was quiet, familiar, the kind of town where people recognize each other in the street and serious crime feels distant, like something that only happens elsewhere. The family involved seemed ordinary from the outside. There was a young man, late in his teens, living with his foster family. He had a foster brother, a foster mother, and a foster father. From everything people knew at the time, there were no obvious warning signs that something so violent was about to happen. No public breakdowns, no screaming matches in the street, just normal life continuing right up until it didn't. The motive, when it later came out, sounded almost painfully simple. A jealousy. Both brothers liked the same girl. A situation that happens all the time, especially among teenagers, and usually ends with hurt feelings, awkwardness, or distance. In this case, something inside the young man twisted that jealousy into rage. What happened next unfolded inside the family's home. At some point, violence broke out. The foster father was killed, then the foster brother. The exact order of events wasn't what people focused on the most, because what made the case truly chilling wasn't just that a family was murdered. It was how long it lasted and how helpless the people inside the house were while it was happening. The foster mother realized something was terribly wrong and managed to call the police. She stayed on the phone with them. That detail alone is hard to process. She wasn't calling after everything was over. She wasn't calling to report a crime that had already happened. She was calling while it was happening. She was waiting for help to arrive, listening to the dispatcher, knowing officers were on their way, and believing that if she could just hold on long enough, she might survive. While she was still on the phone, the two men in the house were killed. She could hear it. The police could hear it. The dispatcher was on the line as people in her family were being murdered, unable to do anything but listen, talk to her, and send help that couldn't arrive fast enough. And then, at the end, she was killed too, still on the phone with the police. That's the part that stays with people. Not just the jealousy, not just the brutality, but the image of a woman clinging to the line. She waiting for blue lights that never made it in time. The idea that her final moments were spent listening to a stranger's voice, knowing she was about to die, knowing help was close but not close enough. When the police finally arrived, it was already over. The house was silent. The family was gone. The young man was taken into custody, and the town woke up to a reality that felt unreal. People struggled to understand how something so extreme could come from something that, on the surface, sounded so ordinary. A crush, rivalry, jealousy. What made it worse was imagining those last minutes, the waiting, the fear, the hope that help would arrive before it was too late. The sound of violence happening in the same space, while the police were already on the way. It turns the concept of response time into something horrifyingly real. This wasn't a sudden, instant act. It wasn't over in seconds. It was prolonged enough for a phone call, for conversation, for waiting. That means there were moments where things could have gone differently, moments where survival still felt possible. That's what makes it so disturbing. For the police dispatcher, it was likely one of those calls that never leaves you. For the officers who arrived, the knowledge that they were only minutes away changes how you carry that job afterward. For the town, it shattered the sense that violence belongs somewhere else. And for everyone who hears the story, the creepiest part isn't just the jealousy or the murders. It's the phone call, the idea of being connected to safety, to authority, to help, and still being completely powerless. The idea that your last moments are spent waiting, listening, hoping, while the worst is still unfolding around you. It's a reminder of how fragile everything really is, how quickly normal family life can turn into something unimaginable, and how sometimes, even when you do exactly what you're supposed to do, even when help is on the way, it still isn't enough. That's why this case still feels so heavy. Not because it's complicated, but because it's terrifyingly simple, and because of how close the victims were to being saved. This is a story about my great aunt, and it happened in the late 1930s, or at least that's what my family believes. It's one of those stories that's been passed down quietly, never fully explained, never discussed in detail, but never forgotten either. The kind of story that hangs in the background of a family's history, uncomfortable and unresolved. When my aunt was 17, she was known as one of the smartest people in her class. Not just academically strong, but genuinely respected. Teachers liked her. She was a favorite. Classmates liked her too. She wasn't isolated, bullied, or treated as strange. From the outside, she looked like a girl with a bright future ahead of her. Someone who would probably go on to do something important with her life. At home, she lived with her family, including her younger brother, who was only 8 years old. There was nothing, at least nothing anyone ever noticed or talked about later, that suggested hatred or conflict between them. No stories of constant fighting, no warnings, no obvious cruelty, just siblings living under the same roof. Then one night, everything ended. She took a gun and shot her little brother, killing him. There was no accident, no struggle, no panic afterward. When the police arrived, the house was already quiet again, like the violence had been carefully contained within a single moment. Officers questioned her, expecting fear, shock, hysteria, or some emotional breakdown. Instead, she was calm. When they asked her why she did it, her answer was simple. She said she wanted to see if she would get in trouble for killing him, so she did it. That sentence is what makes the story so disturbing. There was no anger in it, no jealousy, no revenge, no explanation rooted in emotion, just curiosity, a cold, detached curiosity about consequences, as if she were testing a rule instead of ending a human life. For the people who heard it, including the officers, it was immediately clear that something was deeply wrong. She was evaluated and declared clinically insane. Rather than prison, she was sent to a psychiatric ward. In those days, mental health care was nothing like it is now. Records were sparse. Patients were often institutionalized for life. Families were encouraged, sometimes even pressured, to cut ties and move on as if the person no longer existed. And that's exactly what happened. No one in my family knows what became of her. There are no records anyone has been able to find. No clear timeline. No confirmation of whether she lived out her life in an institution, was transferred somewhere else, or even when she died. She simply disappears from the family story after that night, like a door was closed and never opened again. What makes this even harder to understand is the contrast. She wasn't described as disturbed before that. She wasn't failing school. She wasn't acting out. She was intelligent, liked, respected, the kind of person no one would suspect capable of something like that. It raises questions that don't have answers. Was something wrong that no one noticed? Was there a mental illness already forming that hadn't shown itself yet? Was it something neurological, something chemical, something that simply hadn't been understood in that era? Or was it something even more unsettling, the idea that a person can appear completely normal while lacking the most basic sense of empathy? The family rarely spoke about her after that. The focus stayed on the loss of the little boy, which makes sense. He was 8 years old, innocent. His life ended for no reason that anyone could understand. Grief like that leaves no room for curiosity about the person who caused it. Still, the silence around what happened to her afterward feels heavy. In a way, she became a ghost before she ever died. A name that exists only in fragments. A person who once showed promise, erased from memory because there was no way to reconcile who she had been with what she did. The scariest part of this story isn't the gun or the violence. It's the calmness, the reasoning, the lack of emotion. The idea that someone could commit an act so final simply to see what would happen afterward. It forces you to confront how fragile the idea of normal really is. how little we sometimes understand about the people closest to us, how mental illness, especially in a time when it wasn't well understood, could exist unnoticed until it exploded into something irreversible. Even now, generations later, there's no closure, no ending, just a question mark where a life should be. My great-aunt remains one of the most unsettling figures in my family's history, not because of what we know about her, but because of everything we don't. And because the reason she gave, so simple and so empty, still doesn't make sense, no matter how many years have passed. This happened sometime around 2002 or 2003. It was late in the evening, well past 11 at night. I was living alone back then, a bachelor, and I owned a bike, a motorcycle to be precise. Riding at night was something I did often. The streets were quieter, the air cooler, and it felt like one of the few times the city slowed down enough to breathe. That night, I remember heading out for something ordinary. Nothing urgent, nothing dramatic, just going somewhere, the way you do when you're young and the night still feels open and forgiving. The neighborhood roads were dimly lit, not completely dark, but not bright either. The kind of lighting where shadows stretch long and details blur just enough to make everything feel a little unreal. As I was riding through one of these streets, another motorbike came up behind me and overtook me. He passed me fast. Really fast. Instinctively, something inside me reacted. That old, stupid impulse kicked in. For a moment, I almost convinced myself to race him. I twisted the throttle and sped up for a brief minute, chasing the sound of his engine, chasing the idea of proving something that didn't need proving, but then something clicked. I realized how pointless it was, how risky, how stupid. This wasn't a highway. This was a city street. People lived here. Cars could appear from side roads. Someone could be crossing. I slowed down. I let him pull away. I fell back and watched his taillight shrink in the distance. I remember shrugging to myself, almost laughing internally, telling myself it wasn't worth it. He must have been going around 50 miles per hour in a city street at night. Seconds later, everything changed. I heard a sound that still lives in my head, a loud, violent crash, not the kind of noise you mistake for anything else. It was metal meeting flesh and bone at full speed. The sound echoed through the street and immediately made my stomach drop. I sped up, not to race, but to reach the source of the noise. My heart was pounding before I even saw what had happened. The biker had hit someone crossing the street. The pedestrian was wearing dark clothes. That detail stuck with me because in that dim light, he would have been almost invisible. One moment he was just stepping across the road, maybe heading somewhere close by, maybe just stepping out for air, maybe going home. The next moment, his entire life was ripped apart. The bike dragged along the road for a long distance, 40 or 50 meters at least. Sparks, twisted metal, scraping sounds. The pedestrian was thrown into the air. I saw his body lift in a way no human body should, then slam back down onto the asphalt. The biker flew too, landing hard, his body tumbling and then going still. I stopped. I got off my bike. For a moment, everything felt unreal, like I had stepped into a scene that didn't belong to real life. There was blood, too much blood. Broken limbs bent at wrong angles. Both men were alive in that moment, but not really present. They were delirious, confused, making sounds that didn't quite form words. They looked like they were in a trance, not fully understanding what had just happened to them. People started pouring out of nearby houses, doors opened, lights turned on. Voices rose in panic and confusion. Someone called the police. I don't remember if it was me or someone else. My hands were shaking so badly that even simple movements felt difficult. I stood there, staring, helpless. Time felt strange, too fast and too slow at the same time. I remember thinking that I didn't know if either of them would survive. I still don't know. I never followed up. I never read about it afterward. Maybe they lived. Maybe they didn't. That uncertainty is part of what makes it stick with me. What haunts me the most is how random it all was. That pedestrian probably stepped out of his home for something small. Maybe to buy something. Maybe to meet someone. Maybe just to walk. His family had no idea that their lives were about to change forever. No warning, no build-up. Just one reckless decision by someone else, and everything shattered. And then the other thought hit me. If I had decided to race him, it could have been me. If I had let that impulse win, I would have been right there, side by side with him, or even ahead of him. I could have been the one hitting that person, or I could have been the one flying through the air. I could have been the body on the road, the broken limbs, the blood. I could have been the reason someone else's family was destroyed. That realization punched me in the chest. I had slowed down just in time, not because I was wise, not because I foresaw danger, just because in that moment I decided it wasn't worth it. A small decision, a few seconds, and it separated my life into two possible paths. One where I went home shaken but alive, and another where everything could have ended or been ruined forever. Even now, years later, thinking about it makes my chest tighten. It showed me how fragile life really is. How thin the line is between an ordinary night and irreversible tragedy. How someone else's recklessness can destroy lives in an instant, including lives of people who did absolutely nothing wrong. It also showed me something uncomfortable about myself. How close I came to being that reckless person. How easy it is to slip into dangerous behavior without thinking it through. How ego and adrenaline can override common sense in a heartbeat. That night changed how I ride. It changed how I think about speed. It changed how I see the road. Every time I'm tempted to push it, to go faster than I should, that image comes back. The sound of the crash, the bodies on the asphalt, the blood, the silence afterward, broken only by confused voices and distant sirens. Life doesn't announce when it's about to end or change forever. Sometimes it happens because someone wanted to feel powerful for a few seconds. Sometimes it happens because someone stepped out of their house wearing dark clothes. And sometimes survival comes down to a decision you almost didn't make. That thought still shakes me, really shakes me, because that night proved something I can never forget. I was one stupid choice away from destroying my life, or losing it completely. Sorry to This is a personal story, and even now, years later, it still sits uncomfortably in the back of my mind. Not because something terrible actually happened, but because of how close it came to happening without either of us fully realizing it at the time. It started on an otherwise ordinary evening. My partner was at work, nearing closing time. Retail jobs have a way of wearing you down slowly, especially toward the end of the day, when everyone is tired and patience is thin. Customers get more demanding, more frustrated, more likely to take things personally when they don't get their way. Shortly before closing, a man came in and caused a problem. I don't remember the exact reason anymore. It could have been that he wanted to return an item he wasn't allowed to return, or maybe he wanted to buy something that couldn't legally be sold to him. Whatever it was, it didn't matter in the grand scheme of things. Store rules are store rules, and she was just doing her job. He didn't take it well. At first, it seemed like just another unpleasant customer interaction. Raised voice, irritation, that kind of thing. But then, as he was leaving, he leaned in and hissed through his teeth that she would regret it. Not shouted, not said loudly enough for others to hear, just low, deliberate, and meant for her alone. He walked out after that. She didn't completely panic. Anyone who's worked with the public knows customers say stupid, aggressive things all the time. Most of the time it's empty bluster. People vent, threaten, and storm out, and nothing ever comes of it. Still, there's something about the way he said it stuck with her. The tone, the certainty, the lack of drama, almost like he was stating a fact rather than making a threat. So she did the sensible thing. Instead of walking home alone after closing, she asked me to come get her. I was already out on my usual evening walk with the dogs, so it was convenient. It wasn't a big deal, just a small adjustment to be a bit safer. Better cautious than sorry. At the time, neither of us treated it like a serious situation. There was no sense of immediate danger, no fear running through our heads. It felt like one of those just-in-case decisions you make and don't think about too much afterward. I met her about 20 minutes later. The store was closed, lights dimmed, the parking lot mostly empty. We were standing a couple of feet to the side of the building, chatting casually. The dogs relaxed at my side. Everything felt normal, quiet, uneventful. Then we heard movement. It came from the back of the building near the dumpsters, maybe 20 yards away. At first, it was just a rustling sound, then a voice, loud, angry, cursing under its breath, but not really trying to be quiet about it. She froze. She later told me that the moment she heard the voice, she knew. She recognized it instantly. Same voice, same tone, the same man from earlier. Before either of us could even react properly, there were footsteps. Quick, heavy footsteps. Then the sharp sound of car tires screeching as a vehicle tore out of the lot and disappeared. The whole thing lasted only seconds, but those seconds changed the way I think about that night. It became clear almost immediately what had happened. He had waited. He had stayed near the store after closing. He had been lurking by the dumpsters, expecting her to come out alone. Whatever he planned to do, he hadn't planned on her being accompanied. And he definitely hadn't planned on what he saw instead. I'm a big guy, around 230 pounds at the time, solid build. I was standing there with two staff mixes on leashes. They're sweet dogs, gentle, affectionate, absolute goofballs with people they know. But they don't look gentle. They look powerful, muscular, intimidating, and when they're alert, they command attention. The three of us together didn't look like easy targets. It doesn't take much imagination to figure out why he decided not to follow through with whatever he had in mind. At the time, we were shaken, but we tried to brush it off. We went home, talked about it, agreed it was creepy, but told ourselves it was over. He was gone. Nothing happened. End of story. But it wasn't over. Months later, she was watching the news and saw his face on the screen. She recognized him immediately. The report was about a man who had been arrested a couple of towns over. He had a long criminal history, battery, violent assaults, and most chilling of all, multiple cases of manslaughter. Crimes committed not in the heat of some massive conflict, but triggered by petty grievances, being wronged in small ways. Someone disrespecting him, someone telling him no, someone doing their job. People like my partner. The realization hit hard. This wasn't just some angry customer blowing off steam. This wasn't an empty threat made in frustration. This was someone with a documented pattern of extreme violence in response to minor slights. Someone who escalated quickly, someone who hurt people badly, sometimes fatally because they didn't get what they wanted. And he had waited for her. That's the part that still makes my stomach tighten. He didn't leave and cool off. He didn't go home. He stayed nearby. He positioned himself out of sight. He listened. He waited for her to exit the store. If she had walked out alone that night, there's no way to know how it would have ended. And that uncertainty is what makes the story frightening, even though nothing technically happened. Looking back, it's easy to play the what-if game. What if she hadn't asked me to come? What if I had been delayed? What if I hadn't had the dogs with me? What if he had decided to act anyway? Sure, we might have been able to fight him off. I boxed amateur for years and knew how to handle myself. I carried a pocket knife at the time. The dogs, for all their sweetness, are fiercely protective if they sense real danger to their owners, especially if I don't actively calm them down. But none of that is comforting when you really think about it. Violence is chaotic, unpredictable. A single blow with a tire iron can kill someone. A knife changes everything in seconds. Even people who know how to fight can lose badly when things go wrong. There are no winners in that kind of situation, only different levels of damage. The idea of having your skull crushed because someone with severe anger issues felt disrespected is horrifying in its sheer randomness. It's not dramatic, it's not meaningful, it's just senseless. And it can happen on an ordinary night, over something as trivial as store policy. That's what stuck with me the most. Not the fear in the moment, but the delayed realization of how close we were to something irreversible. How easily that night could have ended with police tape, hospital lights, or worse. How thin the line is between nothing happened and everything changed forever. When people talk about trusting their instincts, this is the kind of situation they mean. She didn't panic. She didn't overreact. She just made a small, reasonable decision to not be alone. That choice, casual as it felt at the time, may have prevented something truly awful. The man was eventually caught. Months later, in another town, arrested again for violence. I don't know where he is now, and honestly, I don't care. I just hope he's somewhere he can't hurt anyone else. Every so often I think back to that night, to the sound of movement behind the dumpsters, to the sudden recognition in her face, to the tires screeching away into the dark. And I think about how many people never get the chance to tell stories like this. Not because they did something wrong, but because they crossed paths with the wrong person at the wrong time. We were lucky. That's the simplest and most honest way to put it. I was 6 years old at most when this happened. Maybe even younger. At the time, it didn't feel scary at all. It felt like one of the best trips of my childhood. I remember loving every part of it. The outdoors, the freedom, the excitement of being somewhere different from home. Everything about it felt like an adventure, and I wanted it to last forever. We were camping as a family, tucked into a campsite that felt perfect to me back then. There were trees all around, open space to explore, and that quiet hum of nature that kids don't consciously notice but somehow still enjoy. I remember running around, playing, probably getting dirty, probably being told more than once to slow down or stay close. To me, it was just fun. Nothing about the place felt dangerous. At some point during the trip, something unusual happened. A mountain biker came flying down a trail or service road near our camp and crashed hard into a service road sign right behind where we were set up. I remember the sound more than anything. Metal bending, something snapping, the sudden chaos of it all. The sign was completely wrecked, bent, twisted, ruined. His bike didn't fare much better. What stood out, even to a kid, was that the guy got up. He was shaken, scraped up, probably sore as hell, but he walked away. Just bruises and scratches. The adults checked on him, made sure he was okay. Then things settled down again. To me, it was just another exciting thing that happened. Something to tell people about later, a story. The trip went on, and I was having such a good time that I didn't want it to end. When my dad told us we were leaving the next day, I was furious. But truly angry in that very real, very intense way kids get when they feel something unfair is being taken away from them. I begged him. I argued. I tried everything I could think of to convince him to let us stay one more night. One more day, one more campfire, one more morning waking up in the woods. He wouldn't budge. He said he had to get back to work, that it wasn't optional, that we had responsibilities waiting for us at home. At the time, that explanation meant nothing to me. All I heard was no. All I felt was disappointment. I remember sulking, probably crying, probably thinking he was ruining everything for no reason. We packed up and left. The next day, everything changed. News broke that a mountain lion had attacked a family camping at that exact campsite. Not nearby, not somewhere similar, the same campsite. The same spot where we had been sleeping, eating, laughing, sitting around a campfire just hours earlier. When footage aired, it showed the area clearly. You could see the wrecked service road sign from the mountain bike crash. You could see where our campfire had been. The place I recognized instantly. The place that, to my 6-year-old mind, had felt so safe and happy. A mountain lion had come into camp and attacked. That's when it hit me, even though I was still very young. The weight of it, the closeness of it. The realization that if my dad had given in, if he had let us stay just one more night, we might have been there when it happened. I didn't fully understand death or danger the way adults do, but I understood enough to feel that cold, sinking feeling in my stomach. The kind that comes when you realize something terrible almost happened to you without you ever knowing it at the time. As I got older, that story took on more meaning. I started to understand how rare but how real something like that is. How mountain lions usually avoid people. How attacks are uncommon but not impossible. How the wilderness doesn't care that you're a family on vacation or a kid having fun. It just exists on its own rules. I also started to understand my dad's decision differently. At the time, I thought he was being unfair, boring, stubborn. I didn't see him as someone making a choice that might save his family from harm. I just saw him as the guy who wouldn't let me stay another day. Now I see it as something else entirely. He didn't know a mountain lion would attack the next day. He couldn't have known. But he trusted his instincts about timing, about responsibility, about leaving when it was time to leave. And that choice put us somewhere else when danger arrived. The scariest part is how ordinary everything felt before we left. There were no warning signs, no feeling of dread, no sense that something bad was coming. Just a great camping trip, a kid who didn't want it to end, and a dad who said no. That's what makes it unsettling to think about now. How close we were, how easily our story could have been completely different. How something life-changing can happen just one day after you leave a place. Sometimes I think about that wrecked sign and that mountain biker, about how he walked away with minor injuries while something far worse was already looming in the same area. It feels like a strange coincidence, like the place was already reminding us that accidents and danger were possible there, even if we didn't fully grasp it. I also think about the family who was attacked, about how their camping trip didn't end with disappointment and sulking, but with trauma, with fear, with injuries, possibly worse. I don't know all the details, but I know enough to understand how lucky we were. Looking back, it's almost surreal. A childhood memory that starts out warm and happy and ends with the realization that it could have ended in tragedy. A story where the punchline is, "Thanks, Dad, for saving my life." But underneath that humor is something much heavier. It taught me, even if I didn't realize it right away, that timing matters. That leaving when you're supposed to leave can be just as important as staying. That adults sometimes make decisions kids don't understand. Not because they're cruel or boring, but because they see things kids can't yet see. I still remember being mad. I still remember how badly I wanted to stay. But now that memory is layered with gratitude. Thanks, Dad. Seriously. It happened in my hometown, the kind of place where nothing ever feels truly hidden. Everyone knows the big parking lot I'm talking about. It's massive, the kind you see outside places like Walmart, stretching so far back that the last few rows feel almost forgotten. Most people park closer to the entrance, under the lights, near other cars. The back of the lot is quieter, darker, and usually empty unless the store is packed during the holidays. One car had been sitting back there for days. At first, no one noticed it. That alone is unsettling when you think about it. Cars get left in parking lots all the time. People forget where they parked. Some leave their vehicles overnight. Some break down and get picked up later. A single car sitting quietly at the far end of a huge lot doesn't raise alarms. It just blends in with everything else. The life went on around it. People pulled in, grabbed shopping carts, loaded groceries, complained about prices, checked their phones, and drove away. Kids cried in the back seats. Couples argued softly while pushing carts. Old people took their time crossing the lanes. Employees went on breaks, smoked cigarettes, joked with each other, and went back inside. All of it happened within a short distance of that parked car. Inside that car, a woman was dead. She was in her 60s, maybe a little older. Police later said she had been missing in the area for several days. No one knows exactly when she died, only that she had been there long enough for her body to start decomposing, long enough for the smell to become noticeable, but only if you were close, long enough for her to become something people didn't see anymore, even though she was right there. The only reason anyone noticed was because of a kid. He worked at the store, one of those jobs you take when you're young and need money. He was pushing carts back into the corral, walking the long rows under the open sky. It's boring work. You zone out. You think about getting off your shift, about dinner, about your phone buzzing in your pocket. You don't expect anything unusual, especially not at the back of the lot. At some point, he noticed the car. Maybe it was the smell. Maybe it was the way the windows fogged or darkened. Maybe curiosity made him look inside. However it happened, he saw something that didn't make sense at first. A shape. Stillness. Something that didn't look right. He saw a body. Imagine being that kid. You're just doing your job, pushing carts in the heat or the cold. And suddenly you're staring at death through a car window. Not in a movie, not on a screen. A real person rotting, alone, forgotten. He reported it immediately. Police arrived, lights flashing in the same lot where people were still parking and shopping. Officers walked over to the car and opened the doors. Inside, they found her. A woman who had once driven that car, parked it, and never left. A woman who had likely expected to go home that day. She had been there the entire time. That's the part that sticks with people. The idea that for days, maybe longer, a dead body sat in plain sight while the world continued around it. People walked past it without knowing. Families parked nearby. Employees took smoke breaks within view of it. No crime scene tape, no warning signs. Just a car at the edge of a parking lot. There is something deeply unsettling about that kind of invisibility. We like to believe that death is loud, that something dramatic happens. Sirens, chaos, attention. But sometimes it's quiet. Sometimes it sits unnoticed while people live their lives a few feet away. The woman didn't die in some hidden forest or abandoned building. She died in one of the most public places imaginable, and still no one saw her. Another terrifying thought is how lonely her death must have been. To die in your own car, parked somewhere meant for brief errands with no one realizing what's happening inside. No one knocking on the window, no one calling for help. Just sitting there as hours pass, then days. Cars are supposed to be safe spaces, temporary shelters, a place you sit while the world moves around you. The idea that you could die inside one and simply be overlooked is hard to process. It makes you wonder how often people disappear quietly, not because they are hidden, but because no one thinks to look. Then there's the kid. People often forget about him when stories like this are told. But he's the one who found her. He's the one who saw something no one should have to see at that age. Pushing carts is mindless, repetitive work. It's not meant to end with trauma. Yet now, every time he walks through a parking lot, every time he sees a car sitting alone, that image is probably still there. How do you unsee something like that? The smell, the sight, the realization that the person inside was once alive and waiting for something that never came. That's not something you leave behind at the end of a shift. That follows you home. It shows up when you try to sleep, and it comes back when you least expect it. What makes this story even scarier is how ordinary everything else was. There was no sign that something was wrong, no screams, no shattered glass, no obvious crime. Just a parked car doing exactly what parked cars are supposed to do, blending in, being ignored, existing quietly at the edge of attention. That's what makes people uncomfortable when they hear about it. It forces you to realize how close death can be without announcing itself, how easily it can sit among us without being noticed. We imagine danger as something dramatic, something that stands out. But sometimes the most disturbing things look completely normal. Even now, people who remember the story say they think about it when they park far from a store. They glance at cars that have been sitting too long. They notice windows, reflections, shapes in seats. The story rewires the way you see everyday places. A parking lot becomes something else entirely. It becomes a reminder that someone could be right there, unseen, that life can end quietly, that the world doesn't always stop when something terrible happens. Sometimes it keeps going, unaware, uncaring. And maybe that's the most frightening part of all. Not the body, not the decay, not even the shock of discovery, but the idea that death can exist in plain sight, surrounded by noise and movement and life, and still be completely invisible. This is one of those stories that feels like it rewired something inside me, even though nothing actually happened to me that night. It's strange how close you can come to disaster without ever being there, and how that closeness can still haunt you just as deeply. My friend was the kind of guy everyone relied on for rides. He loved driving. He loved being the one behind the wheel, the one who picked people up, the one who decided where the night went. If there was somewhere to go, he was usually the driver. To us, that made him feel dependable, almost safe by default. When you're young, you don't always separate confidence from responsibility. Sometimes you assume they're the same thing. That night started like so many others. He called me and asked if I wanted to hang out. Nothing dramatic, just a casual invite. See, he suggested we go to the casino for a bit. Maybe mess around, spend $20 or so, nothing crazy. It wasn't pitched as anything wild or reckless. It sounded harmless, almost boring, just something to do to kill time. I was 17. I remember exactly where I was when he called. I had summer school work to do, papers and assignments spread out in front of me, the kind of work that feels pointless and endless when you're that age. I didn't want to be doing it, but I also didn't want to get in trouble. I asked my dad if I could go out, and he said no. He didn't argue. He didn't lecture. Just a simple no. Finish your work. At the time, I was annoyed. Not furious, not rebellious, just irritated in that quiet teenage way where you feel like you're missing out on life because of something small and stupid. I remember thinking it wasn't fair, that it was just a short trip, that nothing bad was going to happen. I didn't go. What I didn't realize until much later was that I was the first person he called. That detail matters more than it should. If I had said yes, I would have been in the passenger seat, not in the back, not somewhere else, right there next to him, where I always sat. Since I said no, he picked up someone else. I didn't know the guy. He was a friend of my friend, someone from another circle, someone who wouldn't have been there at all if I had gone. The kind of small substitution that feels meaningless in the moment. Just another person filling a seat. They went out that night. I stayed home, annoyed, doing schoolwork, probably checking the time more than I needed to, wondering what I was missing. I had no sense that anything was wrong, no bad feeling, no intuition screaming at me to stay put. just a normal night that felt slightly disappointing. Later that night, everything changed. I don't remember how I first heard about it, whether it was a phone call, a text, or someone knocking on a door. I just remember the shock, the way the words didn't seem to make sense at first. My brain kept rejecting them like they belonged to a movie or a rumor, not something real. My friend had been in a police chase. From what came out afterward, it started with something small. He ran a stop sign or a red light, or did something minor that caught a cop's attention. The kind of traffic violation that usually ends with a ticket and a lecture. The kind of thing people laugh about later, but he didn't pull over. Instead, he ran. No one really knows exactly what went through his head in that moment. Panic, maybe. Ego, fear, the thrill of it, the belief that he could get away. Young people are especially bad at understanding consequences. They exist in theory, not reality. You know they're real, but you don't feel them yet. The police chased him. What should have been a brief pursuit turned into something much worse. He kept going, faster, farther. The chase stretched on for 30, maybe 40 miles. That's a long time to be running from the police. A long time to make the same bad decision over and over again. A long time for fear and adrenaline to override any sense of reason. At some point, control was lost. The car wrapped itself around a pole. That phrase is brutal, but accurate. The force of the impact was so violent that the car didn't just hit the pole. It folded around it. Metal twisted, glass shattered, the kind of crash that leaves no room for survival. My friend lived. The passenger didn't. The other guy, the one who took my seat, was killed instantly. When I learned that, my first reaction wasn't fear. It was disbelief, then confusion. Then a strange, hollow feeling in my chest that I didn't have words for yet. My brain immediately did the math, even though no one asked it to. That could have been me, not in some abstract way, not in a dramatic what-if sense. Literally me, in the passenger seat, in the exact spot where someone else died. If my dad had said yes, I would have gone. If I hadn't had summer school work, if I'd been a little more stubborn, if I'd lied, if I'd snuck out, if any small detail had been different, I would not be here. That realization didn't hit all at once. It came in waves. At first, I felt guilty. Guilty that I was alive. Guilty that someone else died in my place. Guilty that I had been annoyed about staying home when staying home saved my life. Survivor's guilt doesn't always come from surviving an event directly. Sometimes it comes from avoiding it by accident. Then came fear. I started replaying the night in my head, imagining myself in the car, imagining the moment the police lights came on, imagining the acceleration, the sirens, the tension, imagining the panic building with every mile, imagining the crash, the sound, the impact, the sudden end. I didn't even need to imagine it vividly. The knowledge alone was enough to make my stomach drop. What made it worse was how normal everything had seemed beforehand. There was no sense of danger, no big plan, no bad crowd, no obvious red flags, just a friend offering a ride and a casual night out. That's what made it terrifying. Not the crash itself, but how easily it could have been part of my life without warning. I also had to confront something uncomfortable about my friend. I wanted to believe he was just unlucky, that things spiraled out of control, that anyone could have made that mistake, and maybe that's partly true. But he made choices. He chose not to stop. He chose to keep going. He chose to turn a minor situation into a fatal one. Reconciling the version of him I knew with the version of him who led police on a 40-mile chase was hard. It forced me to accept that people are more complicated than we want them to be. That someone can be fun, generous, familiar, and still capable of catastrophic decisions. The passenger's death didn't feel real to me at first because I didn't know him. That almost made it harder. He was a blank space, a shadow, a person who existed mostly in relation to me as the one who wasn't me. That's a horrible way to think about someone, and I hated myself for it. But it was unavoidable. Someone died because I stayed home. That thought followed me for a long time. I started noticing how fragile everything felt, how much life depended on timing, on small decisions that don't feel important when you make them. Saying yes or no to a phone call, doing homework, listening to a parent, ordinary moments that quietly decide everything. I also started thinking about my dad, about how annoyed I had been with him, about how his simple, unremarkable decision saved my life without either of us knowing it. So he didn't know what he was protecting me from. He wasn't being heroic. He was just being a parent, and that was enough. There's something deeply unsettling about realizing how close you were to dying without ever feeling at risk. I didn't walk away from a crash. I didn't wake up in a hospital. I didn't have scars or physical trauma, but mentally, something shifted. I lost a sense of invincibility I didn't even know I had. I became more aware of how easily things can go wrong, how quickly fun can turn fatal. For a long time afterward, every time I got into a car, I thought about it. Every time someone drove too fast. Every time I saw police lights. Every time a friend suggested doing something impulsive. The memory hovered in the background, quiet but persistent. What haunts me most is that there was nothing special about that night until there was. No prophecy, no warning, no dramatic build-up. Just a phone call, a no, and a chain of events that ended someone's life and spared mine. It feels unfair in a way that's hard to articulate. Not because I wish I had gone, but because I didn't earn my safety. I didn't make a wise choice based on danger. I just stayed home because I had homework. Sometimes I think about the passenger, about his family, about how their lives were shattered because of a decision he didn't even make. He trusted my friend to drive him, just like I always had. That trust killed him. That's the part that still makes my chest feel tight. It's easy to frame this story as a lesson about listening to your parents, or not getting into cars with reckless drivers, or the dangers of police chases. And those lessons are real. But the deeper truth is harder to accept. Life isn't fair and it isn't orderly. Sometimes survival comes down to being in the wrong place at the right time, or the right place at the wrong time. Sometimes it comes down to a phone call you don't answer, or plans you cancel without thinking twice. I'm alive because I stayed home. Someone else died because I did. That knowledge doesn't come with closure. It doesn't fade neatly into the past. It just sits there, a quiet reminder of how thin the line is between an ordinary night and a tragedy that defines the rest of your life. Even now, when I think about it, I don't feel relief as much as I feel humility. A heavy awareness that I'm here by accident and that nothing about that should ever be taken for granted. This happened a few years ago, but it still feels close, like something that never fully left my body. Some memories fade with time. This one didn't. It settled in quietly and stayed there, waiting for moments of silence to resurface. I was around 15 years old then, old enough to have some independence, but still young enough to feel safe in ways I didn't even realize I was taking for granted. That night had been completely ordinary, nothing strange, nothing off. I went to bed the same way I always did, not locking my door, not worrying about anything. I used to sleep with my bedroom door wide open because it made the house feel less quiet, less empty. I liked hearing small sounds from the rest of the house. It made me feel protected. Sometime during the night, I woke up feeling extremely cold. At first, I didn't understand why. I remember pulling the blanket closer around me, curling up tighter, assuming I had kicked it off in my sleep. But the cold felt different. It wasn't just the kind that comes from a draft or bad insulation. It was sharper, more present. I didn't fully wake up, though. I drifted back into sleep, half aware, my body reacting, but my mind not questioning it. Later, I would realize that cold had a reason. It was around 7 in the morning when my dad came home from his night shift. I didn't see him come in, but I heard his voice carry through the house. That's what woke me properly. He sounded irritated, tired in the way only someone who has worked all night can be. He was talking to my grandma, complaining, asking her why she had left the front door open. That sentence alone didn't alarm me at first. My grandma usually woke up early, around 5:30 in the morning. She sometimes stepped outside to get fresh air, sometimes forgot small things. It wasn't unusual for my dad to question her about something like that. From my bed, half awake, it all sounded normal, but then I heard her answer him. She told him she hadn't gotten up yet. She told him she had been asleep the entire time. That's when the atmosphere changed. Even from my room, I could feel it. That shift in tone when something suddenly doesn't make sense. Confusion replacing irritation. Silence stretching longer than it should. I sat up in my bed, the cold from earlier, suddenly clicking into place in my mind. The front door hadn't been left open by mistake. My dad started walking through the house. I could hear drawers opening, footsteps moving faster now, more purposeful. Then his voice again, louder, sharper. He called out that something was wrong. They found a rock in the kitchen sink. It sounds like such a small detail, but that rock is burned into my memory. A rock doesn't belong in a sink, not in a normal house, not without explanation. It had been used to break the kitchen window. The glass had been shattered quietly enough that none of us woke up. Whoever did it had reached inside, unlocked the window, climbed into our home. My laptop was gone. Then more things. My dad's valuable belongings. Items he kept in specific places, things that meant something to him. Things someone had to search for. This wasn't a quick grab-and-run situation. Whoever it was moved through our house. That realization hit me harder than the theft itself. Someone had been inside while we were all sleeping. As the adults talked and pieced things together, I just sat there, my heart pounding, replaying the night in my head, the cold, the open door, the silence, and then the thought that made my stomach drop. My bedroom door had been wide open. It always was. There was no barrier between me and the hallway, no lock, no closed door, just open space. If the intruder had walked down that hall, they would have seen me immediately. A teenage girl asleep in her bed, completely vulnerable, completely unaware. They saw me. There is no version of this story where they didn't. That's the part that still makes my chest tighten when I think about it. Not just that someone broke in, but that they had the opportunity to do more. They could have come into my room. They could have stood there watching me sleep. They could have touched me, hurt me, taken me, and they didn't. I don't know why. I will never know why. And somehow, that uncertainty is scarier than a clear answer would have been. Was it fear? Was it hesitation? Was it because someone else was in the house? Or was it because they simply didn't want to? I lay there afterward, listening to my family talk, realizing just how close something worse could have been. How thin the line was between a robbery and something far darker. It made me feel sick. After taking what they wanted, they didn't even bother to close the front door. They just walked out. That detail haunts me too. The carelessness of it, the confidence, the idea that they felt no urgency, no need to hide what they had done. The house had been violated and they left it exposed, open to the cold air that had crept into my room and woken me up earlier. That cold wasn't random. It was the outside air filling the space where safety used to be. We called the police, of course. They came and did what police always do in situations like that. They asked questions, they looked around, they took notes, they checked the broken window, the door, the missing items. They nodded sympathetically, reassured us in calm voices. But even then, I knew. We were never getting our stuff back. Robberies like that don't end with neat conclusions. There are no dramatic arrests, no recovered laptops, no satisfying sense of justice. The police eventually left, and the house fell quiet again, but it didn't feel the same. The silence had changed. Every sound meant something now. Every creak of the floor, every shift of the house settling, every unexpected noise sent my heart racing. I couldn't sleep with my door open anymore. But I couldn't sleep at all without checking the locks multiple times. Even during the day, the house felt different, like it had lost something invisible but essential. Safety is one of those things you don't notice until it's gone. Before that night, my home was just my home, a place where I could exist without thinking. Afterward, it felt like a space that had been breached, like the walls themselves had failed at their job. I became hyper-aware of windows, doors, shadows. I noticed things I had never paid attention to before. I kept thinking about the intruders' movements. Where did they enter? How long were they inside? Did they pause outside my room? Did they hear me breathe? Did they consider opening the door wider or stepping inside? Those questions replayed endlessly in my mind, with no answers. And there never will be answers. That's the part people don't talk about enough when it comes to crimes like this. It's not just the loss of property, it's the loss of certainty, the loss of the belief that bad things announce themselves loudly. Sometimes they happen quietly, inches away from you while you're asleep. Sometimes the only sign is cold air on your skin. Years later, I still think about that morning, about waking up and hearing my dad's voice, about the rock in the sink, about the front door standing open like an invitation, about how close danger came without touching me. I think about how easily things could have gone another way. And I think about how, somewhere out there, the person who did it moved on with their life, while I learned what it feels like to never fully relax in your own bed again. This story happened long before I was born, during my mom's first marriage. It's something she told me years later, almost casually at first. But the more she talked about it, the more unsettling it became. Over time, the details settled into my mind in a way that made it impossible to forget. It's one of those stories that doesn't rely on ghosts or shadows or unexplained sounds. It's terrifying because it's real, because it involves something small and innocent, and because it reveals something deeply wrong about a person. When my mom was younger, she had a kitten. It wasn't just a pet in the background of her life. It was something she cared about deeply. She had raised it when it was tiny, when it needed warmth, food, and attention. Anyone who has ever had a kitten knows how fragile they are at that age. They trust completely. They don't understand danger. They just exist in the moment, playing, sleeping, following you around the house with blind confidence. That kitten depended on her. At the time, my mom was married to a man who, on the surface, seemed normal enough. Like many people in bad relationships, she didn't see the full picture right away. You don't marry someone believing they're capable of terrible things. You marry the version of them they show you when they want to be loved, accepted, and seen as decent. One day, she came home from work. Nothing about that day was supposed to be different. She expected the usual routine. Walk inside, maybe greet her husband, maybe look for the kitten who would normally come running or meowing or weaving around her legs. Instead, what she found stopped her cold. Her husband was sitting on the porch. He was sobbing, not quietly, not holding it together. He was fully breaking down. Next to him was a cooler. That image alone is strange enough to make your stomach tighten. A grown man crying on the porch with a cooler beside him. It doesn't fit into a normal domestic scene. It feels wrong before you even know why. When she asked what happened, he told her the kitten had gone crazy. That was his explanation. He said the kitten had suddenly become violent, uncontrollable, like it wasn't itself anymore. He said he didn't know what else to do. He said he had to snap its neck to stop it. There are moments in life where your brain refuses to process what it's hearing. This was one of those moments. The words don't immediately register because they are too extreme, too sudden, too horrific. A kitten doesn't just go crazy in a way that justifies killing it. Anyone who knows even the basics about animals understands that. But at the time, my mom was young. She was in a marriage. She didn't yet have the distance or clarity that comes with years of hindsight. Shock can make you accept things you would otherwise question. Grief can blur logic. And when someone you live with tells you something terrible in a calm, explanatory way, part of you wants to believe them because the alternative is unthinkable. The kitten was dead. That was the undeniable truth. However it happened, however it was explained, the kitten was gone. A small, defenseless animal that had done nothing wrong was killed. Its life ended violently, and there was no undoing that. At the time, my mom didn't fully understand what she was seeing. But now, decades later, with the marriage long over and the truth about that man fully exposed, she sees it differently. She knows about his history with drugs. She knows how often he drank. She knows how unpredictable and dangerous he could become when he was high or drunk. She believes he snapped the kitten's neck while intoxicated, not out of necessity, not out of mercy, but because he was impaired, reckless, and capable of cruelty. The story about the kitten going crazy sounds less like a real explanation and more like an excuse someone makes when they know what they've done can't be justified. The sobbing on the porch doesn't feel like grief when you look at it through that lens. It feels like panic, like regret mixed with fear of consequences, like someone realizing too late that they crossed a line they can't uncross. What makes this story especially disturbing is how common this pattern is. People who hurt animals often don't start with people. Animals are smaller, weaker, easier to control, easier to explain away. A kitten can't tell anyone what happened. A dead animal can't testify. The violence disappears as soon as it's done, leaving only a story behind. That story becomes the only thing standing between truth and denial. The fact that my mom's ex-husband was later revealed to have serious substance abuse issues makes the situation even darker. Drugs and alcohol don't create cruelty, but they remove restraints. They lower empathy. They allow impulses to surface without fear or care. If someone already has something wrong inside them, intoxication gives it space to act. The most horrifying part is how casual the explanation was. He didn't rush the kitten to a vet. He didn't call for help. He didn't ask my mom what to do. He decided on his own that killing it was the solution. That level of certainty in an act of violence is deeply unsettling. When my mom talks about it now, there's a heaviness in her voice. Not just sadness, but something closer to guilt. The kind that comes from realizing years later that you lived with someone capable of doing something monstrous, and you didn't fully see it at the time. That you trusted them, that you shared space with them. That realization doesn't go away easily. For me, hearing this story as an adult hit differently than it would have if I were younger, especially now because I have a cat of my own, a cat that my mom and I raised from the time she was a kitten. I know what it means to protect something that small. Now I know how fragile they are, how much they rely on you. When I look at my cat, I see innocence, I see trust, I see a creature that assumes the world is safe because the people around her have made it so. The idea that someone could take a baby animal like that and hurt it intentionally makes my stomach turn. It's not just sad, it's terrifying, because if someone can do that to a kitten, what else are they capable of? There's a reason stories like this linger. They force us to confront an uncomfortable truth. about humanity. Not everyone who looks normal is safe. Not everyone who cries is remorseful in the way we want them to be. Some people are capable of unspeakable acts and will wrap them in excuses that sound just believable enough to delay judgment. Animal cruelty is one of the clearest warning signs there is, where it shows a lack of empathy so severe that it bypasses natural instincts most people have. Even people who don't like animals usually don't want to hurt them. To kill a kitten requires something broken at a fundamental level. What makes it worse is knowing that this man continued living his life afterward, that the kitten's death didn't stop time. There was no justice for it, no consequences that matched the act. Just a story that got tucked away, resurfacing years later when clarity finally arrived. Now, when my mom and I talk about our cat, there's an unspoken understanding there, a shared protectiveness, a shared horror at the idea of anyone harming her. The past informs the present in quiet ways like that. That story didn't just teach us that some people are dangerous. It taught us that danger doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it sits across from you at dinner. Sometimes it cries on the porch and tells you a story that almost makes sense. Sometimes it wears the mask of someone you thought you knew. And that is what makes it truly terrifying. My bedroom is on the second floor of the house. There's no patio, no porch, no overhang of any kind beneath my windows. Nothing that would make it easy for someone to stand there, lean there, or reach up to the wall. That detail matters because even now, years later, it's the part my brain keeps circling back to. This happened a couple of years ago, but I remember it with uncomfortable clarity. It was around 2 in the morning. I was in bed, lights off, TV on low volume, doing that late night half watching where you're not really paying attention anymore. Just letting the noise fill the room while your mind drifts. The house was quiet in the way it usually is at that hour. Everyone else asleep. No movement, no voices, just that deep nighttime stillness that makes even small sounds feel louder. That's when I heard it. At first, it sounded like an animal, a little louder than usual, but not enough to immediately alarm me. We get squirrels on the roof sometimes. You can hear them scrambling, running across shingles, occasionally dropping something or misjudging a step. I've heard it enough times that my brain automatically labels those noises as harmless. Annoying, maybe, but normal, so I ignored it. The sound kept happening, though. Not constantly, but often enough to pull my attention away from the TV. It was repetitive, scraping, thudding, something like movement against the side of the house. Still, I assumed it was on the roof. Animals don't respect sleep schedules. I figured it would pass, but then it started to sound closer, not above me, but beside me. I remember lying there, staring at the glow of the TV, trying to convince myself I was overthinking it. The sound didn't have the quick, light rhythm of something small running across a roof. It felt heavier, slower, more deliberate, and it seemed to be coming from the direction of my window. I told myself it was nothing. Minutes passed, then more minutes. The noise didn't stop. If anything, it became more irritating because of how inconsistent it was. It wasn't a single loud crash that you could react to. It was persistent, subtle, like something testing the space. Enough to keep me awake, not enough to clearly identify. At some point, I checked the time. I had been listening to it for at least 40, maybe 45 minutes. That's when irritation turned into frustration. I was tired. I wanted to sleep. My patience was gone. So I did something impulsive. I banged on the wall. Just 2 quick hits with my fist. Not full force, not violent. Just enough to make noise. The same thing you'd do if you thought an animal was hanging around somewhere it shouldn't be. My hope was simple. Scare it off so I could finally get some rest. The sound echoed in the room and then faded. For a split second, there was silence. Then it happened. 2 bangs came back. They were on the wall next to the window. from outside. Not random, not delayed, immediate, perfectly matched. Two bangs answering my two bangs like a response, like acknowledgement. Every part of my body reacted at once. My heart slammed into my chest so hard it felt painful. I jumped out of bed so fast I don't even remember my feet touching the floor. My skin went cold, like all the warmth had drained out of me in a second. There was no confusion in that moment, no trying to explain it away. Whatever was outside had heard me, and it had answered. That was the moment fear fully took over. I didn't wait. I didn't sit there listening. I didn't try to convince myself it was still an animal. My instincts were screaming at me to move, to put distance between myself and that window. I ran. The living room is on the other end of the house, and it has a bay window that faces the side. From there, you can see my bedroom window from an angle. As I rushed downstairs, my thoughts were scattered, overlapping, racing ahead of my body. I remember thinking about calling the police. I remember thinking about whether the doors were locked. I remember feeling exposed, like the house itself wasn't solid anymore. I reached the living room and crouched near the bay window, careful not to turn on any lights. The last thing I wanted was to announce my position. I peeked out, heart pounding so loudly I was sure it could be heard. That's when I saw him. There was a man standing in front of my house, directly below my bedroom window, not walking past, not looking around, standing still. He was close to the wall, close enough that I could see his posture clearly, close enough that there was no doubt in my mind that this was the source of the noise. In his hand, he was holding a knife, not a big one, a small pocket knife, but sharp enough, real enough, and he was touching my house. Petting is the only word that fits. His hand moved slowly along the front of the house, fingers dragging across the surface like someone touching something familiar, something they liked. It wasn't aggressive, it wasn't rushed, it was calm, casual, almost affectionate. That detail still makes my stomach turn. That this wasn't someone trying to break in, not at that moment. This wasn't someone in a hurry. This was someone taking their time. Someone who had been there long enough to make noise for nearly an hour. Someone who had listened when I banged on the wall. Someone who decided to respond. I realized then how vulnerable I had been. I had been lying in bed, distracted by TV, slowly getting annoyed by sounds I assumed were harmless. Meanwhile, a stranger was outside my bedroom window, touching the house, holding a knife, fully aware that someone was inside. I was about to call the cops. My hand was already moving. My phone was nearby. Every part of me wanted to scream, to yell, to do something loud and decisive. But before I could make that call, before I could even fully process what I was seeing, he moved. He looked away from the wall. Then he ran, not slowly, not cautiously. He took off down the street and disappeared into the darkness. No shouting, no confrontation, just gone, like he had never been there at all. I stood there frozen, staring out the window long after he vanished. My legs felt weak. My hands were shaking so badly I had to sit down. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the noise had been. It felt heavy, suspicious, like the night itself was holding its breath. I don't know how long I stayed there before I finally checked the locks and turned on some lights. I don't know how long it took for my heart rate to slow down. I know I didn't sleep that night. Not really. I stayed awake until morning, replaying everything over and over in my head. I kept thinking about the timing. 45 minutes. That's how long he had been there. 45 minutes of noise I brushed off as an animal. 45 minutes of him standing close enough to hear the TV through the wall, close enough to know exactly where I was in the house, close enough to respond when I made noise. I also kept thinking about the height. My bedroom is on the second floor. There's nothing beneath the window, no ledge, no structure, nothing that explains how he was close enough to bang on the wall next to it. That realization crept in slowly and made everything worse. It meant he hadn't just wandered up casually. He had positioned himself intentionally. He had found a way. And then there's the knife. Not a weapon in a struggle. Not something he pulled out in anger. Just there, in his hand, while he touched the house, while he listened. I don't know what he wanted. I don't know why he was there. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't banged on the wall, or if I had ignored the noise longer, or if I had fallen asleep. That's the part that still unsettles me the most. There's no ending to analyze, no motive explained, no arrest, no closure. He never came back, at least not that I know of. But that night changed the way I hear sounds. It changed the way I think about safety. It changed how quickly I dismiss things as probably nothing. I learned that night that sometimes the scariest situations don't announce themselves clearly. They blend into the background. They sound like animals. They sound like normal house noises. They wait for you to stop paying attention. And sometimes when you finally react, something answers back. That's the part I'll never forget. Not the sight of the knife. Not even the fear. The response. If tonight's story stayed with you, leave a like. Subscribe if you're drawn to the quiet kind of horror, the kind that doesn't need to shout. Some things don't chase you, they just wait. This is LURK. I'll see you next time.